Dragon's Dogma 2 is what Skyrim is to the Elder Scrolls, the title that brings the series into the light, into the mainstream, so normies or plebs, whatever your preferential derogative gamer slur is, can enjoy it, myself included. I will say this now though, I have not played Dragon's Dogma, the original, and those that did back in 2012 when it released would probably regard it as a pretty good game. It's a cult classic. Oblivion is like the original Dragon's Dogma. The Elder Scrolls series didn't really take off until Skyrim, and for the Dragon Dogma series, it's safe to say that the 2.5 million copies sold will probably lead to a third Dragon's Dogma. Let's hope we don't have to wait another 12 years for the next one. If you've watched any other videos on Dragon's Dogma 2, you'll probably hear them reference Skyrim at least once. And trust me, I've watched an awful lot of them, and had to sit through some very misinforming videos. While I do hate to be unoriginal, it's extremely difficult to dance around the topic and not say a word about Skyrim, especially when the director, Hideaki Itsunno, of Dragon's Dogma 2 has openly stated his love for the Elder Scrolls franchise, and how it's a huge inspiration for his game. So much so that he wanted to embody everything Todd Howard stood for himself, by becoming the Japanese Todd Howard, promising the world and delivering about a quarter of it. Yeah, he lied a lot. What I'm getting at here is because of how heavily inspired Itsunno was by the Elder Scrolls series, it's hard to talk about Dragon's Dogma 2 without referencing Skyrim. But in my pursuit of originality and, well, dignity, I'll try my best not to repeat what's already been said by the masses, by YouTubers that would much rather preach their opinion of the game onto you than open up an intellectual discussion of how we all feel about the game by taking multiple viewpoints into consideration. Okay, maybe a little too meta, I apologize, not every YouTuber propagates their opinion like it's the only view people should have. Most certainly not whoever is your favourite YouTuber. Now this video is a critique of Dragon's Dogma 2, not a review, not a playthrough, although the length of the video might make you think otherwise. What this means is there will be spoilers for probably about 95% of the game. After all, I'm attempting to critique it all, so if you intend to play the game and would like to avoid any spoilers, I'd honestly recommend not watching this video. Or just use the timestamps in the description and on the video to skip the sections talking about anything you don't want spoiled. Of course, you already knew all of this, because this video is a critique. You can't critique something without talking about it. I'd also like to mention that while this video is already extremely short, I don't want to make it any shorter. I'll be referring to Dragon's Dogma 2 as just DD2. So if you've already skipped over this part of the video and you can't draw the connection between Dragon's Dogma 2 and DD2, I apologize for your inconvenience, but not your ignorance. While I'd love for this video to be consumed in one whole sitting, I'm fairly confident in saying that most of you that intend to watch most of this video will probably do it in multiple viewings. If you're brave enough or have the free time or love the sound of my voice, knock yourself out. Watch it in one sitting. But most likely you'll want to watch this in chunks or when you have the time to listen to somebody random on the internet rant about some game he fell in love with. I'd recommend using the comment section to keep track of where you're at in the video, because long videos like this, YouTube can be like 10 minutes or even 20 minutes off the point of the video you last left off at. Of course, I benefit analytically and algorithmically from your comments, but if you're invested enough to get to the point where you need a timestamp, does my benefiting from improved metrics matter? Or you could just use timestamp sections I have below to remember where you're at. As for the structure of this critique, I plan to go over the average playthrough of the game, the main story, and just talk about mechanics as they come along, rather than just breaking everything into complete sections. That does mean that there will be some jumping around here and there, but I'll do my best to make sure that everything is interconnected as best as possible, so it's as digestible as possible. But enough rambling about everything other than DD2. It's about time we sink our claws into this one. there is only one place to start the anatomization of Dragon's Dogma 2, and that's actually the title screen. Unlike most games that will have the title of the game on the title screen, DD2 drops the number 2. That's right, it's just Dragon's Dogma. Oh crap, did I critique the wrong game? Did I somehow launch the 2012 game that I don't even own? Have I wasted 4 months of my life? No, actually this is DD2. But here at Capcom we want to be mysterious and not give you the cool and epic DD2 title card, at least not yet. Because you know what would be great reward for finishing the true ending? Loot, powerful items, secrets, quests? That sounds absolutely lame. I'd much rather have the title screen to say Dragon's Dogma 2 instead of just Dragon's Dogma. It just baffles me, man, that this is an actual design choice made by someone. That someone thought this is a cool idea. That beating the game and getting the true ending unlocks the Dragon's Dogma 2 title card? Now I know no one is stupid enough to think they're actually playing the original Dragon's Dogma, but like, if you were making a game, would you not want your title screen to have the name of the game on it? I know it sounds like I'm complaining over minor details here, but this is literally the first thing you interact with in the entire game. The first thing you see after the developer's logo. It's the first thing I'm going to critique. I get that it's a nice touch, a nod to the players that really finish the game, but I just can't comprehend why. Why the title screen? Why DD2? I don't know, just press the new game button already. Conviction is the human will that reaches its greatest power. A single line, a single theme, a single message that is brought to life. For what is will without conviction? DD2 is not as shallow as it may seem. The story revolves around the preordained plots set by the Pathfinder. This is the Pathfinder's narrative, the Pathfinder's world. Every event is meticulously planned. We, the Arisen and Grigori the Dragon, the stars of the show, the only characters who truly matter to this fairy tale. The Pathfinder's world is one that is not allowed to stray from the narrative. Everything must serve the Pathfinder's purpose, the Pathfinder's will. The dragon is brought into the world to halt the progression, to begin anew, to ensure the world does not stretch beyond the Pathfinder's will. The dragon is to choose an Arisen with the conviction to be strong enough to slay thyself, to become a god, to be tested by the dragon and to overcome it. Each and every cycle, the Arisen is chosen anew and tested for their will. Some fail, some succeed. Some become Senshiles and some become another dragon for another Arisen to test their will. This is the story of the Pathfinder. This is the role we are to play in this never-ending cycle. This is the will of the Pathfinder. But do we have the conviction to overcome it, to break the cycle, or will our conviction become the foundation for cycles to follow? Now, this video isn't going to be like my nihilism video on Nier Automata, but will be briefly mentioning the theme of will and conviction throughout the story, whenever it's really prevalent, just to nail home the point I'm trying to make. Because what's the point of making a statement without some evidence to back it up? Something some YouTubers like to do. Dragon's Dogma 2 is not a shallow game. There are underlying messages of willpower and conviction in every element of this game. One of the most common critiques of DD2 was its lackluster story, its shallow characters. But I beg to differ. I think, and I hate to say this, it was by design. These characters are shallow because they do not matter. They are not Arisen nor Dragon, therefore their roles in this narrative are meaningless. This might be a cop-out for poor writing from the dialogue team, but this is most certainly a testament to the developers who worked on the lore. Of course, depth of narrative does not equate to good storytelling, but I think those that judge the narrative of DD2 from the surface level without even acknowledging the implications and deeper meaning of the story aren't doing the game justice. DD2 opens with a very rich cutscene There's a lot to unpack here and a lot you probably won't pick up on in your first playthrough. It begins with a party of celebration and festivities in Vernworth Castle, before a noble knight, who we later find out is Captain Brant, makes a virtuous speech about how the people have longed for their true ruler, the Sovereign of Vernworth, the rightful ruler of Vermont, you, the Arisen. The door swings open, you walk through the crowd and take your seat atop the throne of Vermont. Captain Brant finishes his toast about how you're the saviour and the sovereign. Time then stops for everyone in the room before we hear the dragon's voice. The dragon who I'm going to call Grigori.
Arisen, thou who wouldst slay the dragon, if thou seekest to behold this world in its true aspect, abandon thy reason. Cast aside thine heart and thy life both. I ask thee to demonstrate thy will, for naught but thine ambition can alter the course of the rivers of fate.
This isn't the first time I'm referring to the Dragon of DD2 as Grigori. The truth is that there has been no official announcement nor any official source confirming the name of the dragon in Dragon's Dogma 2. Everything is simply theoretical, which means if you're watching this video anytime after I release it, this could also be completely wrong. So don't take my word for it, I'd do your own research. Oh, that's an amazing tool called Google. Now to read the comment section. So why Grigori? Well, Grigori is the name given to the dragons from the original Dragon's Dogma. It's a translation from the ancient Greek word egregori, which means the watcher, those who never sleep. The dragons are the will of the Pathfinder, forever destined to watch over the world and ensure it never oversteps its bounds. There is no rest for the dragon. It's a tool tasked with the maintenance of the world. Now, the reason I think this could be Grigori is the obvious similarities in design and voice to the first game's dragon, which we know is referred to as Grigori.
Greetings, Arisen. Hast thou summoned the resolution to face me?
Only my death will staunch the flood of destruction, a task still far beyond you or me.
Now, the voice actors are different. David Lodge voiced Grigori in DD, and Graham Fox voiced our mysterious dragon in DD2. But they still managed to sound similar. Of course, that could just be how every dragon sounds in the universes of Dragon's Dogma, but what really makes me want to believe this theory of it being the same dragon is that DD2's dragon is very much self-aware of the cycle. In fact, it seems to be sick of the cycle, willing you on as the Arisen to do more than just slay him, but to break the cycle itself.
But heed this, Arisen. By will alone doth the world form a ring, an unending cycle. All is preordained, even my death at thine hands. Yet perhaps thy will is great enough to put an end to it.
Again, harping back to the entire theme of the game, DD2's dragon wants to see the cycle broken. This is evident in the opening speech he has with us in the room.
I ask thee to demonstrate thy will, for naught but thine ambition can alter the course of the rivers of fate.
This is Grigori requesting you to demonstrate your conviction beyond that of slaying the dragon, but to alter the rivers of fate, the same fate sculpted by the Pathfinder. The Grigori is sick of being a tool for the Pathfinder's narrative. It's sick of being slain by Arisen and reborn. It's sick of slaying the convictionless Arisen. Its will is to break free from being the Pathfinder's tool. I also find it coincidental that the designers would make the Seafloor Shrine an exact ruin replica of the Grand Sorin from the original Dragon's Dogma. They conveniently placed the Seafloor Shrine in a near identical location on the map. I mean, if you overlay one over the other, it's not a far stretch that we're playing in the same world and same timeline as the first game. Just a lot of cycles later, which would make this an actual sequel to the first game rather than a reboot of the franchise which was marketed to us. So it's my belief that Dragon we are facing in DD2 is actually Grigori from the first game, just many cycles later, to the point that he's become self-aware of the cycle itself. Not to mention, it leads me to believe that this was intended to be an actual sequel to the first game before the Capcom overlords got their hands on it and said it needs to appeal to the masses who likely haven't even heard of the first game, let alone played it. It's worth mentioning that the fact that the dragon who I'm calling Grigori has been trapped in the cycle long enough to become self-aware of its circumstances is an assumption, because in both games there is no evidence that once the cycle is complete that the same dragon is utilized ever again. In fact, it's implied that no dragon is ever the same. Every dragon can technically be Grigori, but we know some dragons take up different names or cross over different universes. It's just an assumption that every dragon being faced is a different one. If you follow the true ending of the first game, the Arisen becomes Senshal, which I'll talk about later on, a godlike being looking over the world to prevent the Pathfinder from needing another dragon. Of course, my argument is, what if the Arisen fails in their duty as Senshal? Does another dragon get sent in their place? Well, my guess is that it does. Not to mention that when a Senshal is sick of doing their duty, they can appoint a dragon to find a replacement Arisen to do their job for them. Later on in the story, we meet a former Arisen, a Senshal Rathias, but I'll entertain the thoughts of Rathias when we encounter him. The dragon in DD2 is almost identical to that of DD. Everything is too coincidental. That's why I believe this dragon to be the Grigori from the first game. Of course, this could be nothing but just sheer coincidence, and the designers just made everything without a thought in the world given to the narrative or lore, which is why this is just a theory. A game theory! After the end of the Grigori speech, you collapse to the floor as though you've been poisoned. Before them waking up in the excavation site jail, it turns out that Disa, the Queen of Vernworth, wasn't too thrilled with the Arisen inheriting her throne, so she plotted to poison you. Vernworth was originally created by an Arisen. It's in the history of Vernworth that any Arisen is to inherit the throne and lead Vermond and the world into a new prosperous era. Hence the throne is always ceded by the current ruler to the Arisen. Disa, the Queen of Vernworth, clearly wasn't happy with us taking her throne and instead decided to drug us and sell us off as slaves to the Batali people, then replace us with a false Arisen while Disa pulls the strings from the shadows. As to why she didn't just kill you, well, Disa is cunning. She realizes that so long as the dragon holds the heart of the Arisen cannot be slain. It's quite a clever plan if you ask me, until you start to dig deeper. There are 50 eyewitnesses all in the throne room for the celebration, all of which have seen your face, seen what has happened, all capable of speaking out about how Disa has placed a fake Arisen in your stead. Now my assumption is that everyone here in the throne room is either a direct subordinate of Disa or being paid off, extorted, manipulated, or blackmailed into going along with Disa's plot. How else would the difference in appearance be covered up so well? Now the funny thing was, in my first playthrough of the game on my character Sir Lick, for those that might not have caught on, I made a character that actually looked very similar to the False Arisen, leading me to believe that the game actually used the player's character model, then made some minor changes to things like hair, facial hair and eyes, leading me to believe that Disa picked someone who could pass as the Arisen she had drugged in the throne room, so as to not raise suspicions. However, after playing through the game again as Valk, a female mage, I can confirm that the False Arisen always looks the same. I also can confirm this by, Google and watching some videos online, just to make sure that even in New Game Plus, it wasn't just using the same Arisen from the first playthrough of the game, but no, everything checks out. No matter what your Arisen looks like, the False Arisen will always look the same, which to me is a missed opportunity to personalize the shit out of the False Arisen. I'd care so much more about this guy if he was always some imitator that looks like my character. The False Arisen being an impersonation of your character already draws this emotional connection, but this entire dilemma gets even worse when you consider the Arisen as a beastren. Like, how on earth is Disa's False Arisen a human meant to cover up the fact that you're a beastren? What does she think, that the Arisen's rise to fame and claim to Vernworth's throne, that no one would notice that you're a beastren? That she could pass a human male for a beastren woman? Now, it's said that many people may fear Disa's rule, so it could be argued that out of fear for what would happen to them, no one would choose to say anything. It could be also that NPCs aren't the Arisen or Dragon, that they don't possess enough willpower to take action. But then Disa and Phaser seem to be outliers with their own conviction to go against the will of narrative. I guess I'll have to discuss that later on. But I don't know. I want to let Capcom get away with this one, but it would be like drugging Tom Cruise and replacing him with opera. Somebody's going to notice, and someone's going to say something. Why mention any of this? Well, my question is, why show us the throne room? Why not simply have Gregorian monologue, then us wake up in the jail cell on Volcanic Island? Or is it too typical of an RPG to have the player be a nobody who's been locked in jail or is a prisoner? Did the developers feel the need to provide context to why we're in jail in the cell? I can tell you right now that it's definitely not to create a connection to Disa, because in the entire opening cutscene, Disa is actually not in the throne room at all. In fact, any notable character from Vernworth apart from Captain Brandt isn't in the throne room. A la Disa, Disa's son, Sven, Wilhelmina, just to name a few. My guess is that the cutscene was actually made before the story had been fully realized. But why are we doing this? Why are we here? This is the foundation of the narrative of DD2. You don't build a house by starting with the roof. Without understanding any of what I've just said, you can't be expected to grasp the complexities of the Pathfinder's narrative. That being said, if all of that has bored your brains out, or maybe this thing called lore bores the crap out of you, what are you doing here? Don't you have a game of Fortnite to play? Now to check the comments for real this time. After falling to the floor and the screen fading to black, we awake in the jail cell with Fisker asking for the slave he's looking for to step forward. We are presented with a range of different preset characters to choose from, with one hooded character in the middle. Now you'd assume that this means that because the hooded character shows no details of their appearance, that they're the only character you can customize. But no, you'd be mistaken. No matter which of these 10 or however many presets you pick, the game gives you the option to go even further into the customization. So what's the point? Why give us the illusion of choice? This isn't Baldur's Gate, where any of these preset characters have their own lore, storyline, and personalities. They're simply just, preset characters. But that's just it. DD2's first attempt to trick us with an illusion of choice. If all roads lead to Rome, they don't care which one we take to get there. It's a small gripe to have, but it's just confusing. Why not have these presets located in the screen right after you select the hooded character? Or just remove the selection part altogether. I only bring this up because it can be confusing and daunting to a new player. Hell, I've played video games since I was 5 years old, and this was confusing to me. Of course, we have the fortune of knowing, but there is no way of knowing that selecting a preset won't just lock you in. It's just unnecessary fantasy of possibility that ultimately is only one fantasy, that you're taken to the character creator menu. Which, in saying all of this, is actually amazing. The number of sliders you can adjust and fiddle with is incredible. Some of the creations people have made are phenomenal. Characters like Kratos, Geralt, Lae'zel, and so many more. This character creator is one of the best that I've seen in a single player game in a long time. The only thing, and I mean the only thing I'd change, is probably the way the colours are done. They essentially just have a list of colours available, and sometimes the icons don't really match the colour being applied to the character. So it can be a little annoying to have to go through all of these, especially if you're going for a certain look. But in saying that, why not replace this with fully adjustable colours or something similar? At the end of the character creator, you get to pick your vocation, which is this game's version of a class system. There are 4 different base vocations on offer here: Fighter, Archer, Mage, and Thief, but I'll talk all about them later on. Whether you spent hours on your creator or just used a preset character, Agamemnon Volcanic Island's excavation site has to be one of the most pointless tutorial zones I've played in a while. The game teaches you the fundamental mechanic of picking up and placing objects down, but doesn't teach you that these objects can be thrown, and even more so, used in combat, which they could do right now, given that a combat sequence will commence immediately after placing the rock down. The Medusa wakes up and starts attacking the excavation site. In terms of actual fights, the Medusa is probably one of the lamest in the game, let alone the one offered to us in the tutorial. Reason I say this is the Medusa at the excavation site doesn't use the petrifying attack. You know, the whole gimmick of what Medusa is. You don't have the pillars to hide behind like you do in Culling Depths Dungeon, but their petrifying attack should teach you how to reposition correctly in fights, that not every attack can just be taken head on without serious repercussions. Guess the developers would rather nurture the player by having the weapons and spells hit like a wet noodle instead. Without the petrifying attack, you're really just fighting a giant snake that uses 1, maybe 2 different attacks. Did I mention that this is 1 of 2 times the average person will fight a Medusa? Some might not even fight the Medusa again, since it can only be found in the Culling Depths dungeon. I'm obviously aware that you can fight it multiple times when you're farming for loot, but most people aren't going to go to Culling Depths. It's too far out of the way, and you're unlikely to return if you don't spot it when you're first travelling up to Dragon's Breath Tower. In saying all of this about the Medusa and the Medusa fight in the excavation site, you can actually just run away, triggering the cutscene of the Medusa leaving and then one of you trusting the Pathfinder to leap onto the back of a griffin. It's a cool sequence, because remember, the Pathfinder is the creator of this world, the fairy tale. Its will is absolute, or so it thinks it is. My question is, why does the Pathfinder need us? Why does the Pathfinder fly us to Mount Alice? What was the Pathfinder's plan here? If it weren't for Rika shooting down the griffin, we would have just kept flying out of the known world, the exact thing the Pathfinder aimed to prevent. Or is the Pathfinder's will so strong it can control any of the minds of humans living in it? Was this all planned by the Pathfinder? We can only assume, because we already know that the Pathfinder can manipulate pawns and humans. Then why didn't the Pathfinder try and stop Disa from poisoning us, or stop Phasis from controlling the cycle? Why doesn't the Pathfinder do anything? Why does it need a dragon? Why does it need a cycle? Why does it need brine? Why not just control the minds of humans so that they will never have that need to explore, to go beyond their bounds? It's clear to me that the Pathfinder can control pawns, but realistically can't control humans. Maybe it can control one or two at a time, but it can't control them all. It just seems like this was a design choice as opposed to the Pathfinder's grand plan narrative to have the player start in northern Vermont at the top of the map and then work their way down back towards the Moonglint Tower. 3 knights come to investigate the crash, and one of them then escorts you back to the Border Watch outpost in what probably should have been included in the tutorial, with a couple of basic combat encounters against some goblins and saurians. The reason I'd say this is that you actually got the experience of killing an enemy and using your class's weapon skills against enemies that actually die, and it doesn't feel like you're playing Final Fantasy XVI hitting a boss with a wet noodle. Once you arrive at the Border Watch outpost, you're approached by a bunch of pawns who wish to show you to the Riftstone, explaining the functionality of how pawns come to exist and how they are loyal to the Arisen. Here you get to summon your own pawn, or in our case, make it. Again, opening up the character creator to yet again make another character. For some, this can be a drag. Given the amount of time some people may have spent on the first character creator, chances are the amount of time spent in the second could range between 0 to a further 2 hours. I'm all for offering this level of character customization, and I'm so thankful that the pawns aren't just preset characters that you're locked into selecting. But in saying that, offering us a character select screen within 20 minutes of just exiting the last one is a little too soon. Understandably, it's important and, well, critical to the game, but could they have possibly taken a book out of Baldur's Gate character creator and let us just make both of them from the very start? I suppose this is probably the point where I should talk about the pawn system. Pawns serve as NPCs that accompany you on your journey. They act as party members with the intended design of feeling like real players. As I just spoke about, essentially everyone must create their own main pawn, who will always accompany them, and you can recruit up to 2 additional pawns from other players via the in-game network known as Riftstones. These Riftstones are scattered around the world, and you can hire pawns to travel with you on your journey, fight with you, and aid you in your quests. Hired pawns still belong to their owners, and they have the gear, vocation, weapon skills, and level they had when hired from their owner. Of course, they still exist in the player's world. If I were to hire your pawn and you were to log in at the same time, your pawn wouldn't magically disappear. They're shared across the rift. The catch is that hired pawns can't level up. You cannot change their vocation skills or appearance, but you can change their outfit. So eventually you'll have to swap out your pawns when they become too underleveled, or you just need something else specifically for your next adventure. When you dismiss a pawn, you have the option to rate them or give them a gift as thank you. Most of the time people use this as an inventory dump, but on the odd occasion you get players who are actually happy to donate useful items. There is a system in place to allow you to rehire pawns that you've had in the past, and hopefully they're of higher level if the player has also been playing through the game relatively similar to your pace. All these systems work in reverse for your main pawn. Your main pawn will level up with you as you play, and can be hired by other players through the Rift. Incentives making a cool looking or useful pawn, so they get hired more often, and hopefully you get treated to more rewards. A cool feature that most of you probably don't know about when searching for pawns is that each Riftstone actually has a feature it searches for. For example, the Riftstone of Perseverance will only show pawns with scars on them. The Riftstone of the Fanged only shows Beastren pawns. It's something kinda pointless in the game, but it's a little nice touch of flavour and style that I can't help but appreciate. There was no need for it. In fact, subjectively, it hinders the player because there are restrictions to whatever pawn meets the Riftstone's criteria. Yet, I love it. Of course, the large Riftstones in Bakbatal and Vernworth you can just hire based on whatever features you like. The concept for the pawn system was to make it feel like you were adventuring with friends, which, wouldn't be a bad backup plan if you could actually play with friends. which you can't. The premise of the pawn system is to create a sense of the hero's party, a ragtag team of adventurers setting off to save the world. The underlying goal of the pawn system is to provide functionality in combat and exploration. Ideally, you want to create a party with a balance of range, support, and DPS. So depending on which vocations you're playing, you'd use pawns with the vocations you need to fill the gaps in your team. More on vocations later, but essentially ensuring you have something along the lines of a tank, healer, DPS, or range DPS. How you compose your party is entirely up to you. You can opt for all of the same type, or one of each. It's your decision to make. However, the pawns only have access to the base 4 vocations, plus warrior and sorcerer, limiting the number of vocation diversifications that you can theoretically come up with. You could opt to have no pawns in the playthrough and do it entirely without them. I wouldn't recommend this, as the game is heavily balanced around a team of 4, but if you're looking to make it a challenge or more interesting, reducing your party size could be an interesting way of diversifying your playthrough. Dare I say it? We trounced. Oh god, I'm not finishing that. If you've played this game for more than 10 hours, you're likely to have heard certain sayings from pawns across the rift, so much so I'm sure they play and repeat in your head. The gimmick of each pawn is that they all have their own personality, or inclinations as the game calls it. Based on these inclinations, each pawn has a set number of lines or sayings that could possibly say in certain circumstances. There are 4 types of inclinations: calm, kind-hearted, simple, and straightforward. And for each of these inclinations, you have a choice of either a male or female voice actor. It gives us, yet again, the illusion of choice by providing multiple voice options. But realistically, all of these options are just changes in pitch, which is so bad because some lines just are so immersion breaking because they don't even sound like an actual human saying them. For something so integral to the game, something that is supposed to create the feeling of being on an adventure with other players without actually playing multiplayer, is why don't, at the very least, let us choose from all the voice actors across all inclinations. For God's sake, Hades has 21,000 lines of dialogue, most of which never get heard by the player, and that game was made by like 10 people. Use AI or something. I don't care about the ethical dilemma. I'm just a gamer. I want my game to be good. Okay, just to clarify, that was a joke. I do care about how much voice actors get paid and how their voices can be used by AI tools, but that's not the point of this video. What there should be is a system where pawns have character growth. For example, if the inclination of a newly hired pawn is straightforward, they might start off by mocking the player when they can't figure something out, but slowly after spending time with the player, grow and learn to respect how the player plays the game. Pawns can be with the player for a long time, or even just a small journey. Lines of dialogue should reflect this. You should feel attached to the pawns you keep for a long time. Their dialogue should comment on the adventures you've been together, or the pawns you've had in the past. There should be conversations when certain pawns are rehired/reunited with your party after a period of time, like old friends catching up on everything. Make me give a shit about what my pawns have to say, rather than just mind-numbingly repeat the words they've said a million times, like, dare I say it, we've trounced our foes. I'd love to hear what your favourite lines are, or the ones that are stuck in your head. Leave them in the comment section down below. Now, the pawn system would have been entirely different if you could play multiplayer with friends, and whenever they drop out or are offline, their risen or main pawn essentially become an NPC in your party. But that's the issue. This isn't a multiplayer game, so the pawns are left to feel, well, rather empty in comparison to an actual human being, which should be expected. Although, in saying all of this, for some dumb reason, I can't help but feel attached to some of the pawns I met along the way. Ones that either look ridiculous, did something epic, or something hilarious. Sometimes the pawns in this game write their own headcanon, and that's something you don't get in other RPGs. A true party that creates its own story of adventure in your own playthrough. Something that is truly the charm of DD2's pawn system. Something that, despite all the crap these pawns produce, still makes it memorable to me. Don't ask me why I care for these pawns I hired from across the rift, but goddamn did I make some memories with some of them, which makes me all the more sadder when I realize their Arisen has stopped playing. No longer able to level up or change vocation, these pawns aren't abandoned, but rather their journey with their master has ended, and therefore there will just be an ever-increasing gap between my ability and theirs. Sure, you can upgrade their armor and items, but there is only so much that can be done. Eventually you have to let go of these pawns you've bonded with the most, which in my eyes is the saddest thing. Why not let us level up the pawns we hired just like they've leveled up on their own world? Sure, when they return to their masters across the rift, they don't get to keep any of the level progression they may have had because, that would just cause a whole bunch of balancing issues. But if you're scared this might remove the need to hire new pawns through a playthrough because they constantly are leveling up, why not make it cost a ridiculous amount of RC to level up a pawn? So you're incentivized to hire a new pawn because it's cheaper. But if there is one you absolutely love, you can keep them along for the journey. Not to bore you with the lore and my constant revisiting of the themes of DD2, but the creation of your very own pawn is a manifestation of your will. The Arisen is literally willing the pawn into existence. In the lore of Dragon's Dogma, pawns are beings from another dimension who lack free will and independent thought. Luxor, who greets you at the excavation site, literally says,
I cannot speak as to our true nature, for I know of it not. None of us do. We do not need to. We merely do as we are commanded.
They are bound to serve the Arisen and follow their commands without question. They live to serve the Arisen, to be a vessel of your conviction, to follow your commands without question. The pawns you encounter on your travels always offer to serve you. It's ironic, of course, because the pawns are created to serve the Arisen without question, like slaves. They have no will of their own, only the will of the Arisen. They are tools to the Arisen, just as the Arisen is to the Pathfinder, just as the dragon is to the Pathfinder. At this moment, the guards realize the significance of what is happening, and that only the true Arisen can command the faith of the pawns. A nice little touch here that not a lot of players might know about is that you can actually hire all the pawns you've come across. Rook from the excavation site, who helped us escape, and Luxor at the Border Watch outpost can be hired, and I can't speak for Rook, but Luxor is a very useful support mage. After speaking with Luxor, you're then given the quest Tale's Beginning, requiring you to sleep at the inn in the blue tent. Attempting to leave the Border Watch town before doing so just means you'll get Joshua constantly saying you look unwell and turning you away. Resting at the inn, you're given a wall of dialogue explaining what the inn is and its functions, beginning the In Dragon's Wake quest. Now technically this is where DD2 opens up and becomes a true open world game, except not really. You technically have the option to go and explore to the west of the Border Watch town to the Moonglow Garden and begin Baron's Master Skill quest, or venture further north to Aiini's hut and begin those Maester Skill quests. But the illusion of freedom is unequivocal, because all roads lead to Riverwood. Oh sorry, I meant Melve. Much like Skyrim's opener, you're met with a large open world in which you can run off and explore, yet the only real option is to head straight to Melve, because that's where the path leads. No matter if you go north and explore, the roads will all lead you back to Melve. It's an illusion. Even if you bypass the town, you can't make it through the Vermont checkpoint without Gregor convincing Stanley to open the gate. Hang on, why is there even a gate here? What are we trying to do? Lock out Melve from the world? There aren't even any threats or dangerous monsters in northern Vermont. Is it supposed to keep the dragon out? The gate has no in-world function. Obviously it's just there to ensure that we get to experience the main story. My question is why? Why not let us ignore Melve altogether if we want to? Let us explore in a game all about exploration. Why lock us into northern Vermont? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason is Capcom wants you to play the juiciest content. After all, the main story is the part of the game they put the most time into. Contrary to what some might actually believe, But in all seriousness, the story told at Melve is critical to the story. If we, the players, don't get to witness it, we might stop playing the game. They're worried that letting you freely explore the world and do whatever you want to do might create a disinterest. Look, Capcom, I spent an hour in your character customization screen twice. I'm not eligible for a Steam refund. If a player is willing to run past a quest in order to explore, chances are that that player is more interested in exploring than your story. So why not just give us the freedom then? So your only choice is to head into Melve. Entering the town, you have a flashback to the dragon attack that destroyed the town. Of course, the dragon in the flashback is actually Grigori, the dragon sent to ensure the progress of the world doesn't overstep the will of the Pathfinder. After fighting the dragon for a little bit, you then get to sacrifice yourself to distract the dragon from killing Ulrika, a future love prospect for those that can look past the fact she literally shot us out of the sky in the opening credits. Nevertheless, Grigori commends our efforts, our sacrifice, our conviction in front of certain death, rewarding us by removing our heart and merging it with his own. One of the coolest cutscenes. Something about this entire sequence just wows me every time I see it. Its bizarrity or uniqueness just make it such a memorable image in my brain. Of course, after merging hearts, we become the Arisen. Our duty, our role has been thrust upon us. It's important to note that in this sequence, Grigori doesn't once mention breaking the cycle. He doesn't once suggest that the Arisen has the conviction to break the cycle. Because at this point, the Arisen, you haven't achieved anything except showcase your will in front of him. Of course, in the intro cutscene of the game, Grigori suggests that you can break the cycle, but that's only once you become sovereign. Of course, this is cut short thanks to Disa poisoning you and causing you to lose your memory. But Grigori isn't convinced you're the one that can break the cycle, at least not yet. Which leads me to, why not begin the game with this? Why have the little cutscene of us sitting on the throne? Why not open with us fighting Grigori? After all, the opening cutscene does very little to explain anything to a new player. Not to mention that if the opening cutscene was this flashback, then so much more weight would be added to the final fight between us and Grigori. You're no longer weak. Look how far you've come, how far you've ventured, and you're finally ready to take on Grigori in a final bout, fulfilling our destiny as the Arisen, just as the Pathfinder had wanted. The entire flashback sequence could have and probably should have been at the start of the game. Bringing it back to Melve, the flashback ends and you're woken up by Ulrika, thanking you for saving her from Grigori, planting the seeds for a future potential romance with her, if she's your type, or just to return to and do the side quests. More on the former further in the video. Leaving the church, Knight Gregor greets us and informs us that, as we are the Arisen, we are to be taken to the capital, Vernworth Castle. Now, of course, rather than forcing the player to immediately leave, you're given an opportunity to explore the town, speak to the vendors, utilize the Riftstone. But if you're willing to talk to absolutely everyone in the town, like I do, you're rewarded with one quest at this point in the game. Medicinant Predicament, which requires you to buy herbs for a young girl, then speak with her father in Vernworth Castle. So you have to leave Melve. There is literally nothing to do. Now I'm going to do the thing, but comparatively, and I mean comparatively, Riverwood has 4 quests. A Golden Claw, a Love Letter, Blacksmith's Tutorial, and Chop Wood. Okay, maybe I'm stretching for the last 2, but seriously, there was a decent amount of things to do in the very first town in Skyrim. Comparatively, Flora, see what they did there with that name, is literally standing out front of the potion shop, asking you to get her fruit rubric for her. Most people won't have this at this point in the game, so it's easier to just buy it for 600 gold. Instead, why not have the player actually gather the ingredients and craft them? Exactly, like the Provisioner's plight at the Border Watch outpost in the beginning of the game, why not have Flora roaming the streets begging for someone to help her? This doesn't feel like a side quest when all you're doing is walking up to a vendor, 5 meters away and buying an item. Leaving Melve, you'll be escorted by Gregor and his knights through the canyons of northern Vermont until you come across a Cyclops, our first real boss enemy of the game, commencing the one-eyed Interloper quest. If you're worried I'm just glazing over this section, the truth is not a lot happens here. The area you fight in is a result of a landslide. The path forward has been blocked by rocks, and coincidentally you're left with no other option than to fight the Cyclops. No problem. This is the game's introduction with larger fights against mini-boss encounters in the world. Which, speaking of, I should probably discuss the combat system in this game. Combat is kind of the foundation of what makes this a really solid entry into the open world RPG genre. DD2's combat is fluid, fun, and engaging, at least for the most part. Some rogue players might tell you otherwise, but it does take some getting used to. That's because the team at Capcom opted to remove dodging. Yeah, you know, the conventional thing that has kind of cemented itself in third-person action RPGs. It's in just about every great game ever made, but there is one exception, the Thief Vocation, but I'll speak more on the Vocations later on. Now imagine to my surprise that this actually works. It was a little annoying at first, because I found myself just running in thinking I'd have a bailout button to avoid attacks, but after getting used to it, you actually have to learn the attacks of enemies, where and how hard they hit, as well as when you need to reposition in their fight. It creates engagement that otherwise would have just been me spamming the dodge button to create distance or dodge an attack. But this also leads to one of the most frustrating mechanics in the game, the stagger. When you get hit by an enemy, you get staggered more often than not. Now there are stagger resistant armors and upgrades, more on that way later in the video, but for the most part, if you get hit, your attack or weapon skill will be interrupted. You will then be staggered for half a second, unable to do anything, at the complete mercy of the game. But why is this a bad thing? Well, let me play you a scene from the second last fight in the game. Yep, you can be stun locked continuously by enemy attacks. Me opening my inventory was my frustration trying to use potions to stay alive. But you see the point I'm trying to make. There are moments in the game where you can genuinely be unable to do anything except watch your character die. Now, some people might argue it's a difficulty thing. Just get good, which is a fair argument. Why are you putting yourself in a position where you're going to get stun locked, or your pawns are unable to help you? You should have to think about fights before you partake in them after all. I partly agree, because it should be something considered. However, having to rely on the poor pawn AI is just horrific. Using that very same clip as an example, you can see I call for help, and all my main pawn does is decide to cast healing magic, rather than breaking the stun lock I'm currently in. In saying all of this though, I actually think the game benefits more from not having the dodge mechanic. You have to actively think of how and where you're positioned in the fight, what the threats of certain attacks might be, and how you can position yourself safely while also ensuring you can deal damage or provide adequate support. Now normally I wouldn't talk about the health systems in games because they tend to be very one-dimensional. You take damage, you heal over time, or you have an item to heal you. However, in DD2 there is another factor on top of this, diminishing max health. Essentially, as you accumulate more damage, your overall health bar or your max health decreases, meaning if you take lots of damage without healing, your max health might go from 100 to 80 after a fight. The only way to restore this is by resting at a campsite, inns, or your house. There are also potions of full heal and fake port crystals that'll heal your depleted max health. But what this does is create a sense of pressure and excitement. The longer you travel, the lower your max health drops, and the less overall room for error it creates. It then ramps up the tension. Do you push forward not knowing when the next rest location will be, or do you play it safe and go back to one you already found? But this is just in theory. In reality, I've given it far more credit than it deserves. The system just creates a need to rest at every campsite you come across in order to stay healthy, which there are so many of. We love to optimize the fun out of games. Why not make a game harder for yourself when it could be easier? We lose the fun of running into an epic battle with very little health and the scrappy fight for survival. You lose those moments because more often than not, I found myself resting at the slightest dip in health. It would be far more interesting if they changed the system to resting at inns or your home were the only ways to regain max health. But then that itself might make the game a little too difficult, or likely more tedious because you constantly have to go back and forth between where you want to explore and wherever the closest rest point is. The health system is very unique because this applies to when you die as well. So essentially, whenever you die and load back a save, you're loading into the save with less health than you would have had before you died. Yeah, not really what I'd call loading a save. Imagine if you died in Elden Ring and have reduced max health after every time you died. It would be stupid. So why can they get away with it here? Well, the truth is, DD2 saves usually before a fight or reaching a certain location, or when you rest at a campsite, or sleeping at your home, or an inn. Most of these will actually just fully heal you if you just interact with them again, negating the reduced max health effect from before that you would have had when you died. Really hammering home the idea that when you're out exploring the world on massive long journeys, your ever diminishing health only ramps up the excitement and stakes until you find the next campsite, which is probably about 2 minutes away. Now I'm going to say something you've probably never heard before. DD2 was heavily inspired by the climb and fight mechanics of Shadow of the Colossus. Yep, very original and controversial. Now I'm sure you've heard just about every review say this, but for those who haven't played Shadow of the Colossus, the system was essentially involving climbing colossi and smacking them over and over in weak points until they die. It's worth mentioning that this system is pretty much copied across to DD2, but to a lesser extent. In Shadow of the Colossus, the colossi would constantly be trying to shake you off of their giant bodies to the point it's almost like a puzzle game of figuring out how to approach each colossi. But in DD2's case, the system is too slow for the combat that they're trying to create. You climb much faster, have a larger stamina pool, however enemies still try to fling you or wriggle you off of them, just far less frequently. There are also no platforms to stand on to regain your stamina. You need to physically find somewhere to stand on the enemy, making it really only viable on dragons, drakes and griffins. It can be of course done on any climbable creature. There are just the ones you can stand on with ease. Of course, the exception to all this is the Talos fight, which is practically a straight homage to the Shadow of the Colossus game. This is realistically only half of what makes this game's combat so great, and that's because the bulk is really down to the incredible enemy diversity and enemy behaviour. DD2's basic creatures and monsters consist of goblins, saurians and harpies, which all have different species that fall under them. For example, the saurians are axolotl-looking lizard things that live near water, but have another species like the asp, which are poison versions, or serpents, which are electric. They are just subspecies of the saurians, although far more difficult to deal with. The harpies have species called the succubus that will sing you to sleep. But you get the idea. There are variations of all existing creatures in the game, excluding some, but not limited to, the boss encounters. It's something they do fairly well, because you see familiar enemies that now need slightly new approaches. If you're a mage, using different types of magic might be pivotal to how you approach these fights. I'm all for creating change in the approach to combat. After all, that's what helps to keep the game fresh. Not to grab the low-hanging fruit here, but I will anyway. Comparing this to Skyrim, a game where you can literally play the Stealth Archer for the entirety of the game and not have to adjust your build for anything. DD2 makes you change your approach to deal with the enemies of a region, and often your first encounter with these enemies can be extremely difficult until you stumble across their weakness. It just helps to keep the game from becoming mundane, preventing you from taking the same approach to the entire game. The same can be said about the boss monsters: Cyclopses, Ogres, Chimeras, Golems, Minotaurs, Liches, Lesser Drakes, Dragons, Griffins, and their gore versions. Not to mention the 3 unique fights with the Sphinx, Medusa, and the Dullahan. Yes, the Medusa can be farmed, but she's only in one location. And yes, the Dullahan appears all over the Unmourned world, but I'm still counting it. The boss monsters in this game all have unique approaches to taking them down efficiently and effectively. Cyclopses can be toppled if you manage to hit them hard enough, and then grab onto their legs to essentially trip them over, allowing you to easily hit them in their weak spot. Providing a unique way for the melee vocations to deal with enemies is something a lot of games aren't willing to do. Of course, you could always just climb up and hit the weak spot, but that really isn't the best approach, because it consistently drains your stamina, not to mention the attacks are slower and you're locked out of using your abilities. Griffins are notorious for fleeing from fights that they don't think they can win, so one way to prevent that is to set them on fire. Yes, you can literally torch the wings of a griffin to prevent it from flying away. While there are many diverse approaches to taking down all of these monsters, it's actually the enemy behavior that takes home the cake for me. One such behavior has to be with the ogres. The ogres target women in the party and will grab onto them and drool on them. You did hear that right. Capcom aren't for gender equality, that's for sure. And that's for sure a joke. It's impressive AI behavior for a video game, but that's not the most impressive part. If you have a male character that is dressed as a female and has a female voice, you trick the ogre into targeting him. When the ogre picks up the male dressed as a woman, he will start drooling before realizing he's been tricked and that he's not in fact in possession of a woman but a man instead, causing him to go into an enraged state immediately. It's genius. This level of commitment to enemy behavior is extraordinary. It's the small details that most players don't necessarily notice or may never experience that really make this game such a charm to play. Another behavior I really love about the Griffins is that they provide a random factor to your adventure that can create some very unique and memorable fights. Generally speaking, unless you travel to one of their nests, they fly around roaming the skies and sometimes swoop down and attack you, other times ignoring you entirely. But in my first playthrough when traveling through Back Batal, there is a double Cyclops ambush fight, which is usually a challenging fight. 2 Cyclops can overpower you very quickly and keep you stun locked. But this was also made a lot tougher in my first run, because my gear and level at this point entering Back Batal was very low. After all, this was a playthrough where I did only the main story and any quests that were conveniently along my path to completing the main story, so my loot and items really weren't up to scratch. The fight was taking ages. Just when I started to get them down to about half health, in comes a griffin. Needless to say, the battle was hectic. The chaos of the fight was immeasurable, and just the sense of holy crap, my day couldn't get any worse. Oh wait, it did. The griffin shows up. I did end up dying and waste over 25 minutes of my life, but yeah, I watch back this footage and it still makes me a little sad. The point I'm trying to make is that roaming griffins add an element of madness and uniqueness to each encounter. It's a part of the world that will be unique to you. I'll always remember that fight just because of how difficult it was, because I slayed both Cyclops, got the griffin down to its final health bar, and then died, not having a wake stone to revive myself with. For the most part, all the ogres, Cyclops, Chimeras, Golems, Minotaurs, Dragons, and well, any boss fight are usually set locations or encounters. So while you might think it's a unique fight for you out in the wild to run into these things, these all have set spawn locations. And if you're revisiting them a few days later or after a week of in-game time, you'll find they most likely have respawned. I'm not against that at all, especially because it helps farming for armor and weapon upgrades, as well as pawn badges. But it does take away from the feeling of this world being alive and having its own living ecosystem that would dynamically adjust regardless of if you exist in the world. Similarly, the Dragons of Skyrim, Griffins in DD2 provide random encounters out in the world. Of course, creating this type of ecosystem is far easier said than done, and there are a few game titles that I can truly say have a living, breathing world. It's just a shame that there aren't more random encounters, cyclopses and ogres running around searching for food, having dragons flying around. I guess they really would have been just copying Skyrim at that point. Yes, you can technically get random encounters in the cities, but I'm not counting them because it seems like the game just rolls an invisible dice to see if your encounter will happen, then rolls it again to see what you'll be fighting. The combat in DD2 is the reason I continue to come back. The different ways every enemy can be approached really just makes for a unique and diverse experience. Depending on your vocation and what tools you have available at certain times, you have to adjust your approach to every situation. Sure, once you settle on a vocation, your approach to each enemy type will remain pretty much the same, but each enemy type itself then requires a different approach. The Shadow of the Colossus inspired combat is really just so much fun to engage with. Being able to crawl around on these massive beasts just makes it such an enjoyable experience. The combat in DD2 is just unlike anything else, and I absolutely love it. Bringing it back to the one-eyed interloper quest, my issue with the fight against the Cyclops in Northern Vermont is actually completely not related to the fight itself. Once you've killed the Cyclops, you have to throw a rock at the bursting wall of water to cause the water to push down the wall of rocks blocking your path. Side note, you can actually destroy the rocks before killing the Cyclops. This doesn't necessarily kill the Cyclops, but it has a chance of pushing the Cyclops over the waterfall or into the deep water, where the brine can consume it. Pretty cool that this is an option. But it also has a chance of killing your escorts, so I'd probably advise against doing this in your first playthrough. Now, you'd think that they'd utilize this mechanic throughout the game, but there is one other spot it's used in the entire game. The waterfall in Batal and this story quest are literally the only two times this mechanic is used. It would be cooler to see other interactions like this with the world where you can directly affect the environment. Okay, there is another example, but this involves loading catapults in the ancient battlegrounds, in which there are 3. One unlocks the shortcuts and the other 2 unlock hidden chest rooms, which isn't a bad thing considering most people won't even think twice when they walk past these catapults. Sorry, trebuchets. I don't know, look, I'm critiquing Dragon's Dogma 2, not medieval siege weapons. My problem with this interactive mechanic is just how sparse they are in the world. Why not give us more opportunities to utilize these to dramatically affect the world? For example, wouldn't it be cool if you had to do something similar to get into Drabnir's Grotto, the dungeon leading to the volcanic island, or maybe you have to use an explosive to blow up a wall leading into Calignus Depths. The interactivity is enjoyable. Sure, the moment is short-lived, but it leans into everything DD2 is about, exploration. It just adds more layers of interactivity and interest, and it's not likely that they have to code anything else into the game. It's already there. Just add more of it. Afterwards, you can either take the Oxcart with Gregor or walk to Vermouth Castle yourself. I've come to appreciate this offer of riding the Oxcart versus not riding the Oxcart this early in the game, where before I was like, why give the player the option to skip all this content, all this exploration? But having completed 4 playthroughs, I'm glad I've got the option to skip East Vermont. It's not like it's a dull area or even a small one at that. It's just that there are multiple quests that take you back to this area later on, so it's not really appealing after a couple of playthroughs to run through this zone unless you have the quests. If you choose to not take the Oxcart, you'll have to travel by foot to Vernworth Castle. I'd argue at this point the game truly becomes open world, because from this point you're free to explore in any direction. You can go search for the Nameless Village, or maybe go to the west to the Sacred Arbor, or even down into Batal and beyond from this point. But realistically, this isn't even a logical option. Discovering the Nameless Village this early has no benefit to you. You can't get the scrolls, or even skip the part about finding the name of the false arisen, because Captain Brant hasn't given you the quest yet. On the contrary, if you want to explore the west and beyond, you'll have to follow the main road, which takes you right past Vernworth Castle. You know, the place you need to go for the main story and a couple of the side quests. Not to mention your pack would be looking rather heavy with all the loot you've accumulated since you've left Melv. So naturally you need to find a vendor to sell and upgrade your items. You'll have to go to Vernworth Castle for that. Obligatory side note though, you can sell the things in the Nameless Village, but they don't have any blacksmiths or vocation guild, which, speaking of, you again have to go to Vernworth Castle if you want to upgrade your vocation or change it. You'd have to be actively avoiding Vernworth in order to not go there. There is not a conceivable path or reason to avoiding going into the capital. So while I might say it's open world, you're free to go anywhere, I'd argue that from both a practical and logical and even role-playing perspective, you have no other option but to go straight to Vernworth Castle. Depending on whether or not you chose to take the Oxcart or travel to Vernworth on your own, the outcome can change slightly. Taking the Oxcart, you'll obviously be accompanied by Gregor, who, once arriving, will explain the situation to the guards, and you'll be led into the castle. If you don't take the Oxcart, Gregor gives you a letter that, once given to the guards, you'll be allowed entry. But what happens if Gregor dies before giving you this note? Or before making it to the capital, if you choose to travel by Oxcart? Well, in my third playthrough before getting to the Oxcart, I managed to get Gregor killed by the Lich in the Waterfall Cave. What this means was I never received the offer to take the Oxcart or received the letter needed to get into Vernworth. Normally something like this would probably soft lock your game, but in this case, you'll have to go through the slums in order to get into the city. Things like this are what makes me love this game. The death of crucial NPCs is meaningless in DD2. Crucial NPCs don't really exist in this world. Much like the Pathfinder's intentions, NPCs are not pivotal to the story being told. The Arisen and Grigori are all that matters in this tale. Characters are expendable and the world must go on as the Pathfinder had willed it to do so. Of course, for actual progressive reasons, some characters like Captain Brant or Manella need to be alive in order to give you main story quests, but once you have these quests or have completed it, it doesn't really matter if they die. Of course, you can revive an NPC with a wakestone at their dead body or the mortuary of the region they're in. To the developer's credit, the fact that this was considered and is a possible outcome is just so incredible to me. It makes me wonder about what lengths and other quests might also have alternative solutions based on your actions or consequences of NPCs being killed. Regardless of the ways you got into the city, you're taken to Captain Brand for interrogation. He explains that he is actually on your side and has been waiting for your return. He remembers you as the true Arisen from the ceremony, but has been unable to do anything given how close he is to Disa, revealing that he will claim you as a false Arisen so as to not raise any suspicion about the true Arisen being within the capital. After all, he fears what Disa might do if she were to find out that the real Arisen has returned. Which is weird, because when you're walking around the capital, most people seem to recognize you as the Arisen. After all, you've got 3 other pawns following you, but some just come out and say it. Like, I'm genuinely confused what we are trying to hide here. Is it meant to be a secret that we are the Arisen? Because if so, how do generic NPC 1 and 2 know that I'm Arisen? Why am I greeted as the Arisen? It just seems like the story wasn't thought out about until after the voice lines were done, or a lack of communication occurred. Because if everyone I seem to talk to has an inkling that I'm the Arisen, then sure, Disa, a queen who is feared and supposed to have eyes and ears everywhere, would be aware of the true Arisen being in Vernworth Castle. But why does Disa hate the Arisen? Well, it's actually a very simple and very logical reason. Most games would have some sort of complex backstory or origin story as to why a character might hate the protagonist. But for Disa, it's simple. She just wants to continue the prosperity of her family. She hopes that Sven, her son, would be the one to ascertain the throne. So when she heard the Arisen had been chosen and that the true sovereign would be returning to rule Vermont, she concocted a plan to poison the Arisen and send you off to Batal as a slave in order to insert a fake one in your place so that her family could continue its rule of Vermont. So she doesn't necessarily hate the Arisen, it's the right of the Arisen she dislikes. Captain Brant then finishes his interrogation of you before telling you to meet him in the inn so that you can begin the story arc of overthrowing the Queen Regent. Immediately after you leave the interrogation room, the first step of the Ornament Box quest will trigger. Sven, the prince, or Disa's son, you don't know that this is him at the time, is running away from some guards, and you're given a choice to lie about where Sven has run off to or tell the truth. My issue with this choice is that it has the implication that the choice matters. It doesn't. If you lie, Sven thanks you and runs off. If you tell the truth, Sven just runs off. Neither choice results in the end of the quest, when realistically, there should be no reason Sven would ever want to talk to you again after you told the guards of where he was hiding. Regardless of the main story quests later on, unfortunately Hideaki Itsunno seems to have fallen for the same trap Todd Howard has, that everyone should be able to experience all content no matter what their choices are, that nobody should be locked out of something because of a decision they made. This telling the truth or lie is completely meaningless. Why get us to even choose anything if all it does is alter the dialogue we receive later on when we get the rest of the side quest? I've gotten a little sidetracked. It's just because this is one of the instances of fake choice and illusion aimed to tricking you into thinking your decision matters, when realistically it doesn't at all. The next step in our journey is to speak with Captain Brant at the tavern at night time. Speaking to the tavern keeper, you have the option to pass time. Alternatively, there is actually another way, apart from passing time on a bench or just sleeping, that not a lot of people know about. You can actually just pick up and carry Captain Brant there during the day and trigger the conversation. This also goes for any other quest he is giving out. It seems that the check for whether or not Captain Brant can give you the quest doesn't check time of day, rather just checks the location, whether Captain Brant is on the balcony of the tavern or not. Regardless of what you choose to do, the seed of the Sovereign quest is just a simple chat to Captain Brant about how you should overthrow Disa. He then offers you a list of quests to complete in order to take actions against Disa. The first being the monster culling, Disa's plot, and the cage magistrate. All three of these quests can be taken at once, or you can complete them one at a time and returning for the next. The first quest is monster culling. Captain Brant is of the opinion that if the Arisen were to aid the culling of monsters, that it would go a ways to creating a positive image of us as the Arisen. Hang on, isn't the Arisen already viewed positively? After all, they're chosen by the dragon to slay it. Why would we need to do anything like this? And secondly, if it's to establish our name, then wouldn't that reveal to the Queen that we are back and trying to take our rightful spot on the throne? It may sway the people, but like I already said earlier, most people already greet you as the Arisen. It doesn't seem like some secret. The quest lacks foundation. We're told to go to Trevor Mine to rescue some soldiers, to Har Village for some Saurians, and to the east to slay a small goblin camp. Why not make this quest more tied to the fight for the throne? Maybe instead of just going to Trevor Mines to save some random soldiers, we're going to Trevor Mine to save soldiers who were loyal to the Arisen, who were aware of Disa's misuse of power. Maybe we're going back to Har Village to look for clues or evidence to prove we are the Arisen, even though we have a massive scar on our chest that proves it anyway. Maybe we head to the east to kill a bunch of bandits that were a part of Disa's poisoning plan. I'm just spitballing some ideas here. The culling quest just seems to be a kill and collect quest, just slapped in to make the story longer instead of making it actually tie into the main story at all, which, as I've just suggested with literally 2 minutes of thinking, can probably be done very easily without changing the locations or the quest's required actions at all. There really isn't much to talk about when it comes to the monster culling quest. Essentially, you go off to the 3 separate locations across the map for a slay quest. The only thing of significant note is what happens in Har Village. The Saurian's Nest is a reoccurring threat not just in the quest, but is linked to other quest lines. It's also the location of one of 2 set port crystals in the world, which leads me to something I've been putting off talking about. Hideaki Itsunno, the director of Dragon's Dogma. Normally I wouldn't focus on directors or the developers for that matter, but when a decent amount of your marketing campaign is about how this game was Hideaki Itsunno's vision and how this is what he always had planned, I think it's worth talking about his vision for Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2, the full realization of life in a fantasy world through an action game. So Skyrim, but just better and more real. He wanted to encourage exploration and a sense of journey. Itsunno was against fast traveling games. Port crystals are stones that the player can use to fast travel to at the cost of a fairy stone. Only thing is that there are only 2 preset port crystals on the entire map, one in Har Village and one in Vernworth Castle. You can, however, get portable port crystals to place around the world, to visit places you've been to. However, these are scarce and take up a large amount of your carry capacity, making them only really useful when you're certain you're going to need to place one down. Not to mention how difficult it can be to acquire fairy stones, especially in the early game. Itsunno believed that if a world was interesting enough, there'd be no need for a fast travel. So what was his solution? Enemies, monsters everywhere! You can't walk more than 10 meters in this game without getting into a fight, which, by the way, isn't an interesting world. After the first time of traveling between locations and exploring, there isn't anything new. In fact, you'll find that the enemies all spawn in the same locations, so actually nothing changes, making backtraveling a nuisance and only encourages people wanting to run past or through your world. So in fact, Itsunno's plan to make an interesting world by constantly engaging the player in the combat system just backfires. But, and I mean a big but, the world of DD2 has lots of exploring to do. Arguably the greatest part of this game is just seeing something off in the distance and going off to explore it, running into cool dungeons or mini-boss fights. The exploration elements, the satisfaction gained from stumbling onto something new is the real dopamine kick, and is without a doubt something they got right when making this game. At the time of DD1's release, way back in 2012, Itsunno came out and said that while he was happy with the direction of the game, they hadn't fully fulfilled his vision, simply because of technical limitations at the time. Now, if you ask me, that seems like a bit of a cop-out. It's more likely that they didn't have the resources to create the game he had envisioned, which is a fair statement given that it was the first entry into a series. Not to mention that in 2012, Japanese-made RPGs were not as prominent in the West, unless your name was Nintendo. If we look at all the other games of 2012, the technology isn't lacking in this time period. There are some absolute incredible games that came out in 2012. Mass Effect 3, Borderlands 2, Dishonored, Far Cry 3, Darksiders 2, Journey, and I could rattle off another 5 or so hit titles. So while Itsunno would have said that they are technical limitations of the time, maybe to appease the Capcom overlords that were paying to get his game made, it's more likely it was just a resource limitation. He wouldn't have had the funds comparatively to other hit franchises of the time. DD2 was to continue along his vision for DD1. Everything in the first game was to be enhanced and refined for the second game, to assist in realizing his vision for the game. And for the most part, he achieved this. DD2 is a step forward in every aspect of DD1, so I can understand why he came out and said that this was his true vision. But looking at this objectively, there is no reason to believe that he got close to the vision. In fact, I'd argue all this game did was refine the vision. show us a bunch of systems operating at about 60% completion, that had they been implemented a little better or given more time to develop and be fleshed out, without a doubt this would have been, and now this is controversial, the greatest RPG game ever made. But DD2 isn't that. It's a game that could have been. Okay, I've digressed far too much. After all, we're just getting started here. After returning to Captain Brant with the 3 monster hunts completed, we are offered 2 more potential quests other than the 2 we were originally offered. This time the Nameless Village and the Stolen Throne quest. In the first playthrough, I took the Nameless Village quest next, and that's how I plan on talking about each of these consequential quests. Realistically, the order of me completing these quests could be entirely different to your own, but for the sake of simplicity, I'll be talking about my quests in the order I do them. This is probably the point in the game where I start to question the direction and scope of the game. Captain Brant tells you of a mysterious town in which the Queen is making consistent payments for crown flower. He says the payments coincidentally began when the false sovereign, Arthur, came into power. He thinks it's too much of a coincidence and sends you to investigate. Travelling off to the eastmost point of the map, the Nameless Village is pitched extremely well. It's a town that, for all we know, isn't supposed to exist. In fact, only a select few have ever heard of it being a town. When we first enter the town, Srael pretty much tells us to get fucked. And it doesn't stop at Srael. Everyone seems to tell you to get lost or to leave. You can speak with Mana in the town's inn about some info on the town, but most of it is what we know already. Now, in my first playthrough, I ended up just running up to the church to speak to the Lord Flawed, who answered our questions and offered us one of the 2 thief maester skills and sends us on our way. But hang on, the quest marker isn't complete. It still says there is more to do in this area. This was their opportunity to follow through with the repercussions of the player's inactiveness. If the player then returned to Captain Brant, the result of the quest could be a failure, where the quest leads to no extra information being gathered or used. You don't find out any more about the false arisen posing as the sovereign. But if you've been paying attention and realize there is more to this town, you're rewarded for finding Srael and the townsfolk in the hideout below the town. Ironically, Srael really offers us little except Arthur's real name, and how he used to be one of them before he was exiled for being the false sovereign, giving us a bill of arrest for him. If it weren't for the quest marker not being completed, I genuinely would have just headed back to Captain Brant to hand in the quest. It's a missed opportunity to create a unique experience, but designers and studios these days are getting increasingly scared of content being gated behind the if you don't look, you don't get to experience it. They want everyone to be able to experience everything. Srael even says most people head to the church, then think nothing of it and leave.
Anyway, most visitors get fooled into going up to the manor. We send them packing with a trifle, and if they don't question it, good riddance. Anyone that complacent has got no business being a thief.
It's like they wanted to take the leap, but instead stuck a foot over the edge and said, job well done. In my second playthrough, I noticed that you can actually get followed by a townfolk called Rosie, who points out that the entire town is aware you're the true arisen. But because of the town's code, she cannot say anything else. But then offers some advice about how we should follow someone else, similar to what she just did. Hang on, isn't saying you can't tell us something helpful because of your town code and then going on to offer us advice against the town code? Maybe it's just a code on telling secrets. Secondly, I genuinely spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out who she wanted me to follow. Was Srael or Flawed supposed to lead us to the hideout? My guess is it's Verdi, only because on me rewatching the footage from the first playthrough, he walks into the hideout halfway through my conversation with Srael. My issue doesn't end there though. The story and, well, the entire game does nothing with the Nameless Village. There are no cool quests, no interesting storylines, and I feel like this is the most interesting place on the map, a town that has no name. Nobody but a select few seem to know about its existence. It has a secret order with a hideout below the town. Oh god, did they just copy Rifted? Why not expand on this order? Why the need for the hideout? Why not make some sort of thief questline or like a guild that operates in the shadows? Or take it a step further and base it on the characters here. I'm sure you could make a million different cool and interesting backstories for all of these characters here. For God's sake, I'll rattle off a few of my ideas off the top of my head. Maybe there are people fleeing to the Nameless Village because they've been wrongly accused of a crime, and it's your job to prove them innocent. Maybe there is a murderer who ran away to the Nameless Village, and now the guilt's finally caught up to him. He asks you to duel him to the death. Maybe the thieves theme of the entire place, could be turned into an actual thieve questline, where you're rewarded with the thieve maester skills, both of them, for, completing the quest rather than just getting them for free for talking to an old guy in a church and another guy in a not well hidden dungeon. Like seriously, you're going to give me your most treasured skill because I managed to locate your shitty dungeon? Yeah, it really was at this point I started to question just how much of the game we're playing is actually the game we're intended to play. It's here where I started to think that the game really needed more time. It feels 60, maybe 70% complete. Returning to Vermouth to fill Captain Brant in on the real identity of the false sovereign as Darragh, handing the bill of arrest to prove that Darragh and Arthur are the same man, only for Captain Brant to rightly say that it isn't sufficient enough evidence yet. Are you fucking kidding me? You made me do all of that for nothing? Sorry, my bad. After all, he could have a twin. At this point, I realize that I'm actually just doing chores and tasks, not proper quests. I'm just ticking off all these quests until they're all done, and then maybe something might actually happen. There's then 3 choices of chores that you can do next: the Queen Regent, Magistrate, or the Masquerade quest. Choosing the Queen Regent begins the Disa's plot quest, which involves sneaking into the palace at night and stealing some evidence of Disa's plot to poison you and replace you with a false puppet. Entering the palace grounds at night will prompt the Restricted Districts tutorial, which is pretty much a text box explaining certain zones are inaccessible to you at certain times, unless you're wearing certain outfits. If you enter these zones without disguises and a court, you'll be hauled off to jail. Once we enter the palace grounds, Sonia, Captain Brant's informant, leads you to the side entrance where you can get your hands on some guard armor in order to sneak further into the castle. Heading to the castle office, we can collect a note as evidence before Sven, Disa's son, or the prince catches us, revealing to us that he's actually on our side and that he will continue to look for information of Disa's plot and will inform Captain Brant if he finds anything. We then escape through the window and head to speak with Captain Brant. My only issue is, well, despite all of this talk of what the Restricted District system actually does, it doesn't actually work properly, or at least I must be doing something wrong. Firstly, in my 3rd playthrough, I did not bother putting on any armor or disguise, and not a single guard batted an eye. In fact, the only time I ever got caught was in the Unsettling Encounter quest where you need to steal from Allard's chambers, and that's because I literally stood next to the door as he was leaving with a guard. Apart from that, I couldn't get the arrest mechanic to work properly or even at all really. Some might call this entire system a stealth mechanic, but doing so is realistically just an insult to stealth mechanics. Outside of the quest, you can pretty much wander around freely without a guard chasing after you or arresting you. Secondly, you don't even have to wear the disguise while walking through Vermouth Castle. But in saying that, ignorance is a bliss, because when I first experienced this quest, under the assumption that the mechanics worked, that what I read in that tutorial text was true, it was actually exhilarating. I was lost trying to figure out my way through the castle and generally scared about running into a guard around every turn. Of course, in hindsight, it was a stupid thing to feel, But most people who play the game are likely only going to play the game once, so the first experience is realistically the most important. Notice how I didn't say the only important experience. The reason it's more important is fairly obvious. Most people will only play the game once, and if that experience is good enough, they might play the game again. You don't have a second experience of a game you don't like, at least generally speaking, that is. After chatting with Sven, you return to Captain Brandt like every other one of his quests to inform him of the situation and accept the next task. In my case, that was the Cage Magistrate's quest. Cage Magistrate is one of the most unique quests in the game, as it's the only quest in the game that I'm aware of that's actually locked behind the completion of a side quest, while also lacking foundation reasoning as to why we are trying to rescue this magistrate. Heavy emphasis on rescue, because realistically it's not a rescue. So what are we doing? Captain Brandt wants us to rescue an old man who is against Disa's schemes. This involves wearing a disguise to get into Vernworth jail and talking to a magistrate, also known as Walder, in his cell. Now Captain Brandt gives you a jail key that you can use to get into the cell. A cool thing worth mentioning is that this can actually be used on any cell and locked door, except the vault below the castle, so make the most of the key before you have to return it to Captain Brandt. After talking to Walder, he agrees to help you if you find him a place where he can continue to work on deciphering text and devote his interest to reading. The place you can offer him is actually locked behind the side quest Heel of History in the slums, which leads to you discovering the Gracious Hands Vault, which is the location with plenty of tomes that the Magistrate Walder is willing to move to. The nice thing is that if you do the Heel of History quest before speaking to Walder, you can obviously offer up the location as a spot for him to move to without having to go back to the slums and, well, do the quest. Which makes me wonder why we couldn't have more intertwining quests that also affected the main story. My big problem from a narrative point is, why are we rescuing Walder? Does he have any important or confidential information that could be used against Disa? His strong sense of justice? Really? All that old man speaks of is how this happened in the past with another person who claimed to be the Arisen, when there was already a sovereign ruling. He offered nothing of actual value in unearthing Disa's plot. He was jailed, so his political power and sway would already be out of the window. I can't seem to fathom why we'd want to rescue him. Returning to Captain Brandt, you tell him of... Is it just me, or am I starting to sound like a broken record? Captain Brandt offers us 7 different quests, so there's a lot of back and forth, assuming you only pick one up at a time. So the Unsettling Encounter is the next of the stealth Infiltrate the Palace quests. Because I already talked about the system literally 5 minutes ago, I'm going to assume you haven't skipped over the part and know my feelings about it. That being said, I will mention that sneaking into Allard's chambers plays out a little differently than sneaking into the castle office. Firstly, it's up to the player to figure out the way into the palace and to locate Allard's room. For most people, they'll probably go in the same way they did in Disa's plot. It would be nice if we got some dynamic change. Like after the Disa's plot letters got stolen, there were more patrols in the grounds, or even guards standing out front of the door you last used to enter the Vernworth castle, forcing the player to take an unfamiliar route or find another way in. This quest was, like I said earlier, the only time the guard patrol system did actually seem to work as intended. After Allard's discussion with a knight stops, I ran into the detection radius of him and the knight, triggering the guard to chase after me. After letting the guard kill me, I actually woke up in Vernworth Castle jail. This was a fun experience, figuring out the way to get out of the cell and exploring the sewers before leaving into the slums, and magically getting all my gear back. Like what? Why does the gear just appear on the player for escaping? Surely they at least make it so that we have to sneak back into the jail and steal from the chest. I know the Arisen is essentially a sentient being, but I didn't realize our gear was as well. Am I supposed to believe that this gear just fell from the sky? Or that it was left outside on the cliffside to the slums, so that when an Arisen escaped it'd magically get my gear? What the fuck is this system? I feel like putting a chest somewhere in the jail with the player's gear is just as easy as, well, just returning it to the player on escape. And well, it's immersive, not completely lazy bullshit, because yet again, the developers could only be bothered to make 60% of the system. So leaving from the slums back up to the castle to steal from Allard's chambers struck possibly one of the most ingenious moments from the designers, or my ignorance. So entering into his chambers, you'll be looking for a note, except the only catch is, there is no note. At least not in his room. You have to locate the secret door. In my first playthrough, I generally didn't see this door. The first 2 times I tried looking through this room, I was so focused on finding the letter that I didn't even consider the possibility of there being some sort of secret door. After all, the game hadn't thrown a secret door at me yet. Of course, that's different for you if you've done the Masquerade Party before this quest, but I didn't. So it was an actual genuine feeling of discovery once I found that door. Now, is the door obvious? Yes, it is. Am I stupid? Yes, I am. But I can't deny when you believe the game's systems expect to only have limited time to scan the room, you're going to miss something like a hidden door. Am I the only one? Maybe. After grabbing the note, you'll flee out the window and into the open arms of Wilhelmina, the second main romance or affinity option of the game, who will distract the guard and help you escape the palace grounds, return to Captain Brandt, blah blah blah, Disa's plot to come to light, blah blah blah, you must complete this other chore I'm too lazy to do myself, blah blah blah. The Stolen Throne is the last of Captain Brandt's errand quests, before beginning the Feast of Deception, which is the end of Act 1. Now, if you did the quests in the order that I did, you actually don't have to do this quest. I believe the only prerequisite for the Feast of Deception quest to begin is that you've completed all 3 original tasks, 2 of either Nameless Village or Unsettling Encounter or the Stolen Throne. So that's why I'm talking about this last. The Stolen Throne requires you to attend the Masquerade Party, find a secret back door, sneak into Wilhelmina's room, spy on Queen Disa and the False Sovereign's conversation, as well as Phasis, report back to Captain Brandt. What is this quest? It was more of an effort getting my hands on formal attire to attend the event than it was completing. You literally have to wait every other day in order to be led into the Masquerade Hall. You don't interact or do anything with the party itself. In fact, you just go through a secret door out the back that leads to Wilhelmina's balcony. My problem is how quickly this sequence is over. Nobody is suspicious of you poking around in the rooms behind the ball hall. Hell, they even did a better Masquerade Party quest as a side quest after completing this one. A Noble Exchange quest has you try and pick out a thief amongst a crowd of masked guests in the Masquerade Hall based on a description, which is far more entertaining and interactive and is one of the quests most players won't experience. Because why would you come back to the Masquerade Hall if all you did when you first came to the Masquerade Hall was walk through the party and leave through a back door? Why all this build-up? For God's sake, why not make us complete the Every Rose Has Its Thorns quest so that Wilhelmina trusts us enough? Oh, but Slick, Wilhelmina knows we are the true Arisen, so why wouldn't she help us? So what? Just because you have a title and a power thrust upon you doesn't mean you're immediately trustworthy. Conviction to slay a dragon to regain your own heart doesn't translate into being a good person. Plus, Wilhelmina is very wary and smart. She didn't plan Allard's... Oh, sorry, I'll get into that later, when I actually talk about the Every Rose Has Its Thorns quest. But, if you can't take my word that Wilhelmina is a witty and wise person, go skip to that part and then come back here. I say all of this because there should be a substantial reason to, Wilhelmina risking being discovered for espionage. She'd be hung. But it's okay. What little plot there is needs us to conveniently have a way to spy on the Queen and Phasis. Because, I don't know, plot says main character gets what they want when they want it. Fucking stupid. This entire sequence is lame, and I'm so glad that doing the order of quests I did in my first playthrough, I now know that I can just skip this. In fact, the only reason you'd want to do this quest is if you enjoyed seeing Wilhelmina's limited screen time be extended for as long as possible. She's like Darth Vader, has like no screen time at all, yet she's a fan favourite, but probably for the opposite reason. Completing the Stolen Throne, we can then return to Captain Brant for the Feast of Deception, which is the quest to end Act 1. Yeah, the story of Dragon's Dogma is split into 2 acts, one in Vermont and the other, the rest of the game. My issue with this is that I don't see much of a point in an Act 1 and 2. Nothing changes in the world from one to the other, apart from the kind of locking you out of some quests. I don't really see any reason, but I'll complain about that more later. So the Feast of Deception involves Captain Brand's plans to head to the castle and present your findings at the coronation, to prove that you're the true Arisen. Only problem is, as you get close to the castle, the main pawn starts to feel the effects of the diminished Godsway, which is used to control the pawns. And rather than just leave our pawn to wait outside or a safe distance away, we instead walk away. Wait, actually? That's it. We're giving up. Hello? You've literally sent me all over Vermont. Brant, why don't you fucking present all the testimonials? So what that our main pawn is no longer following us? All the evidence we have is to undermine the current Arisen. The game plan shouldn't change. Not to mention, once the false Arisen is proven to be fake, we then enter show our scar and the pawn in tow, and that's a wrap. But no, we just have to wait for Captain Brant to come up with something else instead. But in the meantime, he wants us to go to Back Batal. I'm adamant that the developers just didn't have the time to actually put together a solid finale to you becoming the Sovereign, or didn't want it to happen before you slayed Grigori. So it feels like the entire first part of the game was, to put it in Vermundian terms, for naught. Especially because they only revisit this at the end of the game. No matter which of the 3 endings you choose, it's a shame, because I actually think that they were starting to build out the characters of Vermund and the story to a point of actually becoming interesting, only to send us off to Batal. But then again, the argument could be made that this was the Pathfinder's design. This was the will of the world, the narrative written by the Pathfinder, that we were to leave before claiming Sovereign, as we had not yet fulfilled our duties or conviction. So long as Grigori stands, any loose ends shall remain that way. After all, it's for naught, if we don't slay the dragon. Finishing the Feast of Deception, Captain Brant will give you a Beastren's Trader's Permit, granting you entry into Back Batal, and sends us on our way. When heading to Back Batal, we have the first instance of true open world choice, in the sense that you still need to travel to a specific location, but there are multiple routes to get there. Of course, if you were to travel from Harv Village to the Sacred Arbor, there are multiple ways of doing so, but really only one optimal way. You're not going to go all the way around and back through Melve to get there. You can also travel to Back Batal in multiple ways. In fact, there are 6 different ways to get into the Batal region. Feel free to correct me if I've counted wrong. The first is obviously through the gate, by using the trading permit given to you by Captain Brant. If you're a Beastren, you can walk straight through. If you're human, you'll need to wear this super convincing Beastren mask. The second is simply waiting for the gate to open and running through. As silly as it sounds, there is an Oxcart that passes through the gate in the late morning. If you time it right, you can just run through when the gate opens. Doing so will actually lead the guards to attack you on sight, and you won't be able to travel to Back Batal because the guards will still be aggressive towards you. However, guard aggro does fall off after a couple of days, so all you'll have to do is rest at a couple of campsites. Alternatively, and the third way to get in, is to ride the Oxcart. If you hop in the Oxcart and make sure you're not seen, you can sneak through the border without any questions. I actually did this completely unintentional in my first playthrough. I intended to obviously get on the cart, but I didn't expect it to work, and work so well. It's one of the many moments this game offers where you think something might be possible, and it is. It's a moment of saying, damn, that's cool. I'm glad I did that. Something DD2 does so well. The fourth option is to go through Gwekor Cave to the east of the checkpoint rest town. The fifth is to go through the mountain passage and past the frontier shrine into Batal. The passage is full of great fights in tight spaces and definitely makes for some interesting combat encounters. The final and best one that I think is a little bit of a stretch is riding the Sphinx. After you complete the first 5 of the Sphinx's riddles at the mountain shrine, she flies off to the frontier shrine. If you're fast enough, you can climb on top of the Sphinx and get a free lift to the frontier shrine. Now I'm hesitant to really count this because this doesn't technically take you into Battahl. It takes you to about halfway through the mountain passage. So there is still a few ways to go from the shrine. The reason I wanted to highlight this is because you can actually get to Battahl and back Battahl whenever you want. You could go there before going to Vermont if you really wanted to. Most games would simply lock you out of a region, whether it be inaccessible or straight up not even on the map until you either get enough items or complete certain story missions or various other requirements. But DD2 is different in the sense that the game kind of suggests that you shouldn't go to this area while not locking you out of it. If you wanted to get into Battahl early, you'll have to do one of the 5 different ways I just listed. Obviously excluding Captain Brandt's Trader Certificate because you won't have that. But each of these are natural deterrents, except for the Oxcart. But that is an extreme case of happenstance, because you not only have to be in the right place at the right time when the Oxcart passes through, you also have to have the wit to realize that that could be your ticket across the border. But apart from this, all the other methods of getting into Battahl are deterrents. What I'm getting at here is that rather than locking you out of an area completely, DD2 intentionally makes it difficult for you and heavily suggests that you're not ready for this area. With the number of difficult enemies and bosses that litter the mountain path and the Guercio cave, the difficulty is what suggests that, hey, maybe I should come back here later. All of this is obviously relative. Someone extremely good could definitely go to Battahl earlier than most. You could also have completed everything in Vermont except any of the main story, and to be honest, you'd probably be strong enough to hold your own in Battahl. The argument is relative, but when I say it acts as a natural deterrent, I mean in the sense that the average player's playthrough, most players would have done a bit of exploring along the way of completing the main story. So you'll be strong, but will find this difficult to complete, especially before finishing the Feast of Deception. But not impossible. To that end, I have to give it to the team. They did an incredible job of offering alternative routes and, while not gating our desire, our ambition for exploration. Like I said earlier, most games would just lock you out of a zone and think nothing more of it. DD2 suggests that Battahl is a tougher place, may be worth revisiting when you're stronger, while also providing the option to explore the zone before the main story takes you there, rewarding those that are willing to take on the challenge or those simply wanting to explore everything. It's now where I think it's an appropriate time to talk about the world design. Given how dramatically different Battahl is to Vermont, you can feel the difference, both visually and in the gameplay. I mentioned earlier that Itsunno's vision was to make the world more interesting. That way you wouldn't want to fast travel anywhere. His solution, as I mentioned, was to just make an encounter every 50 meters in the game, so that the player never gets bored. This vision is felt the most when you first get into Battahl. No matter how you enter, the path you take is littered with enemies every 5 steps. So much so, combat becomes a fucking chore. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Not only are all the enemies harder, there are new enemies I have yet to encounter or discover their weaknesses. But now I have to fight them every 10 meters. An interesting world doesn't mean combat trial after combat trial. If I wanted that, I'd play something like Hades, but even Hades knows how to create respite. Battahl is a nightmare. Regardless of if it's your first time exploring or if you're out questing, the enemy density is just unreal. I, for one, love the combat in DD2, but my god, this is just a chore. I want to explore a little. I don't want to have to fight for my life against 2 ogres for 20 minutes, only for a griffin to join the fight and then have to do it for another 10. Like, get fucked, Itsunno. Your combat system is fantastic, but 30 minutes of combat is just pure suffering. Thankfully, though this trend of oversaturation only really happens in Battahl, Vermont and the volcanic island are far less populated with monsters and bandits, and actually make for a really enjoyable exploration experience, one that lets you take in the surroundings before being attacked. And that's just the thing. This game looks gorgeous. the rich green farm fields of Vermont, the expanding gorge of Batal, and the combination of volcanic rock and lush green on the Agament volcanic island. This game has countless moments that really just make you stop and take it all in. And I really do mean it when I say that there were moments that I'd just stare off into the distance, taking the beautiful scenery in. The scale of the world allows for this grandeur horizons, these moments of looking off into the distance at the plethora of different landmarks to explore. The team really nailed that feeling of this world looking and feeling like a fantasy world, one you're able to explore the vast corners of. I'm not going to get into the hardware needed to run this game to achieve these horizons and beautiful moments. If that's what you're interested in hearing, I'd honestly go to someone who is more of an expert than me. Yes, frame rate bad in town. Yes, frame rate good outside town. If you want more than that, go somewhere else. I'm not knowledgeable enough to provide you with an informative opinion of how this game performs, nor is it that kind of video. If you have eyes or even an eye, you can see the beauty that this game has and how great the art direction is, how wonderful the beautiful open world is. If you don't have eyes, I apologize, it was quite the assumption that you'd be watching my YouTube videos. But this game speaks for itself. The art style, the vibrant locations, the sense of being able to go wherever your eyes can see. Capcom got this right. DD2 is a beautiful game full of stunning creatures, characters, cool ass weapons and armors that all feel like they belong in this fantasy world of the Arisen. The Nation of the Lambent Flame quest is given to you after finishing the Feast of Deception, and really only tasks you with going off to Back Batal while you wait to hear from Captain Brant. Once in Back Batal, you'll come across Manella, who is the Queen's Guard. Recognizing you're the Arisen, she asks you to join her at the tavern, offering you a residential permit in exchange for pledging your help to the Beastren, completing the quest. It's stupid enough that Captain Brant just sends us off to another city because Plan A didn't work out when we were trying to reclaim our throne. So we're just meant to forget about everything we did in Act 1, like it never happened? Oh wait, we are. They seriously expect us to just let all this go. Come on guys, I've spent like 50 plus hours here, at least in my first playthrough. So glad I tried to get invested in the characters and the narrative of Vermont, only to be whisked away to Batal. The argument I mentioned earlier of this is the way of the world, this is the Pathfinder's intention, slaying the dragon is the only thing that matters, is a bit of a cop-out, completely writing off a narrative piece that you spent the majority of the game working towards. It's just not something I can let go. It's almost the equivalent of, and then I woke up and it was all a dream. Like, shut the fuck up, man. That's just stupid. Another issue I have is with Manella, and it pains me to say this because Manella is awesome, but she's just way too trusting and nice, especially for someone who's supposed to be the Queen's Guard. Maybe it's a testament to the Arisen and how highly regarded they are, but has she met any of the failed Arisens who travel the world, or of any of the tales of Arisens failing to slay the dragon? I guess in her eyes she's only offering a residential permit and not really anything significant. But come on, we haven't even done anything yet, except say, we'll help the people of Batal. A bit silly if you ask me. The Flickering Shadows story quest begins the second you complete the Nation of the Lambent Flame quest, so essentially right after you speak with Manella. The quest involves investigating the Forbidden Magic Research Lab and then speaking with one person who tells you to speak to the next, who tells you to speak to the next, who tells you get the point. Speaking with Ambrosius, he tells you of a weapon capable of controlling pawns and needs your help gathering blue crystals. While you're on the Alta Batal coastline, you'll need to visit the Dragon Forge at the Wayward Shrine in order to learn about the Godsway, a weapon capable of controlling pawns. To keep this short, in what already is a short video, the Godsway is made from the blood of Arisen. Dragons are said to be born from Arisens who fail to break the cycle, thus becoming a dragon themselves. So, collecting worm crystals from dragons is essentially collecting the blood of Arisen, thus giving command to the pawns. A Godsway can manifest in any shape or form. For instance, the staff wielded by Fisker is technically a Godsway. So, we need to slay a dragon. Speaking with Luz at the Reverend Shrine, she'll tell us more of the Godsway before telling us to speak with the village elder in Harv Village, who tells us to head into Stormwind Cave and find some old ruins. There we will find what we're looking for, a Godsway. If you haven't spoken to Luz prior to this, you'll also actually unlock the Trickster Vocation here. More on that later. If you're wondering why I'm skipping over a lot of this, or it seems like I'm not going into as much detail as I would in previous parts of the story, it's because truthfully, that's how it feels in the game. After finishing Act 1, I genuinely think that Act 2, not including the Unmourned World, can probably be completed in like 2 to 3 hours. It just seems to fly by. Now of course, that's assuming you don't spend hours exploring Batal, because to be honest, there is plenty of side content and so much to see in Batal and the Agament Volcanic Islands, that realistically you're likely to spend at least another 20 to 30 hours before facing Grigori. But at this point in the game, the developers have probably reached the point I have in writing this review. Let's just get this over and done with, hey? Wrap it up. Okay, I don't think that's actually what they said, and that's not how I feel. I'm sure it came down to time restrictions out of their control, but let's just run with that for now. I'm glad we got that over and done with, because now the game's story really takes off. Or at least, it takes off for people that have played Dragon's Dogma and are on their second playthrough, inarguably the redeeming part of DD2's narrative. Making our way through Stormwind Cave, the once previously locked off ruins are now open, leading us to Rathias. Rathias, my god, Rathias, one of the only characters you'll meet in the game with such a ridiculously implied level of lore, none of which is ever told to us, none of which has ever been confirmed but is entirely theories, and my god, this dude is badass. But to fully understand the degree of his badassery, we need to understand what a Senshal is. Apologies for beginning another lore dump, but a Senshal is a former Arisen, one that has overcome its dragon, showing immense strength of willpower and conviction, so much so they have enough power to sustain life itself. They essentially become gods. The duty of a Senshal is to overlook the world from their chamber, providing life and bringing about destruction. The catch is the world gradually drains the power of the Senshal over time in order to give life to the world. Eventually, when the Senshal becomes tired, lacking the power to maintain the world, they send the dragon to find someone to replace them, and by slaying the dragon with the Godsway, the Arisen will then take the place of the Senshal. This is the Pathfinder's creation. You are but a tool used to continue the never-ending cycle. He wants you to slay the dragon with the Godsway and ascend to Senshal, so that the world can continue. So who is this Rathias? Rathias was the Senshal, and I believe he still is. We know this because he sits on the Senshal's throne from Dragon's Dogma, and explicitly states that he was given the world after defeating his dragon, essentially the duties of the Senshal. However, he grew weary of his role and returned to Earth to create Vermund. But why is he in Grand Sorin, and why was he forgotten after creating Vermund? From the first game, we understand that the Senshal must die to pass on the title to the next Arisen, yet Rathias remains very much alive, in spirit, and still possesses the Godsbane, which he bestows upon us. This implies that he retains the role of Senshal, and he has not died by the Godsbane to transfer his title to the next worthy Arisen. Let's delve deeper. In Dragon's Dogma 2, the cycle of the dragon and the Arisen concludes with the Arisen becoming the sovereign of Vermund, without the option to become the Senshal. Even the true ending lacks this choice. We can either break the cycle or become a king. Why? The answer is simple. Rathias still holds the Senshal position. He mentions that during his tenure as Senshal, the Pathfinder, the Watching One, was always present. He also attempted to defy his destiny and break the cycle, but failed. Since Rathias still possesses the Godsbane, it signifies that he remains the current Senshal. Your heart lies within the dragon, compelling you to fight, just as you compel your pawns to fight for you. The will of the Arisen is embodied in the Godsbane. Rathias, filled with bitterness and regret, created the Godsbane from the Arisen he had defeated. What makes Rathias so interesting for me is that since he became the Senshal, he has done nothing but defy the Pathfinder. He realizes his role was nothing more than to be a tool, and wanted to be more, defying the will of the Pathfinder by refusing to let another Arisen ascend to Senshal, slowly depriving the world of its life needed to continue. That is, until he meets you, realizing that you hold the potential to break the cycle. Rathias decides to give you the Godsway. Although not fully completed, he sends you off to Batal to finish the work. At the end of the quest, we see a quick cutscene of Talos awakening. Whether or not this was a pre-existing precaution, or if the Pathfinder taking action against this potential threat, we'll never know. I like to think that the Pathfinder's taking action, rewriting his story in a moment of panic, realizing our discussion with Rathias planted the seeds of doubt in the Pathfinder's narrative. It created a really interesting dynamic. The other, more logical argument is that Talos is just used to slay the dragon when the Arisen fails to do so. Thus, the world can begin anew. Needing to complete the Godsway from Rathias, we return to Ambrosius, who tells us the obvious, that we need more Wormlife Crystal, because dragons are failed Arisen. If you have it already, all you have to do is return in a day's time, otherwise you'll need to go and get some, either from a lesser drake or a dragon. In my first playthrough, the one where I focused really only on the main story, I didn't have any to hand over. This is probably what most players will experience, because most of Act 1 won't take you anywhere near where dragons can be found, and you'd likely not have slain one before. This being the case, the game will point you towards the Dragon's Breath Tower, where you can find a lesser drake. On the way, you'll pass Caligna's Depths, where you fight Medusa, and we all know how I feel about that fight. In terms of actual fights, the Medusa is probably one of the lamest in the game. Sigurd will help you in the fight against the lesser drake. If you haven't already spoken to Sigurd in Har Village, you'll now have unlocked the Mystic Spearhand Vocation. This is probably the last vocation you'll unlock by just going through the main story. The Mystic Archer and the Warfarer are on Agamemnon Volcanic Island, and the main story doesn't really take you to where you can go to unlock these vocations. But I guess now is the time to talk about all of these vocations, because truth be told, I've been putting off discussing vocations since the very first character selection screen at the start of the game. Each vocation then has weapon skills, core skills, and augments. Weapon skills are essentially your abilities from other games that you can activate at any time so long as you have the necessary resources to cast it. You can only have 4 of these, but I'll complain more about that later. For the most part, these weapon skills will cost stamina. However, there are some that will utilize health to cast. I'm not going to go through absolutely every one of the vocation's weapon skills. While this video is a critique of the game holistically, it's the equivalent of going through Skyrim's spells. No, I'm not talking about the types of spells like Restoration or Conjuration. It would be essentially the same as going through every spell within these separate spell types. So when it comes to the vocations and how I plan on discussing these, I'll probably only mention the skills you're most likely to use or the ones that are worth mentioning. If you're looking for an in-depth video about weapon skills offered in each vocation, you'll have to go elsewhere. The next is core skills. These are essentially passive skills built into the vocation that either add unique effects or enhance the moveset of the vocation. For example, the Archer Vocation has a core skill that lets you bounce off targets, then hit it with an arrow, dealing far more damage than a regular attack would. Finally, you have the augments, one of the really interesting parts of the vocation system. The augments are all unlocked only by using a specific vocation. For example, the Warrior Vocation has an augment that increases your max health by 100, and the Mystic Spear Vocation has an augment that increases your attack during the day and your magic during the night. These act as perks that don't necessarily define your playstyle, rather just enhance it. What makes these augments so strong and, unique is that you can mix and match these augments from other vocations. If you're the Mystic Spearhand, you can use augments from the Sorcerer Vocation to enhance your magic, and ones from the Thief to improve your stamina recovery. The one issue with the augments, and arguably the issue with the outdated UI system, is in fact none of these augments have numerical values shown. The Warrior Augment Vitality that I spoke of just before simply says increase your max health. I had to actually look up the stat screen to find out that it only increases your max health by 100. Not to defer too much, but this also translates across to items like the rings, which have things like increased carry capacity. Why not tell us how much? Am I getting 10 kilograms, 5 kilograms, or a golden trove beetle's worth of 0.15 kilograms? It's just such an outdated system. There is no reason in 2024 we can't just attach a number value. People are gonna go to extreme lengths anyway if they love the game enough to find out these numbers, so there's just no point. Just save us the trouble. Hell, there was a mod made in the first 2 weeks of the game's release that added these number values. It's just absurd that they just didn't bother to do it themselves. But I guess like their inspiration Skyrim, they're leaving it up to their modding community to fix the game for them. The Fighter Vocation is your traditional sword and shield melee vocation from practically any fantasy setting. What makes the bread and butter of this vocation is the block mechanic. Unlike any other vocation, the Fighter Vocation can block pretty much everything, from a dragon's fiery breath to a minotaur's charge. It ticks all the boxes of fighting against the odds. I think that this is probably the hardest vocation to play correctly, simply because timing the block mechanic and knowing when to use your weapon skills makes all the difference in the Fighter Vocation. It's not as straightforward as using a single spell over and over again because it does the most damage, which is great. And I hate to compare it to a 13-year-old game like Skyrim, but Skyrim's melee combat with sword and shield was pretty much one-dimensional. You block to stop damage, and you slash when there's an opening. The fighter here can't block everything, so sometimes you need to use certain skills to avoid damage, or use a skill to stagger the opponent out of an ability you can't dodge. There's a real learning curve to the Fighter Vocation. It's about understanding the enemy you're fighting and which tools you need to use to take it down. The Maester skill can be acquired from Sir Leonard after you repel the second dragon attack in Melve, and is essentially a flurry of melee attacks that hit hard but drain your stamina. Missing one strike can leave you extremely vulnerable to getting knocked down, so it's a skill you'd only use when you've comboed to stagger the enemy, or you've created a damage window for yourself. The Fighter Vocation is both the most difficult to use and probably the weakest of all vocations, because apart from, drawing aggro with Shield Drum, the fighter offers not a lot of support or damage to the team. I really think that if they slightly tune the damage numbers up, this vocation would be far more enjoyable. Because realistically, everything the Fighter Vocation can do, the Warrior Vocation can do even better. The Archer Vocation is the next vocation in the base 4, which to me was probably one of the most enjoyable, despite its gameplay loop being pretty much identical from the start to the finish. The Archer Vocation is one of the vocations where you actually get to aim where the arrows are fired, and obviously if you hit specific weak points, it'll do more damage. The Maester skill, Heavenly Shot, certainly lives up to its name. The skill can be acquired from completing 2 Elven quests, Gift of the Bow and a Trial of Archery, which are 2 fantastic quest lines. Heavenly Shot consumes all your remaining stamina and deals damage equivalent to the stamina consumed. Extremely powerful, and they absolutely nail the feeling of using this skill to deal damage. The issue with the Archer Vocation is that most of the weapon skills are taken up with elemental arrow skills that require you to carry these arrows in your inventory. For example, the Eruption Shot arrow skill requires you to carry explosive arrows. That's your first problem. Not only do these arrows take up valuable carry weight, but once you run out of these arrows, you're essentially operating with one less skill. But yes, there is an argument for being able to collect resources and craft these arrows on the fly, but all of this is extra effort, sacrificing carrying weight, not having a skill when you run out of this arrow, constantly being on the lookout for these exact materials to craft these certain arrows. Why bother when you can just recruit a mage or a sorcerer to provide the elemental coverage that you're looking for, with little to no sacrifice at all? These skills, however, are overpowered when used correctly, as they should be. But I just feel like this should have been done for the Magic Archer Vocation, and rather than use craftable arrows, you can justify magic archers, using magic to enhance the arrows to certain elemental types. Thankfully, the Archer Vocation has a unique core skill called Leap Punt, which, when used in combination with a jump, lets you bounce off foes and shoot an arrow, dealing a lot of damage. You also add in the slide and shoot mechanic, and suddenly you have this Archer Vocation that prances around the battlefield like your Legolas. But that all comes crashing down when you have to use pretty much any other weapon skill. They all need to be fired while stationary or crouched, completely eliminating the flow and movement created from all of the core skills. It's this contradicting dynamic where all the core skills want you to move around and stay mobile in a fight, whereas the weapon skills all want you to just sit still and shoot from afar. While I appreciate the diversity in the Archer gameplay, I think it's to the detriment of the Vocation. I think focusing on one over the other would have been the decision to make the Vocation class even better. But with all that being said, I really enjoyed this Vocation. Even though it has the same gameplay loop over and over and over again, the satisfaction from landing weak point shots with arrows, then following it up with a max charge heavenly shot, was just so much fun. It really would have just been an even better experience if the core skills and weapon skills were all designed around each other. The Thief Vocation is arguably the most overpowered vocation in the game. Firstly, being able to do the most damage is always a great start. Then you add in the fact that it's the only vocation in the game with a dodge. So not only do you do the most damage, you also have an ability to avoid taking any of it. Mix in 2 Maester skills. That's right, you heard it, this vocation gets 2 Maester skills, while every other vocation only gets 1. One of the Thief Maester skills is the Formless Feint, which essentially activates Ultra Instinct. You don't even need to press a button and the game dodges for you. This vocation becomes extremely overpowered very quickly. Just to reiterate, the Thief Vocation gets 2 Maester skills, while everyone else only gets 1. So Formless Feint is one of them, and Blades of Pyre is the other. Now Blades of Pyre is a weapon skill that causes an explosion in front of you, dealing massive damage to an enemy, which also damages yourself. But here's the stupid catch. If you use Formless Feint alongside Blades of Pyre, you actually dodge the damage that would have been dealt to yourself, making Blades of Pyre ridiculously overpowered because there really is no drawback to it. Now, I haven't tested this myself, and from clips I've seen online, you can actually iframe dodge the Blade of Pyre right after casting it without having to use Formless Feint. Like the regular dodge the Thief Vocation gets can dodge the self-damage anyways. Both these Maester skills can be acquired in the Nameless Village at any point in time, but despite how strong these 2 Maester skills are, I actually never ended up using them, because truth be told, there was a basic weapon skill that is even stronger. Skull Splitter. This vertical fidget spinner skill just melted bosses, each slash dealing stupid amounts of damage. The gameplay loop was walk up to a boss, spam Skull Splitter, dodge when you needed to, spam Skull Splitter again. It was easy mode, and made the entire playthrough of the Thief redundant. The intended design of the Thief was to have a nimble vocation that can output a lot of damage, and that would climb onto foes and go to town. However, what it evolved into was pressing the same buttons on repeat until an enemy has died. Now you could say that that's what some of the other vocations are, but it's not really interactive. Sure, you can use other weapon abilities and force yourself not to use the broken stuff, but it shouldn't be up to the players to self-regulate their behaviour. If these skills were balanced, I'd have no issue with the Thief Vocation, and would probably have enjoyed playing it a lot more than I did. The Mage Vocation is the last of the base 4 vocations on offer, and has a primary function of support by offering spells that cure, heal, enhance, and prevent damage. There isn't really a lot that can be said about the Mage. At the core, that's all this vocation is. You need to decide where you're travelling and what enemies you might come across in order to decide which of the ice, fire, lightning, or light affinity spells you'll need to bring, which just applies a damage buff to the pawn's weapons when used on them. Mage has got some offensive power to offer, but these skills don't compete with what the Sorcerer can offer. So there isn't really any point in taking a Mage for anything other than supporting the team. With only 4 weapon skill slots, one taken up by an affinity, another by higher Palladium to prevent damage, another by higher Halidium to cure status effects, or Celestial Pain, the Maester skill that increases stamina recovery dramatically, that leaves you with potentially 1 slot for a damage spell. Mages really suffer from that limited 4 spell skill slots, because what makes mages strong is being able to provide a diverse range of supporting power, which simply can't be offered with the limited number of weapon skill slots you have. If you want damage spells, you may as well play the Sorcerer. It has more choice and also better core skills for outputting damage. With all that being said, the Mage Vocation isn't bad. It fulfills the support role fantasy fairly well. It just has a lot of potential to be even better if they opened up the number of skill slots available. They could have even made it a core skill unique to the Mage Vocation that gives mages an extra 2 weapon skill slots. An argument could be made for late game that you don't need higher Holidium, because you can just carry around Panacea or Detox decoctions to heal yourself if you're even hit with anything that poisons you. But even then, that's one of the potential support skills freed up, because then the argument could be made that about everything, carry X item to deal with X thing, which in my opinion is a little silly. The mage can cure, heal, and buff all 4 of your allies, whereas bringing X item can only be used on yourself or the pawn that holds it. So you're telling me you're gonna bring around 1 or more potions for each and every effect that could be applied to you? Then give 1 to each pawn as well? Don't be stupid. Mages' powers lie in how easily they can apply effects and support the team without having to bring the necessary items along. The Warrior is the first of the non-base vocations available in Dragon's Dogma 2. You wield a powerful heavy-hitting 2-handed weapon, great swords, battle axes, and hammers. The Warrior class is super slow but ridiculously hard-hitting vocation, and man does DD2 nail this power fantasy. Everything about the animations, the sound, the clunkiness, the weight, it feels so perfect. The charged attacks feel heavy and extremely satisfying to use. The Warrior Vocation is just so goddamn satisfying to play. You genuinely feel like an absolute badass when you chain together your combos and weapon skills in unison, or utilize a weapon skill to counter a specific enemy. For example, the Heavenward Sunder can be used to counter a Minotaur's charge, and boy does this feel so goddamn cool to pull it off. In order to unlock the Warrior Vocation, you have to complete the Vocation Frustration quest, which has you head into the Trevor Mine and find weapons for the Vocation Guild in Vernworth. The Maester skill can be unlocked by completing Baron's quest line, Claw Them into Shape, and Baron's Final Lesson, which essentially has you find a loyal soldier willing to learn from him. There is a unique sequence in the quest where you actually get to fight Baron in a bout, but the result of this fight doesn't matter at all. I lost this fight and was still able to get the Maester skill, which shouldn't be the case. Really, you should be forced to win the bout in order for him to see you as someone worthy of learning his master skill. The developers were probably too hesitant to lock you out of being able to get all the Maester skills in one run, to which I say bad luck. I was fighting him as a mage, so I was doomed, but I can see all of the complaints they'd probably receive for a decision like that. But personally, I think that while it does suck to miss out on content, having actual consequences for failure in video games only helps to amplify the excitement and the tension, making it far more satisfying when you do succeed. Obviously, this is an oversimplification of it, but it's the general idea. Now, I've digressed quite a lot from the Warrior Vocation, but the Vocation is something you'll either really enjoy or think nothing of. For me, despite how badass and well done this Vocation is, the slow heavy hitting style of gameplay doesn't suit my playstyle. That doesn't mean that the Vocation is bad. I just found personally that it wasn't what I enjoyed. But even still, I'd rate this as one of the best Vocations in the game, solely based on how well the Vocation was executed on by the developers. They nailed that feeling of weight with these weapons you carry. The clunkiness and the heaviness felt in every swing. Most certainly the power of the attacks to follow. The Warrior Vocation is one of the most satisfying and well executed vocations in the game. The Sorcerer Vocation is the second non-base vocation and is essentially a pure DPS version of the Mage. The Vocation has all of the same offensive weapon skills available to the Mage Vocation, but none of the Mage's supportive skills are available. Instead, we get a plethora of DPS weapon skills that, to be honest, are somewhat lackluster. Apart from the Maester skill, which I'll talk about in just a moment, pretty much all of the Sorcerer Vocation skills are just kind of arse. They deal more damage, sure, but to be honest, they're all kind of meh. none of them feel any more satisfying than what was on offer for the Mage Vocation. That's of course excluding the 2 Maester skills. Yes, I got the part in my Thief Vocations section wrong. I said that it was the only class that had 2 Maester skills. The Sorcerer class has 2 Maester skills, Meteoron and Maelstrom, which can be obtained from the quest Sorcerer Appraisal and Spellbound. Both of these Maester skills feel powerful as fuck. You're literally calling down a flaming meteor from the sky. And what could be more badass than, oh, I know, summoning a freaking tornado the size of an entire screen. I really do have to give it to the developers, because Maelstrom is incredible. Both these Maester skills take ages to cast, but once you cast them, sit back and enjoy the show. 2 Maester skills are the only redeeming factor about the Sorcerer Vocation, at least for me. It would have been much nicer to have a wider range of spells available, because utilizing half of the Mage Vocation's offensive spells seems like a major cop-out to me, when realistically there should have been more offensive spells available. The Warrior Vocation doesn't borrow any of the skills from the Fighter, okay, except for Raw, and maybe the Leap. The Sorcerer Vocation is enjoyable once you have the Maester skills. I feel like you want me to say more. While I do enjoy both the Mage and Sorcerer classes, they feel really detached from the combat system of this game. For the most part, you're aiming to stay far away from the enemy, while pressing your abilities off cooldown. So you're essentially avoiding the thing that makes the combat so engaging. The climbing and hitting the weak points. You can target the weak points for sure, but because you don't have the struggle of positioning yourself in the fight, you don't have to worry about not being able to see telegraphed attacks. The risk factor is low, but in saying all of that, that's the mage fantasy, sitting back and casting spells, exploiting weaknesses from afar, using elemental spells to get the advantage. The Sorcerer class is everything a Sorcerer class should be, but it's just a miss with a lackluster range of spells to cast. The Magic Archer Vocation is one of the coolest classes I've seen in a fantasy game in quite a while. It feels pretty damn unique in the sense that you essentially are firing magic arrows, well, as the name suggests. What a revelation I've come to. The class is a balance of offering the player damage and healing in one, which is a strong thing to offer given how powerful both of these are in the game. If you're willing to sacrifice some of your limited skill slots, you can essentially remove the need for a support mage in your party by providing heals to your pawns, all while still dealing a truckload of damage. The Magic Archer class is quite unique in that sense. It doesn't offer the variety of defensive and buffing abilities as the Mage Vocation, but offers enough supportive abilities that you can consider it as an alternative. Only catch is, it's not available to pawns, so you'll have to look after the healing yourself. For some reason, my monkey brain just loves the visual effects of this vocation. Like something out of Forspoken, there is something soothing and thrilling in just seeing flashy, cool looking, over-the-top effects in this game. It feels magical. It never doesn't feel satisfying to lock onto weak points of an enemy and unleash a flurry of magical bolts, each tracking the specific locked-on point. The weapon skills also happen to be the most powerful, which is a shame because rather than utilizing the other skills on offer, you tend to just spam the weapon skills over and over in a fight, with very few exceptions. The Ricochet Hunter skill, which fires a bolt off a wall, increasing its power with every bounce, is extremely effective when fighting in caves, but serves absolutely no purpose in the open world, making it a dead skill about 80% of the time. The Magic Archer has a lot of cool concept skills like this, that are all somewhat situational, which is a shame because the one skill that happens to not be situational also happens to be the most damaging skill in the arsenal. Sagitated Downpour. Like I mentioned before, you have to lock onto the target's weak points, then charge up the arrow and release a flurry of magic arrows, all hitting the weak points for ridiculous damage. It's quite strong, which leads me to the issue that the Magic Archer's combat becomes very repetitive quite fast. If you're not into the situations where the situational skills are effective, you're more often than not just spamming Sagitated Downpour whenever your stamina allows it. And even when your situation and weapon skills are effective in that given situation, Sagitated Downpour is often just as effective anyway, so the damage numbers are a little overtuned. And that's before I get into the Maester skill, Martyr's Bolt. The Maester skill is acquired from Kloidner after completing the Put a Spring in My Step quest, where you essentially escort her husband to the hot springs to help him feel young again. This goddamn Maester skill is absolutely busted. Essentially, you trade max health for damage. The longer you charge the Martyr's Bolt for, the more health you consume, and then the more damage you can output. So this skill can essentially one-shot bosses. Simply consume 90% of your max health in order to one-shot a dragon. It's busted to say the least. Sure, you're on very little health after this, but there are so many campfires scattered around that you're never really that far from being able to fully heal yourself and continue on your adventure. This Maester skill is hands down the best looking skill in the entire game. I mean, just look at how majestic this thing looks. I could sit here and watch this all day. Hands down one of the coolest skills in the game, that's for sure. Now, it does contradict my argument before where I said that mage class wasn't fun because it just stands there and casts an ability only to see visual effects come out and some damage dealt. Let me tell you, if the Sorcerer Vocation skills looked anywhere near as good as they do in the Magic Archer Vocation, I'd have fallen in love with the Vocation just as much as this. Something about the Martyr's Bolt will always be so satisfying for me. The balance of the game's vocations is never quite as obvious with any other vocation as it is with the Magic Archer Vocation. It's clear that this vocation never really got the fine-tuning it deserves. Now I'm sure with more time the developers could have fine-tuned this vocation more and made the situational weapon skills less situational and more usable in combat overall. It's the blend of excellent visual effects and sounds that make the Magic Archer truly magical in my eyes. It's fun for my monkey brain to just wow at the visuals and the effects, while feeling satisfied with the ludicrous damage numbers being put out. Is it a challenge? No. Is it fun? You bet your bottom dollar it is. If it weren't for the Mystic Spearhand class, I'd personally play no other class. Speaking of the Mystic Spearhand Vocation, the Vocation fights somewhere in the realm of Mage, Fighter, and Rogue. The Mystic Spearhand specializes in taking down large enemies by focusing their weak points, while also having the tools to crowd control lesser enemies and remove them from the fight. It's this great blend of casting magical abilities while also fighting up close. I love the aesthetic of this vocation. Similar to the Magic Archer, my monkey brain just sees cool visual effects and can't help but fall in love. The lore behind the Mystic Spearhand is that it was designed solely for slaying the dragons. The core skill, Foreboding Bolt, is the core of how you approach fights. You charge a magic burst and shoot it at a single foe, slowing its movement for a brief time. The longer you charge, the longer the enemy is slowed for, meaning that it is your bread and butter for setting up a hit at weak points in a fight against a boss, which then combos with the Quick Foot core ability, allowing you to dash instantly to anything hit by the Foreboding Bolt. This synergy kind of continues throughout the core skills of the vocation. It's not mandatory to use all of these tools, and the class functions well without them, but understanding how they all interlink only enhances the Mystic Spearhand Vocation. In order to get the Maester skill, you have to help slay the lesser dragon at the Dragon's Breath Tower, before Sigurd will then present you with the skill. The Maester skill unleashes a flurry of slashes and magic attacks that can be continuously unleashed until you deplete your stamina. It's fairly simple, but in combination with the rest of what's available in the Magic Spearhand Vocation, it really suits well and can be easily strung together with other abilities to create a fun and interesting combos. The Spearhand may not be the most powerful vocation in the game, but in my honest opinion, it's the most fun. The abilities are fun and interesting, the effects are cool, and the combination of abilities tie in well together to create a fluid experience that isn't in any other vocation. The Trickster Vocation is the most unique vocation in the game without a doubt. The role of the Trickster is essentially to act as a distraction that draws the aggro of enemies and allows your pawns to do all the hard work for you. You have next to no weapon damage available to you, as the Trickster's senses hit softer than a wet noodle. While the default stats are attached to these weapons, more on that later, each sensor has a unique ability tied to it, which is a fantastic idea, especially because these weapons themselves don't do much, except for the fact that these effects are barely noticeable. The Resonant Hin says that it ensures higher densities of smoke is emitted, but when using it, there is no visible difference. In fact, the only effect that actually is noticeable is the whimsical daydream that you get from the Sphinx, that gives you coins whenever you strike an enemy. Apart from the whimsical daydream, these supposed effects are completely useless. Why not have effects similar to other weapons available to other classes that have elemental effects, and senses have no damage, so they should have an increased elemental build-up. That's just using systems that are already built into the game. You could even expand on this and have the senses trigger specific buffs or debuffs for enemies. It would just add a much needed extra layer to the Trickster Vocation. In order to unlock the Trickster Vocation, you need to speak with the Illusion of Luz at the Reverent Shrine. If you climb to the roof and find the actual Luz hiding, she'll give you her maester skill, Dragon's Delusion, which creates an illusion of a dragon that roars, fearing smaller hostiles and forcing them to run away. This is one of the most beautiful looking skills in the game, and to be honest, I kind of just spammed it. Once I'd casted all my Trickster abilities, I just resorted to using this, even if it had no effect on what I was fighting. Which leads me to what makes the Trickster so enjoyable, yet so insufferable. Firstly, the Trickster Vocation realistically has 2 skills you can actually consistently use apart from Dragon's Delusion. Suffocating Shroud to pull the aggro of enemies, and Aromatic Resurgence, which buffs your pawn's damage, causing them to go into an attacking rampage, but also drains their own health. Arguably a must-have skill when playing the Trickster, because the pawn AI is generally kind of bad, so this skill forcing them to spam their skills is really strong, except for the fact that no defensive or support skills will get used in this state, meaning if you've set up a mage with only support skills, they'll use no spells and instead just hit things with their basic attack, which is just infuriating in longer fights where you want your pawns to be consistently buffed with Aromatic Resurgence, but because it drains health slowly, you have to take moments in the fight to let your mage heal everyone back up. To me, the fact that the Trickster has no offensive prowess, there should really be no trade-off for the buff like this. It shouldn't cause the health of pawns to tick down. It shouldn't lock pawns into only offensive spells. Or if it does, the damage bonus they get should be higher. But Slick, what about Vistant Aura and Trickery Terrace? You can one-shot bosses by luring them to a ledge and getting them to fall off. The problem with this strategy is that when you're not fighting anywhere near a ledge or water, you essentially have 2 wasted abilities. Not to mention you don't get to loot the drops. It's still a fun way to play for sure, but I personally just see them as wasted space, because of how circumstantial they are. The rest of the Trickster Vocation skills are just variations of or suit very unique situations, and that's my biggest problem with the Trickster Vocation. I think it's really cool to have a vocation that doesn't deal damage and instead relies on the pawns. So why not give the Trickster Vocation the power to have more unique buffs that are usable more frequently? For example, a smokescreen that blinds a single enemy. It may not stop them from attacking, but it could prevent them from targeting pawns or yourself directly, and would just lead to the mob throwing out random attacks. Additionally, this could be made to have unique interactions on top of that. For example, blinding a flying enemy like a harpy or a griffin might cause them to fly into terrain and crash. The Trickster Vocation has potential. It's just a shame most of the abilities are too situational to be enjoyable to use. The idea of having a vocation with no damage that uses illusions and relies on your pawns is a really good idea, and it's a vocation that I really enjoyed playing. I just wish there was more to it. The Warfarer is the ultimate vocation in the game. It essentially allows you to use any vocations you've unlocked, simply by equipping each weapon of the vocation you like to use. You can equip all 10 of them, or just 2. It's entirely up to you. It also allows you to use any armor pieces, so you can finally fulfill your fantasy of Dragon's Dripma 2. In order to unlock the Warfarer Vocation, you need to complete the Sodded Sage quest, which hands down is the most bizarre quest in the entire game. All you have to do is bring 3 Newt Liquor to Lamond at the Volcanic Island camp. I don't want to put an exact number on it, but I believe there is something like 5 obtainable Newt Liquors in the entire game, so not many at all. So chances are you haven't got 3 when you speak to Lamond. Luckily for you and, well, me, because this is one of the quests in the entire game I actually had to look up how to complete. there's a secret tavern in Back Patal. How anyone discovered this is beyond me. So essentially, in order to get into the secret tavern in Back Patal, you have to either be a Beastren or have the Beastren mask on. You then have to pick up 2 random hay bags and place them in a fenced off pen next to them, beginning dialogue that gives you access to Higgins Tavern, which allows you to buy Newt liquor for 5k gold. If you've placed the hay bags in the pen without being Beastren or have a Beastren mask on, you get taken to jail. While this is such a cool and unique thing to have in a game, it's just so completely random to anything else in the game, or at least what we know of. My big issue is where Higgins Tavern stand is. It is nowhere near anything, which makes sense because it's supposed to be a secret, but is Newt liquor illegal? Why is it just talked about being a regular liquor? That's all before I even consider whether this was actually discovered by players, deciding to randomly move shit, or if it was just leaked by a dev who knew about it. It's just so random. Maybe I'm overreacting about it, but it just is so randomly added. As far as I could find, this sort of secret interaction doesn't happen anywhere else in the game. Once you return with 3 Newt liquors and speak to Lamond, he'll give you the Warfarer Vocation along with the Maester skill, Rearmament. What this weapon skill does is let you switch between your vocation weapons. Now you'd think that this would give you 3 abilities for each vocation you choose to equip, because one of the weapon abilities obviously has to be Rearmament. So you'd think it would allow you to have 3 of your favourite magic archer weapon skills equipped, then swap back to the Mystic Spearhand and have another 3 weapon skills for that vocation. Oh boy. Instead you have 4 unchanging weapon skills across all vocations, meaning that if you want to actually use every vocation, you'd be using more than half of them without any weapon skills, which kind of makes them a little awful. In fact, it makes Warfarer very trash. I haven't mentioned this, but the Warfarer Vocation can't use the Maester skills of other vocations, so you're not even able to equip objectively the best skill for each vocation. It's really arse. Of course, you have the transmog side of it where you can equip any weapon or armor, but it's 2024. Why isn't this just a transmog system in the game already? It's just a simple thing to do. Let players pimp their character out and their pawn while they're at it, because the vocation isn't even available to them. Truth be told, the only thing that I think makes the vocation any good is if you're a sorcerer and want to be able to use mage utility and support skills. Otherwise, I just don't really see the benefit. I really wanted to like the Warfarer Vocation, because as a concept, it's such a cool idea. Most of you won't unlock it in your first playthrough, or if you do, it will likely be later on, so it would be an awesome way to raise the skill cap for you by letting you combine a plethora of skills in collaboration. But instead we get 3 ability slots that need to accommodate 197 skills across 9 vocations. Even if you were to exclude the upgraded weapon skills, that's still 3 ability slots for 70-ish weapon skills. How did anyone look at this and think it was a good idea? Were they bothered by it being unbalanced? It's the ultimate vocation. It's meant to be strong. Single player games don't need to be balanced because there is no competitive integrity to uphold. It doesn't need to be fair because there is only one person invested. There is no competitive advantage to gain. I know I complained about the balance of the thief and the magic archer being a little too overtuned. Well, guess what my fix is? I just don't play those vocations. Or if I do feel like playing them, I just put on worse gear to make the fights interactive and enjoyable. Or I don't use the specific weapon skills that make those vocations strong. The reality of the matter is that everyone wants their vocation to be as equally good as the next one, if not better. Now the problem I have is that when you think about these vocations realistically, the Sorcerer Vocation should be at the top. Why on earth would any other vocation be able to compete with the literal tornado, not to mention the meteor shower? The Warfarer should be seen as this ultimate vocation that lets you utilize as many of the vocation skills and display your true mastery of each vocation. My one gripe with the vocation system would just have to be the lack of weapon skill slots, not to be confused with the lack of weapon skills in general, because there's typically more than enough for each vocation. But given how diverse everything is in this game, how diverse the enemies are, you'd think that they'd give you more than 4 abilities to choose from. I don't even think that you have to bump it up much more. 5 or 6 would probably hit the mark, allowing you to have a good mix of utility and damage without having to feel like you're sacrificing one or the other. But that could have been a deliberate design choice made by the developers, who didn't want you to be able to cover all bases. Maybe they wanted you to rely more on your pawns and what they bring to the party. I can imagine the game would be far easier if you always had the perfect tool for every problem in DD2. But I seriously think giving us the potential to master all of the skills on offer for each vocation would far outweigh the balancing issues. After all, they could just adjust the numbers. Forspoken is a prime example of just letting the player decide how they want to approach each situation. I know that this is the second time I've mentioned what most people would regard as a 5 out of 10 game, but Forspoken would have 3 different attacks for each Tanta's power, then about 10 different abilities for each Tanta you unlock. So by the end of the game, you're cycling through 4 different Tanta powers, each with 3 attacks and 10 abilities, 12 different types of attacks and 40 different abilities, all on a fucking skill wheel. Of course, there's a steep learning curve for what combination of abilities work well and understanding how to cycle to the abilities and powers that you need, but that's what mastery offers. Most people will become accustomed to a few skills that work consistently. The difference is that the players that want to master the combat will take the extra step. It just adds more replayability and incentive for those more invested in DD2. But don't just take that from me. There are literally 50 different class mods already made for the game that let you utilize up to 30 skills at once. Coming back to the new Godsway quest, after gathering enough worm life crystals and returning them to Ambrosius, he'll then complete the sword after you wait about a day. He'll then refuse to hand it over, but thankfully the Pathfinder steps in and controls his will to hand the Godsway to you. That's why I think that the awakening of Talos was not the Pathfinder's doing, but rather a failsafe. I think the Pathfinder isn't aware that we might be trying to break the cycle, and maybe is too arrogant to believe that the cycle could be broken. After all, this world is his narrative. How could one's will be greater than their creator? The Guardian Gigantus quest begins with us following Phasis through the spell-sealed door, located to the south of the Flamebearer Palace. Phasis. I can't believe I've gotten to this point in the story without talking about Phasis. Phasis is the leader of the secret order researching dragons in Batal, and is probably one of the few characters trying to rewrite the narrative, alongside Disa and Rathias. Phasis is aware of the cycle, aware of what will happen to the world if the dragon is not slain, and as such has devoted his life to trying to stop the dragon, creating a Godsway staff in an attempt to stop the dragon without the need for the Arisen. Phasis is, I guess, an anti-villain. He has the good intention of the world and wishes to save it, but he was willing to do whatever it took to achieve this. Sacrificing the lives of pawns and utilizing them as slaves, it really didn't matter, at least to him. Phasis' conviction is far greater than the Pathfinder could have ever foreseen. Now the question is, and I've posed this one already, is Talos a tool to the Pathfinder? Or is it just a precaution to slay the dragon? Because if it were a tool, what would be the point? Because we already know the Pathfinder is capable of mind control. Wouldn't you just control Phasis and destroy the Godsway? Unless it's one's conviction that protects the Pathfinder from controlling them. But it just seems to me that sending Talos to stop Phasis is an extra step, especially given the Pathfinder's capabilities with his own world. Talos is one of two things then. Either an ancient failsafe to prevent anyone tampering with the cycle, or a tool to ensure that the cycle remains, which of course would be to slay the dragon in the Arisen's stead. So was it just coincidence that Talos woke up after we spoke with Rathias? I don't think so. I think that Talos became aware of the potential threat of the Arisen meeting with Rathias. Talos became aware that we might try and break the cycle, and awoke in order to prevent the unmourned world. So I think for that reason, Talos isn't after Phasis, but instead after Grigori, in hopes to kill the dragon to prevent any alterations to the cycle. That being said, it's now time to chase after Talos and stop it. Much like a fight straight out of Shadow of the Colossus, Talos has multiple spikes sticking out of his body. These are essentially weak points that need to be hit in order to stop him. Along the valley there are many ballistas conveniently placed around so that you can shoot the weak spots. There are also plenty of spots to leap off and start scaling Talos. If you're a ranged vocation like an archer or an archmage, I think you've drawn the short straw in terms of this being an interesting fight, because you'll obviously just be dealing damage and repositioning the entire time. You miss out on what makes this fight truly memorable. Melee classes have the thrill of climbing Talos and hitting his weak points, while also trying to manage your stamina, with multiple spots on Talos being a safe place to restore stamina and then continue climbing. It becomes a game of, do I have enough stamina to destroy the weak spot, or do I need to find somewhere to restore my stamina and then return? It's a great sequence that really engages you with the core mechanics. There are a few other unique and interesting ways to slay Talos without going through the effort of destroying each stake. The first is using the unmaking arrow. This arrow will destroy Talos' stakes instantly. Now if you did what I did and used this on the beach right at the start, Talos will continue to walk until he reaches right outside of the volcanic island camp. Alternatively, you can use the head of Medusa to turn Talos into stone, obviously stopping him altogether. Of course, you could also just ignore Talos altogether, because he will be stopped by Phasis' followers anyway, which really takes away from the stakes when you think about it and when you know this, because no matter what you do, he'll never reach the tower. Talos will be slain at one point, which is a shame. It would be a cool as idea if the game ended here, where the player fails to stop Talos. The game ends with Talos slaying Grigori, and that's it. The Arisen doesn't get to fulfill their duty, and Talos returns to his slumber. So no matter what you chose to do here after defeating Talos or just ignoring it altogether, you need to ascend the Moonglint Tower after Phasis. Once reaching the top, we run into Phasis alongside his lackey, none other than the False Arisen, and his mind-controlled pawns. Like, I'm sorry, what? The stakes were already as high as they go. You know, Grigori ending the world and all. Phasis is trying to control Grigori. I'm sorry, what's the point of having the False Arisen here? Is it just to tie up the loose end of that first character arc? Or am I missing something here? Why not have us hunt him down earlier in the story, or maybe, you know, in the Unmourned world? The latter making less sense to me, but those are just a couple of ideas I thought of right now. My guess is the same reason why they didn't want the player becoming Sovereign of Amond until after the dragon was slain. After all, killing the false Sovereign leaves the seat open to the true Arisen, us, so I understand them not willing to kill him until as late as possible, but surely have the quest of hunting down the false Arisen after meeting Rathias, because, believe it or not, there is something called prioritizing. As the Arisen, you're not going to prioritize being the Sovereign when the world's about to end. You're probably wanting to stop that. It just seems stupid to me. If this doesn't bug you enough, I'm sure the fight itself will. Firstly, this fight really just feels like fighting slightly stronger human enemies. They don't feel special at all. They don't feel like pawns capable of the feats that you are, or even the feats that your pawns are. Secondly, I'm not the only person to complain about this as well, but there's a high chance you'll get staggered, chained here, and literally won't be able to do anything, which I talked about in the combat section. After slaying the False Arisen and his pawns, Phasis will then attempt to subdue the dragon in order to break the cycle himself, only for the attempt to be cut short by, well, the real dragon, Grigori. This then begins the three possible endings the game currently has on offer. Grigori will have in his hand the NPC you have the highest affinity with. For my first playthrough, I had Captain Brant in Grigori's hand. Yeah, it's not the best system, but I'll talk far more in depth on the romance system when I talk about Ulrika and Wilhelmina's quests later on. Grigori gives you a choice to walk away or a choice to fight him. If you choose to walk away, it comes at the cost of the life of the NPC in his hand. You'll return to Vermont and claim your seat as the true Sovereign. This ending has a very somber tone to it and is, well, the bad ending. Nothing else happens. If you choose to fight Grigori, he'll allow you to hop on his back, and he begins a great monologue before touching down and beginning the fulfillment of the Arisen's duty, continuing the cycle. This is Capcom's intended ending, the ending they wanted most players to experience, being the cycle anew, The fight itself is pretty standard. It plays out like any other traditional dragon fight, which is a bit of a shame because I'd love this fight to have a bit more depth to it. Grigori is essentially just a bigger dragon. Of course, some might argue that the ballista on the ruins diversifies the fight, but all it really does is provide an option for melee characters to bring Grigori down when he's flying around. Of course, you'll have to ride Grigori to get there first, but it's an option. Things like the Unmaking Arrow or Medusa Head both work in this fight, and if I'm being honest, I wouldn't use them. That's not to say that the game should restrict you from using them. In fact, I'm glad that the game lets you use them here. Most games wouldn't let you use something that can one-shot a final boss. Instead, we're given the freedom to tackle the boss fight however we want. Because, what's the point of getting an arrow capable of one-shotting anything if it weren't to be used on Grigori? The dragon, we the Arisen, sole purpose is to slay. So I'm happy the luxury is given to us. But in saying all of this, boy does it make it very anticlimactic. I mean, the entire game is building up to this fight, the Arisen versus the dragon, and it's over in a second. It's not even a fight, trust me, you feel so empty, arguably like you cheated. Of course, it can be a little funny as well because all this build up, this long monologue, only for you to just kill Grigori in a single blow, it's something I'd only consider doing on repeat playthroughs really. After defeating Grigori, you'll have completed your role, your duty in the Pathfinder's never-ending cycle. You'll claim your seat as the Sovereign of Vermont, the dragon slayed and the world saved, but the cycle will continue. During the coronation ceremony, you'll once again have control over the Arisen, and amongst the people celebrating is the Pathfinder. By speaking with him, he'll discuss the Arisen's dissatisfaction with fulfilling their role in his story, giving the opportunity to the Arisen to return to the moment before fighting Grigori, stabbing our own empty heart with the Godsway, destroying the dragon's soul and plunging the Arisen along with Grigori into the brine. What doesn't make sense to me is why send us back? The Pathfinder doesn't want us to deviate from his narrative. We serve his role, we serve his purpose, so why give us the opportunity to undo our duty? You'll awaken a month later in the unmourned world, at the bottom of the seabed, with no more great ocean, no more brine. Our main pawn is missing and the red fog is slowly consuming the world. The unmourned world is somewhat beautiful to look at. Sure, it's in ruin, it's a dying world, but there is beauty in the chaos. The world design for this section is second to none. I mean, it really drives home the feeling of a dying world. A world about to be consumed by oblivion. I think for me, what makes the unmourned world special is that a hypothetical time limit is placed on the player. There is a thick fog consuming the world and you've only got a limited time to save it. With the waters and brine gone, the riverbeds, lakes and oceans all dried up, it'll be worth exploring because you can get your hands on some loot that is only obtainable in the unmourned world. Unique gear only available to the player who sees out the true ending. Another benefit of the unmourned world is the number of unique boss enemies that you'll encounter. The Dillahan, Lich and even lesser drakes are far more common in the unmourned world. So if you need to farm these for upgrades or pawn badges, I definitely recommend doing so. If you're going for 100% completion, but it comes with a risk, that being the 6-day rest cycle limit. After 6 rests, the world have been consumed by the fog and most of the map won't be accessible to you anymore. So you'll want to avoid resting as much as possible. Of course, this will mean you'll need a lot of full heal potions and wake stones. There is a way to technically stay in the unmourned world infinitely, but I won't get into that. Most of us realize the imposing threat of the fog and will venture off to find our missing pawn as soon as possible, beginning the true ending and the post-game. Halls of the First Dawn is the inaugural main quest in the post-game, but also comes alongside the Dreams Apart quest. After escaping the illusion crafted by the Watching One, we're of course in the unmourned world without our pawn. Now the Dreams Apart quest, which I'll talk about in just a moment, is about finding our main pawn. The Halls of the First Dawn is the first quest I did, which involves heading to the Seafloor Shrine and speaking with Rathias and Luz, who just give you some context and lore before then telling you to go off and evacuate all the towns in the world, Vernworth, Backbatal, Sacred Arbor, and the Agamemnon volcanic island. The point of this quest is to establish a home base in the unmourned world, somewhere to direct all the survivors, and also somewhere to continue upgrading and buying gear. After completing the Halls of the First Dawn, we need to head to the Forbidden Magic Research Lab. There you'll come across our pawn that seems to be in an eternal slumber, and Phases, yes, you know, the guy who tried to control the cycle and looked like he got crushed by a dragon. Turns out he's a pretty nice guy and, well, very much still alive. He was just trying to desperately stop the world and is willing to sacrifice anything to achieve it, like I said earlier. After a lengthy discussion of him filling us in on what's happened to the world, Arya, or our main pawn, will be reawakened, I assume because of the presence of the Arisen to them, completing the quest. But for some reason, this didn't really resonate. Maybe because we were, only briefly missing our pawn, or maybe because all we did was talk to Phases and we got our pawn back. We didn't really have to do anything to awaken our pawn. It would have been cool if we had to acquire some unique potion capable of curing our pawn. Also, maybe the fact that you still have 2 other pawn hirings following you, assuming you had followers. So the loss of your main pawn is noticeable, but it's not really felt. It's not dramatic enough. Sure, it's not the full party I've fallen in love with, but it's not like I haven't lost pawns along the way. You can still manage without them. So it kind of feels not that urgent. My guess as to why they didn't just remove all pawn followers is because if you're playing something like a support mage or a trickster, you don't have a lot of options for DPS and navigating the world to get to where you need to. Both having no, consistent DPS, it's practically impossible for them to progress without the help of pawns. After reuniting with our main pawn, it's now time to tackle the giant red beams of light scattered across the unmourned world at each of the main cities. Being already in Backbatal, this is the most appropriate one to tackle. After interacting with the pillar using our Godsway, a dragon relic will appear. Phases, being the man that he is, will attempt to get as close to the relic as he can, only to be blocked off by a magic wall. The relic starts to summon some ethereal enemies, which are fairly weak. After clearing those out and then following Phases over the rock cliffs and around Backbatal in an attempt to reach the relic from another angle, hoping that it won't be protected by a magic barrier, on all sides of it. Of course, along the way you need to protect Phases and also defeat the ethereal enemies. Now, I'm not sure if Phases can actually die in this sequence, and I assume that he can, or if he does, the progression won't continue until you revive him with a Wake Stone. So you probably don't have to stress too much about protecting him. After cutting through the Forbidden Lab and the Palace, which, mind you, is an absolutely awesome setting for these fights to take place in, it's such a confined space and the lighting and atmosphere is just phenomenal. Such a superb experience that they really nailed that feel. After clearing everything out, you arrive at the Dragon Relic, and conveniently this side is not shielded. I'm sorry, so the relic just put a wall in front of where we were at the time and didn't think that, hey, we could just move around the wall and interact with the relic? Either way, we pick it up and we drop it and destroy the relic. While we're on Backbatal, it's a good time to tackle the Civil Unrest dilemma, which is the beginning of the 5 evacuation quests. Speaking with Manella, she'll ask you to settle the civil disputes before the people can cooperate and evacuate. Now, the thing about these is that there are multiple solutions, but only one correct solution to each of these. For example, the first one is the duel in front of the Vocation Guild. You're asked to oversee the duel. The correct answer is to just watch them beat each other senseless until they give up. Alternatively, if you're not patient like me, you can intrude on the duel and fight them both, making them realize how pointless their duel is relative to you. It's not the correct answer, but it's an answer. So for each of these disputes, I'll just briefly discuss the resolution. The second conflict takes place in the town centre, near the upscale inn. 2 men are just simply arguing, but by speaking with the children and offer one of them some food, the gesture will help them resolve their differences peacefully. A bit silly, but hey, it is what it is. The third conflict is on the north side of the town, near the Arisen's house. Two men are fighting over something but will quickly shift their focus to you. Engage them in a brief scuffle and they'll retreat and concede. Once all three conflicts are resolved, return to Manila. She'll then commend you and direct you to the Empress to lead the evacuation. Now, if the Empress has died in the assassination attempt quest, Manila will instead lead the evacuation. This is a prime example of what makes DD2 questing so enjoyable. Each dilemma feels unique with an interesting solution for each of them. Not to mention that there are multiple different outcomes based on your approach to each dispute. You might get a good outcome, but it might not be the best outcome. The Wandering Routes is the second evacuation quest I chose to do. Unless you complete both the Ailing Arbor Heart and Out of the Forest into the Forge, the quest option won't be available to you. You won't be able to convince the people to evacuate the Arbor Heart. Great. Actually great to see that you can be locked out of content by either deciding not to do a quest or just never exploring to the Arbor Heart before this. I say this because modern games just seem so intent in ensuring that the player gets to experience everything the game has to offer. The game needs to be accommodating everyone, or every playstyle and everything you want to do. Skyrim is notoriously a prime example of this. Now I won't get into the lengthy detail because, well, this isn't a Skyrim critique. There are already enough of those. But for example's sake, you can always be accepted into Windhelm even if you're a warrior who hasn't even touched magic. Inclusivity derives from the experience in the sense that nothing is special. Convincing the elves to evacuate feels special, well, like an actual reward because you've helped them heal the Arbor Heart. They respect you. It's a justified and reasonable request. If anyone can slay the Grigori and be the sovereign, what's special about the Arisen? Okay, that example's a little dumb, but you get the point. It doesn't feel special to evacuate the elves if you haven't even done anything with them, if you haven't completed the quests, haven't interacted, or haven't been to the Arbor Heart before this. There's no point that the game should let you help the elves evacuate. And to that end, I'm grateful that, the developers decided to actually lock you out of something for decisions you made prior to this point in the game. I apologize for completely butchering this name, but it's spoken in Elven tongue in the game, so I actually don't really know how to say it. But Taliesin is reluctant to leave the city and abandon the Arbor Heart. However, he will agree to evacuate if you demonstrate that a piece of the Arbor Heart can successfully take root at the Seafloor Shrine. So all this quest requires is you to return to the Seafloor Shrine and plant the seed. Then return to Taliesin and tell him that the seed can grow. Here's the thing about the Unmourned world. Because of the time limit, you'll want to ferry stone around, completing all the quests as quickly as possible to ensure nothing is missed. So when I brush over quests like this, it's probably taken me longer to talk about this than to actually complete it in the game. Because realistically, what I did was just ferry stone back to the shrine, plant the seed, ferry stone back to the Arbor Heart, and talk to him again. Which makes me wonder if they intended the Unmourned world to have no ferry stones, because quests like these are just done so quickly. And it's a real shame because there's actually some weight to having to carry the seed with you and travel from the Arbor Heart all the way to the shrine, which is completely lost when you just teleport there and teleport back in less than a minute. Of course, you can choose not to do this and you can just travel all the way back to the Seafloor Shrine. The Regentkin's Resolve is the evacuation quest for Vermont. It's a slight throwback to the beginning, as you have to go and talk to Captain Brandt in the freaking tavern, who then tells you to speak with Sven, who then stepped in as the regent temporarily. Sven is open to the idea of evacuating, but says that he needs two things: to convince his mother Disa and to secure enough Oxcart for the journey. Leaving the palace and heading to the Oxcart station on the west side of Vernworth, a noble has bought them to transport his wealth and, refuses to share. Approaching him and drawing your weapon to intimidate him will, frighten him and cause him to flee, leaving the ox carts for you to use. Yeah, we essentially just bullied some guy so we could use the ox carts, except we didn't even touch him, we just touched our sword. Return to the palace and speak with Disa, who is unresponsive to our attempts to persuade her, leaving us with one option: physically carry her to Sven's room. She'll resist and may even escape your grasp, just pick her up again and continue. Once you get her to Sven's room, he'll convince her. What I like about the Regentkin's resolve is the exact thing I've said before. The resolutions are integral to the game's core mechanics. You don't just persuade Disa. No, you force her to listen by literally picking her up and placing her next to Sven, forcing her to listen. Not to mention, we also get some added lore behind Disa's motivations. Before, the assumption was that she just wanted more power, when the reality was she wanted to ensure her son had a secure future, one that wouldn't be guaranteed if the Arisen were to become the Sovereign. Whether or not you buy it is another question, but for me it was a justified enough response, and the connection between Disa and Sven is naught but touching. My one issue is with the Oxcart part of the quest. Essentially all you do is draw your weapon and you get given the Oxcarts. Alternatively, I would have preferred if the game tried to convince you that you need to pay him or bribe the merchant to get the Oxcarts back. Maybe slap a ridiculous price tag on it that, to be honest, most people would be able to afford at this point in the game, but probably wouldn't want to just fork over for no reason. And then have maybe secret or alternative ways of getting access to the Oxcarts, such as, threatening him by drawing your weapon, or alternatively beating him up with no weapons, using your fists. It's just a shame, because comparatively to the Civil Unrest quest we did to evacuate Batal, we got all these different options and different ways to solve these different problems, yet here in Vernworth we only really have one solution, and that's a shame in my book. The importance of aiding Ernesto is the fourth of the 5 evacuation quests, and involves going to Volcanic Island and speaking with Ernesto, who could have guessed, who is currently in the process of evacuating everyone. He needs your help getting Gustafra, the dwarf who had a bad back, and his wife Cleodana, who gives you the Magic Archer vocation. You then have to convince Lamont, the former Arisen, who gives you the Warfare vocation, to help evacuate as well. It doesn't matter what you say to him at all, the dialogue options are completely pointless, and the quest will complete the same, which is a bit stupid and really annoying. It's just a shame that the game doesn't hold you to your actions and decisions, at least in this case, because it would be nice to see, whether he joins the evacuation or not, based on your responses to him. The final evacuation is the Shepard of the Pawns at the excavation site, the place where it all began. The pawns are still under the control of the diminished Godsway, and therefore aren't able to act on their own will in order to evacuate. So the idea is that by taking the diminished Godsway to Henrique, we're supposedly freeing them. Hello? They're still technically being controlled by the Godsway. Can't we just destroy the staff? Seeing as, the Arisen could have just destroyed the diminished Godsway and then freed all the pawns from its control and then helped them evacuate instead, we kept the tool enslaving the pawns and just gave it off to someone else to use. I know I don't have a moral compass, but come on guys. After touching the beam of light, the great dragon will descend from the brine in one last attempt to destroy the world and begin the cycle. Seemingly unknowingly to your pawn, it will transform into a black drake, which then seems to be the manifestation of your pawn's own will. Recognizing their master, your pawn will carry you and fly you to the great dragon. And once again, as if we were stuck in the cycle itself, we must once again crawl along the dragon's back and wings. This time, thankfully, with no monologue. Our pawn returns and flies into the dragon's eye, causing it to start plummeting to the ground. We then dive into the dragon's chest and plunge the empowered Godsbane into its heart. At this moment, the voice of the Pathfinder, representing the Great Will, can be heard lamenting that it could not witness the birth of a new world. Earlier I spoke of how the Pathfinder revealed that countless worlds faced obliteration, saved only by the creation of the dragon, who was tasked with starving off oblivion. The Arisen was created to hunt and slay the dragon, continuing the cycle that gives purpose to the world and protects it from being consumed by oblivion. However, when we use the empowered Godsbane against the dragon's heart, they shatter the recurring cycle of Dragon and Arisen. This act restores the world to its original state, evident by the clear skies and the return of the ocean, contrary to the Pathfinder's assertions of inevitable destruction. The closing sequence emphasizes the theme of free will, previously bound by the Great Will, which mandated the Arisen's perpetual struggle against the dragon to prevent the world-ending calamities. A cutscene rolls of all the people you've aided on your journey. For some, it may be none. For others, you may get cutscenes of Wilhelmina fleeing Vermund, Ulrika returning to Melv, the elves planting the Arberheart sapling, your love or highest affinity staring off into the ocean, thinking of you. It all depends on what quests you complete along the way. I think it's a fantastic touch. We get to see one last glimpse at the world we have freed, the world we have left behind, the world we sacrificed it all for. It's bittersweet that we don't get to interact with the people as our journey has ended, but boy, is it a lovely send-off. The final scene is of the old man from Harv Village, who is supposedly an Arisen, sailing off into the vast ocean. The world is no longer controlled by the Pathfinder, no longer restricted by the brine or the cycle. The Great Will ceased to exist, and the people of the world are free to do as they please, to go beyond their bounds. DD2's story, on the surface, is utterly awful, and I really do mean that. If you're not constantly connecting the dots and understanding the lore and world around you, the story loses all meaning, all significance, and all emotional pull. Like I said at the start, I'd be surprised if someone was hooked on the story in their first playthrough. If they understood the majority of what's going on, I think at least on the second playthrough you start to understand the importance, the roles, the underlining meaning of everything being said. Sure, if you're an observant person from the get-go, you might be able to do all this, but the average person probably won't. Regardless, after saying all that, I love DD2's story. It's one of a kind. It's a tale of overcoming the odds and great sacrifice, and you're rewarded for it. Once you've beaten the game and are considering playing through the game again, whether or not you did the true ending or either of the alternative endings, it doesn't matter. You're given the option to start New Game Plus. Now normally New Game Plus in other games allows you to keep your equipment and up the difficulty by either increasing enemy damage and health or just providing a next tier of difficulty. One of my favourite games for New Game Plus is Horizon Forbidden West. It ups the difficulty while also making new weapons and armors available. DD2 does not have difficulty. So how do you make the game more difficult? Well, you up the health and damage numbers of enemies so that they can compete with your character who's just completed the game, as opposed to one who's just started it. By scaling these numbers up, it will ensure a similar experience for you in subsequent playthroughs. But DD2 gets it all wrong. First of all, they don't seem to scale enemies up enough. Emphasis on enough. They do get scaled up, but not enough. While they do seem stronger, they don't seem that much stronger. They also only scale outside of quests, meaning if you were to technically replay the game, I don't know how many times to reach the max level of 999, yeah, that's the thing. You'd probably one-shot these enemies with the regular attack. Not to say that you wouldn't be doing that anyway, but you get the point. The side quest, A Case of Sculptors Block, which I'll speak more about later, is an example where on my second playthrough as Valk, I killed the Griffin pretty much instantly. I'd fought many Griffins prior to this fight on that playthrough, each taking reasonably long amounts of time, so I didn't even consider using the Medusa head on my second playthrough, because I thought that my fight with the Griffins was still taking long enough that Fulvio would be able to get a good mental image and create his sculpture. It turns out that the Griffin's health is not scaled, meaning I killed the Griffin way quicker than I would have if I were to run into one in the wild. I can't 100% guarantee that these quest missions don't scale, but they certainly seem not to, at least after 2 New Game Plus runs, but that might just be down to how overpowered I'd become. The Dullahan fight from Till Death Do Us Part is another example. I didn't even kill the thing in my second playthrough, but in my third playthrough, I melted the thing. Enemies that would normally take 3 to 4 hits to kill out in the world would suddenly only take 2 hits to kill in the quest areas, leading me to believe that the quests don't scale, making the game a bit of a breeze to play, especially because the main reason you'd be wanting to do a second playthrough is to complete the quests that you didn't complete in a previous run, making New Game Plus kinda pointless. The Dragon Forged items that are unlocked in the Unmourned world or after you enter New Game Plus might be great, but what's the point when New Game Plus is already a walk in the park? It's a simple fix of just upping the numbers in every New Game Plus, or having the stats of enemies scale to the player's level. You can always install a mod that fixes this if you're lucky enough to have the game on PC. But the Bethesda approach of doing no work and letting your passionate community practically make the game for you is a complete cop-out. Mods shouldn't fix the game. They should enhance it or change it. But that's a topic for another time. The foundation of the scaling system is already there. The numbers just need adjusting, along with inclusions of quests, and that there is tangible reason to actually reach level 999. You can't make a DD2 video without discussing microtransactions, and truth be told, I don't have a lot more to say that hasn't already been said. For some reason, I've heard a lot of people complain about how the transactions are scams and stupid, because they are consumable items that, once gone, the player doesn't get their money back. Okay, so do you cry every time you buy food? You know, because you consume that and you don't get your money back? Like, come on people, are we 5 years old? Like, if you don't like something, don't fucking buy it. This isn't an example of aggressive microtransactions or gacha behavior. You're not forced to make these purchases at all. What's on offer are wake stones that can be used to revive NPCs or yourself. Useful, yes, but there are plenty of these in the world you can acquire. And to be honest, I only remember using like 3 of these. And quite frankly, if you're constantly running low on these, you're either in Batal way earlier than you should be, or you have no fingers. Seriously though, there are enough wake stones you can acquire in a single playthrough to last you 3, with the only exception to this rule being, you know, if you happen to kill an entire town with the Dragon's Plague and don't have an Eternal Wake Stone at that point in the game. But across all 3 of my playthroughs, the closest I got to Dragon's Plague killing the town was my main pawn ignoring my orders. It's really only something that happens if you're actually intending to trigger the Dragon's Plague. The next microtransaction is Rift Crystals, or RC, used to hire pawns and purchase special items. Depending on the pawn's level and how much higher it is than your current level will determine the amount of RC you need to pay to hire them. In an average playthrough, you'll end up with far more RC than what you can spend. So unless you're trying to hire pawns 15 plus levels higher than you are, I don't see any tangible reason to buy these. But at that point, your pawn is playing the game for you. I'll brush over the rest as they're all useful, but my argument remains the same. You don't need to spend money on these items when you can acquire enough of them just by playing the game. Other purchasable items include the gold keys, harpy lure, port crystals, heartfelt pendant, and rift incense. Now, whether or not you want to encourage this microtransaction kind of behavior is entirely up to you, because I doubt that this was a design choice made by the designers. Most likely, in fact, I'm certain that this would have been a publisher asking for a way to generate money outside of the game's sales. I'm thankful that the designers and publishers agreed to offer items of convenience rather than significance. All of these items can be acquired in abundance in the game. However, given how you decide to play the game and how much exploration you undertake, you can run low on these items at given points in time. But I still don't think it justifies a purchase of any of these items at any point in time. Unless you'd like to spend the money, just remember though, just because something can be bought in a video game doesn't mean it has to be. I know it's something extremely hard for you Valorant and CSGO players to understand, but remember, this is a fake, non-tangible item that only holds value in relation to the game. In DD2's case, they're all consumable items, making them even more worthless when comparing them to skins in other games. That being said, there is one purchase that I can see as a worthwhile investment, but it's only really tailored to the Dragon's Dogma fans. and that's the music and soundtrack collection. This microtransaction replaces certain music and sound effects from DD2 with music and sound effects from the original game. A pack for the OGs, which I am not. So for me, I don't see a point. But for those that play the original, $4.50 AUD is a great price for a touch of nostalgia in your game. Overall, I really see the microtransactions as harmless. There are a lot of side quests in DD2. If I were to talk about every single one of these side quests and discuss why I think they're good or bad, I'd genuinely be here forever. If you really want to hear my opinion on certain quests that I don't mention, feel free to leave a comment. I'd like to talk about a few of the more interesting ones. For better or worse, Hideaki Itsunno's vision for the game was all about exploring, and it really is shown in how these questions function in the game. A lot of these side quests and main story missions, for that matter, have no markers, require you to figure out the answer yourself, or stumble upon it. There is often more than one way to solve every quest, and it's left entirely up to you to figure it out. There are no exclamation marks above quest givers. You genuinely have to talk to NPCs or run into them while exploring. I found myself so often stumbling into quests given by NPCs I wouldn't even consider talking to in other games. It's something I can't praise the game enough for. Being cut loose, seeing the vast sprawling horizon, exploring the massive open world, there's a novelty in the fact that you're going to miss some things, but it's going to be your journey, your playthrough, entirely unique to you. Don't get me wrong, I love an Ubisoft map marker driven game where there's comfort in knowing that you won't miss anything. You don't want to, because it's all clearly labelled on your map, like a checklist of things to do. But I just can't seem to get enough of this game's superb quests that entice you to go out and explore every inch of the world. It doesn't stop there. It's the manner in which every quest has many different solutions or different approaches. What this means is that while you might have solved the quest in one way, I might have seen an entirely different solution. DD2's dedication to freedom of expression in its quest design is what makes the quest so memorable. While the main story may have fallen short in telling a truly compelling narrative, at least on the base level, I just seem to have fallen in love with the quests in DD2. A Beggars Tale is probably one of the most notorious quests in DD2. It's triggered by speaking with a bistron called Benton, who is listening to the tales of a beggar next to the main fountain in Vernworth Castle. It's about a nobleman named Albert who is living a double life, pretending to be a beggar to get out of his noble obligations, and also have an affair with a bistron woman named Selena. The beauty of this quest is in the number of ways to solve it. The most obvious way involves listening to Albert and tailing him from the fountain to Walter's Tavern in the slums, where you can see him and Selena meet, before then tailing him to the storehouse where he leaves his peasant disguise. You can actually skip the entire tailing sequence by waiting for it to be nighttime and going directly to the storehouse where Albert leaves the robes. Once you have these robes, there are 3 options. Give it back to Albert for 5,000 gold, present the robes to Hilda, who his real wife is, who doesn't believe you at first, but after doing her own investigation, puts Albert back to work and stops him from pretending to be a beggar, rewarding you for your efforts. However, if you take the outfit to Selena, you get quite the different ending. Selena will be in denial of Albert's true identity. After a couple of days pass, you'll run into a soldier who informs you that Selena and Albert have been found dead. Selena killed Albert before then taking her own life. Quite the tragic end. But that's only one of the ways to solve this quest. If you think about one of the core mechanics of this game, yes, picking up things, you can pick up Albert from the fountain in his peasant clothes and carry him to Hilda. You'll skip the part where Hilda realizes what Albert is doing and puts him to work as a nobleman. Vice versa, if you were to take Albert to Selena while he's in his noble attire, you'd trigger the Selena ending. I also believe that taking Selena to Albert's noble house when Hilda and Albert is around triggers a funny brawl between Hilda and Selena, but I haven't had a chance to test that one out myself. The novelty of A Beggar's Tale is in its simplicity. This isn't a complex quest. but the number of unique ways to solve it, as well as the unique 3 endings to it, make it such a memorable quest, at least to me. Because diversification of approach to problem solving creates unique and interesting solutions that are unique to people's playthrough, making the experience even more memorable to you. A case of Sculptor's block is triggered by talking to Clark in the noble quarters of Vernworth Castle, and begins with him rambling on about his collection of arts and how he has commissioned a statue from a renowned sculptor in Backbatal. He tasks you with essentially going to check in on the sculptor's progress with his commission. Pretty straightforward. Well, at this point in the playthrough, you've likely not travelled to the checkpoint rest town, let alone Backbatal. And if that's the case, you're in for one hell of a bad time in Batal. The Batal region is, like I said earlier, overloaded with enemies, all of which, are a lot tougher than you probably are ready to deal with at this point in the game. So my question is, why not just make this quest start in Backbatal? Why is Clark, a noble guy in Vernworth, ordering us to travel halfway across the world? Why not have some rich Backbatal person want a fancy sculpture as well? Why does the quest need to start in Vernworth? I think the reason for this quest is to push players to explore alternative routes into Batal, to offer a link between Batal region and Vermont that isn't the main story quest, Nation of a Lambent Flame. Because if you haven't received this quest yet at this point in the game, you haven't really got a reason to travel to Batal. So this poses a problem. How to get in Batal. Now, I mentioned earlier the main story gives you a trading permit after completing Feast of Deception to pretend to be a bestiary merchant in order to cross the border. Of course, as I also mentioned, there are a total of 7 different ways, and now 8 if you want to carry the Empress across. And you're only locked out of one of these if you haven't done the Feast of Deception, pushing you to explore or think of alternative means to crossing into Batal. Hideaki Itsunno's vision for this game was all about exploration, so any quest that incentivizes this is usually going to be a good one. But I've derailed a little bit here. After meeting with Fulvio in Backbatal, you learn that he is having trouble sculpting the finer details of the griffin, and needs your help holding off the griffin long enough for him to get the details sketched of the beast. He suggests turning the beast to stone, allowing him to take as much time as he needs. Of course, he's referring to using the Medusa head to petrify it, or just stalling out long enough for him to get the details he needs. But the cool thing about this is that the quest leaves it up to you to solve the problem. Now, in my Sir Lick playthrough, I wasn't really strong enough at the point in time to even kill the griffin. So the obvious choice was to just fight the griffin long enough for Fulvio to get the details he needs. Alternatively, there is a third way to complete this quest, and that's putting the griffin to sleep. If you're using the Magic Archer Vocation, you can use the Sedative Bolt skill to put the griffin to sleep and let Fulvio take as much time as he needs. Now this got me thinking, what about the other status effects we can inflict on the griffin? Now we know that we can cause Medusa's head to petrify the beast, but what if we were to freeze it using magic? It doesn't quite work as well as you might have envisioned. Applying the freeze effect only really stalls out the fight, as the griffin will freeze for a couple of seconds before breaking out of the condition, which still technically helps with completing Fulvio's request of stalling the fight long enough, but it's a missed opportunity to provide further freedom. I understand that allowing the player to permanently freeze enemies would be a major balancing issue, but maybe if you managed to freeze the griffin twice in this fight specifically, the quest would be complete, because Fulvio would be able to get the details he needs. Regardless of how you handle the griffin fight, Fulvio will invite you to the unveiling of his sculpture at Clark's estate in Vernworth Castle. If you succeed in giving Fulvio enough time to get the details, the unveiling goes well, and you receive the full reward as well as praise from Fulvio and Clark. However, my third playthrough I was way over leveled at this point in time, meaning I actually killed the griffin too fast for Fulvio to get all the details he needed. So I ended up just semi-failing the quest, having to live with the guilt of Fulvio getting mocked for his creation and literally laughed at. But you still get the rewards from a depressed sounding Fulvio, although not as much as you'd get from Clark. There is a small little detail worth noting, and that's depending on if you completed this quest or semi-failed it. The griffin statue will have different poses. It's a small detail, but man, when I noticed it, I was like, damn, that's cool. That's something that makes the questing so great in this game, is the diversity of approach. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I'm going to continue to say it, because something like this is missed in a lot of games. A Game of Wits is one of my favourite quests in all of video games, for two reasons: the design of the Sphinx herself, and of course her riddles, or really her game of wits. Looking at this incredible design, the colours are vibrant, the intricate patterns that hint at ancient wisdom. But let's be honest, it's hard to ignore these big... Yet my love for the Sphinx goes far beyond her stunning appearance. As you approach the Sphinx for the first time, there's a sense of superiority, like she's been watching over the land for centuries. It's not just her size, it's the way she holds herself majestically, unyielding. And then there's that voice, sending a chill down your spine. It's uncertain, almost inhumane, which adds to the mystery. You know you're dealing with something beyond mortal comprehension. When you finally speak to her, the tension ramps up. It's not just the words, but everything. The music, the head tilt, the way her pupils enlarge, as if she's peering into your soul.
And you claim this to be the parent I seek? Indeed, you are correct. All is in the name. You have proven your wits, and so I shall bestow upon you a prize. Collect it from yon chest at your leisure.
Everything about the Sphinx's design is phenomenal. I want you to think of your favourite recent game to release, whether that be Elden Ring or Final Fantasy 16 or something else, and pick a character more well designed than the Sphinx. Sure, some designs might be cooler or, suit your style more, but do they achieve the intended goal as well as the Sphinx does? I think it's unlikely that they do. I can't think of a recent game that has a character like the Sphinx, one so unique in design, so memorable in interaction. The point I'm trying to make is that no matter how poorly you view the story and side content in the game, without a shadow of a doubt, DD2's Sphinx has left its mark. All without even talking about her quest, A Game of Wits. A Game of Wits is a concept that I love in video games. Something that's completely unique and really tests your knowledge of the game, along with your ability to think outside the box and how to utilize what's given to you as best as possible. To begin A Game of Wits, you have to travel to the mountain shrine above ancient battlegrounds and west of the misty marshes. Both have pathways leading to the shrine. The quest doesn't seem to have any prerequisites, meaning that right after completing the tale's beginning, you can head straight for the Sphinx if you really wanted to, which is a nice concept but probably wouldn't be the smartest idea, given that you need to have traveled to Harv and set up some port crystals before starting. I'm sure that this isn't the only quest that can be done right out of the gates without even travelling to Vernworth, but I imagine the quests on Volcanic Island can all be done at this point in time. But that's for me to confirm on my 5th or 6th playthrough. A Game of Wits involves solving 10 riddles, trials, given to you by the Sphinx at 2 different locations. The first 5 at the Mountain Shrine, then 5 more at the Frontier Shrine. The quest can only be started from the Mountain Shrine, meaning if you haven't done the first 5 riddles, the Sphinx won't be at the Frontier Shrine. The first 5 riddles are all offered as choices, meaning you can pick whatever riddle you wish to solve in any order, while the second 5 are given to the player in a random order. You do get one free fail. If you fail a quest from the Sphinx, she lets it slide. However, failing 2 of these riddles, or tasks, will see the Sphinx fly away and your reward's locked. The first riddle you receive is the Riddle of the Eyes. The riddle is fairly straightforward. The Sphinx asks you to explore the dungeon and find the most valuable item in it. The catch is that the chest at the end of the dungeon has a rotten apple in it. However, when tracking back to the Sphinx, above the dungeon's entrance, there's a hidden chest containing the sealing file. Obviously, you return to the Sphinx and hand her the file, completing the first riddle. It's a straightforward quest that really entails everything you've been doing up until this point anyway. After all, you need to have observation skills to locate the mountain shrine. It's what DD2 is all about, exploration and discovery. What I like about this is, and what happened to me in my first run, is that I cleared the dungeon like normal, got the rotten apple at the end, and then headed back towards the Sphinx, thinking, am I supposed to give her the apple or give her some mob drop? Before spotting the chest above the door, opening it, and immediately realizing that that was the correct answer to the riddle. After completing the first riddle, the Sphinx rewards you with a wake stone and the sealing file itself, and the item can't be obtained anywhere else, and is probably one of the most unique and interesting items in the game. You essentially can store an NPC in the bottle and let them out where and whenever you want, which may not sound that useful on the surface, but it ended up being pretty useful at solving other riddles that come in the future. It can also be used to carry maesters into the final boss, so if you want a supercharged NPC capable of slaying Grigori for you, this is a way to do it. The second riddle is the Riddle of Madness. The Riddle of Madness requires you to bring forth your beloved. Now there are technically multiple answers to this one. Your main pawn can be brought in front of the Sphinx in order to answer the question. However, the Sphinx will mock you, presenting only one beloved. Alternatively, you can bring your actual beloved or highest affinity NPC to the altar and complete the quest that way. More on how the affinity system works in a little bit. In addition, you can actually bring as many NPCs with max affinity as you'd like on the altar, which really serves no purpose whatsoever except to inconvenience yourself. But it's nice to have the option, even if wasting time for a single piece of unique dialogue is your thing. Of course, if it's an NPC other than one of your pawns, you're going to have to transport them there, either by carrying them or using a ferry stone or running them there. Alternatively, you could use the sealing file, but what's the point when the easiest thing to do is grab your main pawn and just place them at the altar? It's a rather simple riddle, but it's interesting that it can be perceived in different ways. Your main pawn, your friends, or your love. All of these answers will suffice for the Sphinx, and she'll acknowledge this in her response as well. Completing the test will open a chest with a port crystal inside, arguably the most valuable item in the game.
So grant to me what you most prize, and thence elude your ponderous demise.
The Riddle of Conviction simply asks you to give the Sphinx your most valuable item. Of course, you don't know what she's going to do with it. In my first playthrough, I did not trust the Sphinx at all, but I was willing to part with a wake stone. My thought was that the Sphinx will give me something of similar value in return. But the real answer to this riddle is that the Sphinx will just give you the exact item you gave her, so I received a wake stone in return. It's worth noting that giving her a port crystal will produce a fake one that instead acts as a all-healing elixir. In my third playthrough, I was a little annoyed by this because you'd think that a mythical godlike creature would be capable of replicating the port crystals. But it turns out she is just as skilled as Abraham the Scrapper at replicating items. The Riddle of Wisdom is a weird one. Much like the Riddle of the Eyes, this one rewards the player who's been paying attention, and a lot of attention. I personally didn't figure this one out and had to look it up, which is a shame, because I think that anything that requires a player to leave the game is less than ideal, because it detracts from your experience, it unimmerses you. While you have to spend 5 minutes reading and researching the solution, it ruins the novelty of being able to say, I completed all the riddles without the help of any guides or previous knowledge. Oh, I haven't mentioned the solution yet. My apologies. Well, the truth is the solution to this riddle requires the player to find a pawn with Sphinx, then mother, father, or parent in their name. For example, a pawn called Sphinx Parent. Now, you can run into these pawns roaming the world, or the easier option is to go to the Riftstone and search the unique pawns. Alternatively, if you've travelled to Har Village, the Riftstone of the Fellowship will allow you to have Sphinx Parents or some kind available. My major problem with this is, while some people will distinctly remember certain pawns they've had or used along with their favourite, there is a high chance you've never ever interacted with a pawn that has Sphinx in their name, let alone a Sphinx parent. Remember every time you go into the rift? Do you remember every pawn you've ever seen? The answer is no. You might vaguely remember some, but definitely not all. Truth be told, I'd be surprised if many people actually notice this. Of course, once you know of these pawns, the answer is pretty straightforward. The reward for presenting a Sphinx parent is 1200 RC, which is ironic because now you can buy a much better pawn to join your adventure than the Sphinx pawn you just recruited for the riddle. The fifth challenge and final one on offer at the Mountain Shrine is the Riddle of Rumination. Now, whoever thought this is a riddle is a cruel, cruel person. The Riddle of Rumination requires you to return to the site of the very first Seeker's token you ever found. You'll see that there is now a Finder's token in its place. For some, you might remember it straight away and have no issue with this quest. But if you're like me, you immediately forgot about it, and it's likely that you've had to backtrack and scour the entire of northern Vermont. I think that it's hilarious because the Sphinx only gives you a few days to find it as well. In New Game Plus, it'll take the first token you found in that run, which is great because you always need to remember where you found the first Seeker's token. But what happens when you find all the Seeker's tokens? Well, a Seeker's token simply spawns at your feet. Alternatively, if for whatever reason you don't want to use the token, or maybe you just don't want to have to find a Seeker's token in every one of your playthroughs before talking to the Sphinx, you can instead then duplicate the Finder's token at Ibrahim's scrap shop in Checkpoint Rest Town. Of course, it'll cost you, but it's by far a worthy purchase given the value of every other reward from completing the Sphinx's quest. The second is that you can request a Finder's token as a pawn quest. Of course, you're likely only going to receive this from other players who have duplicated the Finder's token as well, as most players wouldn't willingly donate the item because it would lock them out of the quest for their playthrough. But giving the player a free Finder's token at their feet feels like a cop-out. At least, the game should just recognize where your first Seeker's token was that you ever found and always put it there. Or maybe it spreads it randomly. You can find the Finder's token in a random location. Yeah, that means you have to scour the entire world in the limited time, but that's the price you gotta pay for collecting all the Finder's tokens. Make it a challenge to some degree. Handing the Finder's token to the Sphinx will complete the riddles and reward you with 3 fairy stones. The Sphinx's first riddle upon arriving at the Frontier Shrine is always the same. The Riddle of Reunion is always the 6th riddle of the cycle and simply asks you to reunite with the Sphinx and speak to the Sphinx again at the Frontier Shrine. Fairly straightforward, and this actually rewards you with 100k for doing it as well. The rest of the riddles from this point are given to you in a completely random order. It's worth noting that this is counted as one of the riddles and not just like a side quest to the side quest, because it will come into play in the riddle I'm just about to talk about. The Riddle of Contest is one of the possible riddles you can receive next, and requires the player to place statues in front of the Sphinx for every riddle they have answered thus far.
My memory fails me, you see. Remind me, and make it plain. Let yonder statues be your means. For every question aptly answered, bring one here before me.
Sounds simple, but the trick to this riddle comes down to how much attention you've been paying. The way you'll get this wrong is brushing over the fact that the Riddle of Reunion is counted towards the riddles. For example, there have been 5 riddles completed and the Riddle of Reunion is 6. So 6 statues need to be placed in front of the Sphinx. Remember, these riddles are often in a random order, so you could get this as your final riddle, requiring you to place 9 statues in front of the Sphinx. The answer to the riddle is also given to you by the Sphinx herself. On her feathers are little purple dots indicating the number of riddles you've answered already. The Sphinx literally tells you the answer by displaying them on her feathers. It's a nice little touch that I didn't notice on my first encounter with the Sphinx and only did in subsequent playthroughs. It's the small, little, unnecessary details that really come together in DD2 to make the game so special. Most games would just have you remember the number of riddles you've solved with no hints whatsoever. The next riddle that you could possibly get is the Riddle of Futility. This requires you to carry the Amphoria to Sir Maraudus in Bakbatal. The Amphoris is a great jar that will break if dropped. While carrying objects, the player can't really do anything but place the object down or throw it. Meaning, in order to get the Amphora to Sir Morat, you have to avoid as many fights as possible and also ensure you place the Amphora down in a safe location before a fight. The issue is the ridiculously high number of fights between you and Bakbatal. It's less than ideal to solve it this way. My immediate thought was, how can I avoid going to Bakbatal without having to carry this thing all the way there? My solution was to carry Sir Marat to the shrine. First of all, if he gets knocked down while you're carrying him, he won't immediately break like the Amphora. Secondly, if he actually does manage to die, you can just revive him with a Wakestone. That's when I remembered that the reward for the first Sphinx fight was the Sealing File. By using this, you can store him and return to the Frontier Shrine, where you can then take him out of the file and complete the quest by talking to him. Although I don't think this is the answer the developers intended, or at least they didn't prepare dialogue for it. Because the background to Sir Morat is that the family has been looking into the existence of the Sphinx. Yet he provides no acknowledgement of the Sphinx at all, despite being stood right next to her. Not to mention, he also says you must have travelled far with the Amphoria, when in reality it was he who travelled far. It would be nice if they had a unique dialogue and interaction between the Sphinx and Sir Morat. The reward for delivering the Amphoria is the Eternal Bond Ring, allowing you to raise your affinity with NPCs a lot quicker. A very useful reward for not only finding your beloved, but also trying to get the best price from merchants. The riddle of differentiation is probably the worst of all the riddles, requiring you to essentially find an NPC and return them to the Sphinx. The catch to this is that there are two NPCs that look almost identical. Dante in Checkpoint Rest Town, and Vigil is found on the other side of the Checkpoint Rest Town gate, in Batal. The only difference between the two is their scars and their hair. In my first encounter with this, I got lucky and didn't even realize that there was another NPC that looked similar. I actually just grabbed the one that I found first and lucked out when the Sphinx compared the pair. The reason I'm not a fan of this quest is because of what it requires you to do. Essentially, I had to check every NPC in Vernworth, Melve, Harve, Sacred Arbor before I got to the Checkpoint Rest Town where both of them can be found. I was constantly wondering, what if they're wandering NPCs or I just happened to miss them because they were somewhere else at a certain time of day. Thankfully, this wasn't the case, but the riddle of differentiation is by far the worst of the Sphinx's riddles. It would have been more interesting and less of a chore if the Sphinx just filled the Frontier Shrine with NPCs that all look the same except for one, and then make the player figure out which is the one the Sphinx is looking for. The best part about this riddle is actually the reward. The Whimsical Daydream, which is a trickster weapon that gives you either 10k gold, 100 gold, or 1000 gold when you hit enemies. People have said that they've gotten 10k gold, but I've yet to see it happen, so I'm not sure I'd trust that to that extent. Needlessly to say, it's an incredible item that the trickster must have. The riddle of contest is the final riddle you can get. Essentially, the Sphinx tasks you with killing a combat dummy. Seems easy enough. The catch is that the Sphinx has equipped the Ring of Derision, which essentially reduces your damage to almost nothing. You still do damage, but just absolutely nothing. Removing the ring or requesting the help of your pawns will instantly fail the riddle. You can defeat the dummy normally in combat, or you can think of alternative ways to beat him. In my third playthrough, I happened to be a Mystic Spearman and used the skill Unto Heaven to literally send the dummy flying off into the distance, full team rocket style. In the third run, I was an archer and simply staggered the enemy, then threw him off the edge. My favourite thing about this is the possibilities of how this challenge can be solved. No matter how you end up solving the riddle of contest, you'll be rewarded with the Ring of Ambition, which just slightly increases your EXP gain from killing enemies. The Sphinx's riddles are more tests than they are riddles, but they get you to use your knowledge of the game and its core mechanics to their fullest, to grasp how everything can be used in harmony, as well to embrace the heart of this game, exploration and journey, something that the riddles really capture. You need to be observant of everything around you at all times, while also understanding everything you are capable of doing at any given moment. Completing all the riddles will trigger the Sphinx to leave for good, flying off into the distance. You can, however, kill the Sphinx for an Eternal Wakestone. The Eternal Wakestone can be used multiple times and can revive an entire town. Useful for when you accidentally spread Dragon's Plague, but it's not useful because it can't really be used on yourself, and despite its name, it's not eternal. Well, maybe eternally disappointing. Just give us an Eternal Wakestone and Ferrystone and everyone will be happy. I digress. Killing the Sphinx isn't so easy. In order to damage the Sphinx, you need to hit anywhere but the Sphinx's face. Any sort of damage taken to the face will trigger the Sphinx to heal back to full health, beginning the fight again. So large AoE spells are kind of out of the question. So is using your pawns, because it's quite likely that one of them will accidentally hit the Sphinx's face and reset the fight. Alternatively, you can use things like the Unmaking Arrow on the Sphinx or the Medusa head. A Game of Wits is by far my favourite quest in the game, and well, truth be told, one of the greatest side quests of all time. It tests your knowledge of the world around you, your observation, your drive to explore, while also testing your understanding of game mechanics and how they all interact and intertwine with one another. It's truly a great quest. The Sphinx quest is probably one of the most regarded and well-received quests in the game, but the Phantom Oxcart quest, well, it's probably one of the most well-hidden quests in the entire game. In order to start the Phantom Oxcart, you need to have completed the Nation of the Lambent Flame quest, and it requires you to go to the Western Oxcart station in Vernworth. There you'll overhear a conversation about a mysterious Oxcart that only operates at night. You're given the location of where the Phantom Cart has been spotted, and that's all you have to go off. Going to this location at night time, you'll find an Oxcart with a coachman, Neville, speaking with Neville, a soldier about to transport pawn slaves from Vernworth all the way through Batal and to the excavation site on Volcanic Island. You wait for their conversation to end, then chase after Neville and tackle him to the ground, making him confess and give the merchant letter over to you. As far as I'm concerned, you don't actually have to wait for the conversation to end, and you can literally just go up and tackle Neville right next to Manson, ending their convo while Manson takes his card and leaves, doing absolutely nothing. You'd think that this would fail the quest. What idiot would come back the night after, especially after witnessing his accomplice get captured right in front of him? Well, Manson is that idiot. For some reason, this doesn't fail the quest. So after getting the merchant's letter and giving it to Captain Brant, he proposes you tail the Oxcart, or disguise yourself as a pawn. I chose the latter. Firstly, tailing the Oxcart takes a lot longer because the thing will move ridiculously slow. You'll have to fight enemies along the way, and the literal second you get too close to the cart, and it will zoom off at Mach 10. So there is only really one option. Strip down and approach the cart. Talk to Manson, who for some reason doesn't even question that you're not a pawn or why no one is accompanying you. The quest just doesn't make sense. Is Manson blind? But that can't be right. He's literally driving the Oxcart. I don't know, it's stupid. The whole quest is dumb. After travelling some distance, the cart will get ambushed by goblins. Simply leave this to NPCs or, get your fists out and deal with it yourself. It's worth noting that if you call your pawns to help here, it'll fail the quest. If you re-equip items, it will fail the quest. Hang on, why are we capable of failing the quest here and not when I spear tackled Neville to the ground right next to the Phantom Oxcart? You then travel to the checkpoint rest town, watch you and the other slaves get beat up, then travel through the gate before arriving in Back Batal. I then get recognised as the Arisen, forcing you into a fight against a bunch of guards. You'll receive a labour requisition order that you can then deliver to Captain Brant, and that's job done. The Phantom Oxcart would be a cool way of getting to Back Batal in the early game, if it hadn't been a requirement to have completed the Nation of the Lambent Flames, a quest set in Back Batal. Like, this would be one of those moments you see in Elden Ring runs where someone is somewhere they shouldn't be super early in the game. Why is this locked behind the Nation of the Lambent Flames quest? there is literally no main story ties in this quest. It makes no sense. I can only presume it was the developers being like, okay, we need some Act 2 quests, so they randomly drew a few names out of a hat and made them require certain progression in the main story before you can commence them. All of this aside, one of the cool things about this quest is that even if you haven't started this quest, you can run into the Phantom Oxcart while travelling at night. It's a nice touch that makes the world feel alive, that this Oxcart is travelling from Vernworth to the volcanic island regardless of what you're doing and where you are. Of course, getting close to the Oxcart will just trigger it to flee. It's a small touch that creates a, oh hey yeah, I forgot about that, or wait, is that the thing I ran into earlier? Creating a unique experience for the player. Sure, some might never see the Oxcart before getting to the quest, and some might not even find the quest itself. It's a nice little discovery, but would be even nicer if this actually started the quest rather than having to wait for a specific conversation to occur. Dull Steel, Cold Forge, and Steel Resolve, Blazing Forge are two quests that really should just fall under the one quest title. They're essentially step 1 and step 2 to unlocking the Dwarven Smithing, which may mean absolutely nothing to you at the moment, but more on that later. I'm going to refer to the two quests as, well, Cold Forge and Blazing Forge, just to make things simpler. The first being Cold Forge is a quest you receive from a roaming guard, Roman in the Vernworth Castle. He tasks you with repairing the Regalia sword, which is supposed to be a symbolic sword that the Sovereign of Vernworth is meant to wield. Mentioning that under Disa's rule, the relic has been neglected. Okay, cool, we'll just take it to the local blacksmith then, right? Wrong. Apparently this is the work of a master smith. Heading to Back Batal to speak with Brokor, a dwarven smith, who is only just retired. However, waiting for him to leave, you can actually just speak with his apprentice Sarah, who is willing to help you out. But the problem is they no longer have glimmer coals to fuel the forge. So off you go to get these unique items, which by the way can be collected at any point in time. So if you were to go to this mine and collect glimmer coal before the quest, you can just hand it in now, completing Cold Forge. If you didn't have the foresight to do so, you're off to Digger's Ruins, which is one of the very few unique dungeons in DD2. The thing about this quest is the mood. In order to best locate the glimmer coal, you need to have your lantern turned off. Otherwise, glimmer coal won't emit any light. You only need to deliver about 15 glimmer coal, but can deliver 20, and the extras will have to be put into storage or sold, because they serve no other purpose outside of this quest. Why make a unique item that is gatherable in the world, only usable in a single quest, and then allow the player to gather more than what is necessary to complete the quest? If you wait some time for resources to regenerate, you can go back and get even more of these pointless rocks. It doesn't make sense to me to make this resource outside of the quest. Why not just have the player collect 15 or 20 glimmer coals and no more or less? Once you hand this back to Sarah, that completes the Cold Forge quest. If you wait a couple of days and come back to the forge, you can speak with Sarah about how the sword needs to be repaired, and apparently you have to use a blaze hammer in order to repair the sword. Waiting another couple of days and returning, you'll find that Sarah has run off to complete the Regalia sword, and it's your job to travel to the volcanic island and make sure she's safe. Depending on how far into the game you are at this point, you can either cross at Moonswag's Bridge, assuming that you're in a New Game Plus and have opened the doors, or you can go through Drabnir's Grotto. Once you meet up with Sarah, you can agree to help her with the Blaze Hammer, heading into the mountain base cave on Volcanic Island. Clear your way through the cave until you make it to the Cauldron of Lava, where the hammer can be set ablaze. Once Sarah does so, you then have to escort her to the entrance of the cave before it's too late. This sequence in the quest is one of the only times a timer is slapped on you to complete an immediate step. We don't see this ever again in any other quest. Quests like Every Rose Has Its Thorns do have time limits, but that's over 3 days, where this is a few minutes. Failing to get to the entrance of the cave in time won't fail the quest, but will make you go back through and just restart it over again. I just found it funny how this is one of the only times we're given an immediate time restriction, especially given some of the urgent quests in the game. But one thing I don't understand is, how is it that the Blaze Hammer can't last until the exit of the cave if you take your time, but then is supposed to last Sarah the entire walk back to Brock Earl's Forge? It doesn't make sense. Can NPCs use fairy stones? After escorting Sarah to the entrance, you can then travel to Brocker's Forge to trigger a cutscene where Sarah is getting an earful from Brocker, completing the quest and rewarding you with the Regalia Sword as well as Dwarven Smithing. But before I can talk about what Dwarven Smithing is, or even just how smithing works, it's important to understand how the stats work in this game. So if you're not interested in the details, definitely skip ahead. There are 10 different stats in this game: strength, defense, magic, magic defense, knockdown power, and lockdown resistance, slash strength and strength, slash and strike resistance, all of which are very self-explanatory. Strength ups the damage of your attacks, while magic ups the damage of your vocation skills. It's worth noting that if you're a mage, your basic cast spells will use your strength stat, not the magic stat. However, because you are a mage, you'll mainly be using your skills to deal damage and won't really rely on using your basic attack. So it's always better to just take a staff with more magic rather than strength. Defense refers to the amount of damage you can take. The higher your defense, the less damage you'll take from strength attacks, while magic defense obviously affects how much damage you can take from spells. For the most part, I'd say defense is far superior in the game, except for when you get to the Unmourned world, where the number of casters and boss monsters that use spells seems to skyrocket. So ideally, a good balance between the two is what you want. Knockdown power is arguably the most important stat in the game. This affects how frequently you can knock bosses and basic enemies down. The reason you'd take this over the flat damage increase the strength and magic gives you is because being able to stagger a boss enemy provides a window of opportunity to not only hit the monster's weak spot, but also an opportunity of respite for yourself and your pawns. You simply can't take damage. But what makes this stat so ridiculously overpowered is that it actually affects spells and skills, meaning skills like Helm Splitter from the Rogue Vocation will pretty much trigger the knockdown stance on any major boss if your weapon has a lot of knockdown power. Or spells like Maelstrom, but I mean, Maelstrom is pretty much killing the boss anyway, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. Essentially, any spell or skill that applies rapid ticks is strong with the knockdown power. And of course, knockdown resistance is the opposite to this. You are less likely to get knocked over and interrupted when using a skill based on how high this number is. Strike and slash damage refers to the type of damage that a melee weapon will apply. Essentially, certain enemies have slash resistance and strike resistance, but not enough. The most glaring enemies to have slash resistance are Stone Saurians. Attempting to use a slash damage weapon will just lead to your attack completely getting deflected. It's a great interaction because you then have to either consider what weapons you and your pawns are using, or what skills are capable of dealing with their weakness. Slash damage, on the other hand, has a couple of perks when it comes to dealing with bigger monsters. When using slash damage on a Cyclops, you can weaken its legs and make it topple over more easily. In the case of the Medusa fight, the only way you can chop off the Medusa head is to use slash damage. When fighting the Chimera, you can chop off the snake tail and head, completely eliminating its ability to use lightning magic. It would be great to see more of this throughout the game though, because apart from these examples, I don't think there is any other time the weapon types make a difference in these fights. Okay, regular Saurians' tails can be chopped off, but I actually think that this can be done by strike damage weapons anyway. Needless to say, it would be nice to get a more distinctive feel. Make it obvious to us that strike damage is clearly more efficient versus skeletons, while slash damage is better against zombies and undead. Finally, that leaves us with slash and strike resistance, and I believe that this is simply a flat percentage reduction applied to the specific damage types. Another thing to consider when looking at your stats is the elements and status effects, resistances provided by armor. These seem to be a direct percentage reduction to the damage taken from elements or status effects and or the duration of how long these statuses might last. So knowing all of this, we can finally get into the different types of smithing: Vermundian, Batali, Elven, Dwarven smithing, and the additional upgrade called Worm Forging, that can only be applied to fully upgraded gear, all of which provide different stats for one another. For example, Elven smithing might require Maya's meat for an upgrade, while Batali needs gold. Depending on the item and where you take it to get anything will determine the materials needed to upgrade it. The rarer the item, the more times it gets upgraded, will mean the rarer the items. It's worth noting again that slash damage, strike damage, slash resistance, and strike resistance can't be upgraded by any current form of smithing in the game. Vermundian is the first smithing type you get access to, and that acts as a balance between all smithing styles, increasing all stats except knockdown power and knockdown resistance. This includes the weight of weapons and armor being reduced. This style of smithing is available from the weapon and armor vendors in Vernworth Castle, as well as the Checkpoint Rest Town. Vermundian smithing is ideal for upgrading armor of range vocations, archer, magic archers, and mage and sorcerers, all benefiting from general resistances rather than knockdown resistances. The reason I say this is because most of the armors available to these vocations have really low knockdown resist, meaning that even if you focus your upgrades into Dwarven smithing, more on that just a moment, it's not really worth it. Your attacks and skills casts will still easily get interrupted by a simple goblin attack. The Mystic Spearman vocation would benefit from the Vermundian style of smithing, because a lot of the weapons have a balance between magic and physical stats, making it ideal to ensure both are being upgraded. Batali smithing focuses on physical enhancements, so your strength will be increased along with your defense. Your magic and magic resist will be increased just at a lower rate than your strength and defense would. This is also applicable across Elven and Dwarven smithing. It's kind of like choosing how you'd like to focus a set of gear, what stats you'd like. One downside of the Batali smithing is that the weight of the gear is increased with every upgrade. It's often minute, but when you have a full set of Batali upgraded gear, it makes a difference. Not ideal in a game where you already have to constantly manage your carry weight. The only vocation I really see this being applicable to is the Warrior and Fighter, two vocations who, well, their entire job is to tank damage and deal a hell lot of it. Elven smithing can of course only be found in the Sacred Arbor and is the complete opposite of Batali smithing, enhancing your gear's magic and magic defense. A lot of weapons throughout the game have elemental damage effects, meaning that they will constantly deal damage of this archetype. That also means that they scale with magic, helping to apply the weapon's effect. The final and most difficult style of smithing is Dwarven. There are only two ways to get Dwarven smithing. One, of course, from completing the Steel Resolve Blazing Forge, and the other is to put a spring in my step. Both of these require you to go to the volcanic island, so it's understandable that the average playthrough of this game, a player is unlikely to even encounter these. Dwarven smithing upgrades the knockdown power of weapons and the knockdown resistance of armor, which for the most part is the exact stat you want in all situations. Like I said earlier, Dwarven smithing is essential for just about every weapon archetype in the game. It's always useful, but I think that this smithing type excels for the Warrior vocation, a vocation that moves slowly but hits hard. By upping your knockback resist, it's a lot less likely that you'll be interrupted using any of your wind-up skills. What's great about the smithy system is a piece of gear can only be upgraded 3 times from one of these smithies, before then being upgraded by the Worm Forge. Each tier of the upgrade incrementally increases the stats given. For the sake of it, I upgraded a helmet for the first time. It might only increase by 5 defense, then I upgraded again and the defense increases by 15. Then a third upgrade by 50. You get what I'm saying here. That's where the magic of this system is, mixing and matching your styles to maximize the stat gain in the areas you want. For example, you might want a piece of armor to have 2 upgrades in Batali smithing to increase your physical defense, but the final upgrade to be Vermundian, so that it rounds out the remainder of the stats while continuing to increase your desire for the defense stat. The real genius comes in giving you the freedom to craft and enhance weapons to suit your playstyle and experience. giving you the freedom of approach. Not a lot of other games offer any upgrade systems like this. Speaking of, in order to upgrade gear, it's simply talking to a smithy vendor and paying them some cash along with monster drops, with an increase in the amount of money and the rarity of the items needed. It's also unique to the type of smithing you're trying to do. Bringing it back to the Cold Forge and Blazing Forge quests, they feel like they're actually going to be impactful on the main storyline. It feels like returning with the Regalia sword will actually help with swaying the people or something. But nope, this literally does nothing. It's never spoken about again. If you choose to not go with the true ending, it's not even on your character, yet you're clearly the sovereign of Vermont. It would be a nice little detail to have, especially because this game is all about the subtle little details. Another gripe I have with the result of these two quests is the fact we don't even get to keep the sword. We have to give it back to Roman. It can't be kept, nor can it be wielded in battle before we have to return it. I know Roman says it's just a simple display sword. Maybe make it a unique item that does next to no damage, but has a ridiculous amount of knockdown power, or has a unique effect that enhances the power of your pawns, similar to the Trickster Vocation skill, Aromatic Resurgence, but obviously not anywhere near as busted as that skill. Cold Forge and Blazing Forge together leave a lot to be desired, outside of gaining access to the Dwarven smithing, which, don't get me wrong, is an incredibly useful smithing archetype, but it holds potential for more, whether developing the main story or simply a unique item. The main reason I wanted to talk about this quest is how random it is. Most people won't bump into Roman. Hidden quests like this make the game feel special. It makes moments of bumping into a random NPC and receiving a new quest that much more special. Something that is fairly lost in other games, and you can clearly see Itsunno's draw from his inspiration Skyrim. But it's saying this at the same time, the fact that quests like this are just pure happenstance can be frustrating when you don't actually run into these quests. Out of the Forest and into the Forge can only commence once you've completed the Ailing Arborheart quest in the Arborheart. The Sacred Arbor is an elven refuge located in Vermont and west of Melv, where the player will need to acquire the unique woodland smithing scroll in order to teach their pawn elven wordsmithing, or alternatively hire a pawn that already has the skill. Similar to the Cold Forge and Blazing Forge quests I just talked about, these two quests really should just be the one. To complete the Ailing Arborheart, you have to talk to Glinwood to find out where Glenfenture is. And he's an elf that speaks English and Elvish fluently, and he tells us that the translation for the elven word is Scale Cinders, so that's what we're looking for. Of course, with anything smithing related, we go to speak with Sarah and Brokar in Bakbatal. Thankfully for us, she is willing to part with the Scale Cinders in return for the elven delicacy Natrabar, and thus begins the quest out of the forest and into the forge. You'll have to return to Deoran at the Sacred Arbor in order to prepare the elven dish for Brokar. After gathering the apples and rotten fish, you return and give the ingredients to Deoran. Now, normally when you cook at a campsite in this game, you're treated to a beautiful real-life cutscene of someone cooking a steak over an open fire. It's something straight out of a food commercial. Like, this is actually in the game. I love it. Makes me hungry as well. I know some people might not like real-life footage being added to the game, but when it's done this well, I'm all for it. So my question is, why didn't we get this for Natriab? This was their chance to make a unique cutscene of a fish. Just a missed opportunity. With the dish in hand, you accompany Deoran to Bracker's Forge and give Brokkar the dish.
You brought an elf here, of all things. Get her out of...
Hold a moment, Brokkar. She's brought something for you. Don't you want to see what it is?
A gift. For you.
Ah! What makes you think I'd be able to stomach your elven cooking? I'm gonna go dispose of this. And I expect the elf to be gone when I return.
After doing so, you create an opportunity to gather scaling cinders from the Straggler's Cave, in a unique minigame where you and Deoran race to see who can gather more scale cinders. This would be a tense moment, but I generally think that you have enough time to make a coffee and then come back and still collect more than Deoran does. It doesn't affect the quest at all. Who ends up winning just alters some dialogue, and That completes the quest. Dioran will return to the Arbor Heart and use the Scale Senders to heal the tree. If you return a couple of days later, you get some unique dialogue, but nothing special. The only reason I decided to talk about this quest is so that I can talk about the Sacred Arbor. Otherwise, I'd probably not waste my time. But I can just see people saying something along the lines of, he didn't even talk about the Sacred Arbor, he mustn't even have explored the map or done Glinwood's quest. No, I'm just trying my best to be as selective as possible in order to critique and commend the game as best as possible. Back to the topic at hand. Out of the Forest and Into the Forge is one of 2 quests that involves the Arbor Heart. 3 if you count the Ailing Arbor Heart, and 4 if you count the evacuation quest in the Unmourned World, which I don't. So for the Mystic Elven Village, we have 2 quests, one of which is designed to take the player to the Elven Village, and one is, well, to take you back to Batal. Like, excuse me? Talk about a waste of potential here. Why spend the time acquiring the Woodland Smithing Scroll so that my pawn can speak Elvish to then only have 2 quests that take place in the Sacred Arbor? The Sacred Arbor itself is lacking in infrastructure, or at least believability. Where are all these elves staying? Where are their houses? Are they all staying in the inn? If so, how do they all fit in the same beds? Where do they all sleep? The inn can't house all of them. This area of the game just seems extremely underdeveloped, like it was added late into DD2's development, because someone thought that it would be cool. Or maybe they'd always planned for it to be more prevalent, but just never got around to making it due to time restraints. Either way, what we got was extremely disappointing. I couldn't tell you how excited I was to arrive at the Arbor Heart in the first time. It looked awesome. I was ready for the plethora of new quests, only to get one. You could argue that Melve and Harve also have the same treatment, but I disagree. In Harve Village, you're constantly dealing with the Saurians and the various quests associated with the nest. Depending on if you help Ulrika, you end up helping the people of Melve move to Harve Village. Comparatively, yes, the Sacred Arbor has a quest to heal the tree, but these are elves, a race that hides from the humans, speaks its own language, is mysterious and mystic, and a race of fantasy. To me, it'll always be disappointing, because the only times I ever go back there after finishing the Out of the Forest and Into the Forge quest is for the Elven Smithing upgrades. It's not located close to other quest objectives, so it doesn't warrant ever travelling there and beginning a new adventure, whereas I'd always be travelling to Harve Village or Melve to start a new adventure, because they're in the central points of the map and make for an ideal point to start questing from. The Sacred Arbor as a whole is just a disappointment. The Out of the Forest and Into the Forge quest is fine, but isn't enough to redeem the Elven Refuge. Home is Where the Hearth is one of the 2 romance quests in the game, and the only reason I'm talking about it is not to upset the Ulrika fans out there. Okay, jokes aside, I really enjoyed this quest. It's probably one of the few side quests that actually felt like a main story quest, and I wouldn't be surprised if they came out and said that it was planned to be included in the main story. What makes Home is Where the Hearth is down to the build-up. You first see Ulrika in the opening cutscene shooting down the griffin you're riding on. You then have a flashback when you first met her in Melve, saving her from Grigori. Then later fighting a lesser dragon together at Melve. You then have to go searching for Ulrika to find her at Harve Village and help her convince the village to work together. You then help the people of Melve move to Harve Village to live under Ulrika's rule again. I know it seems like I'm brushing over this questline because I am. Comparatively to everything else I've said, the truth is there isn't a lot to talk about the Ulrika questline. It has characters I actually care about. Ulrika and Lennart become characters I want to help rather than just want to get the rewards for completing the quest from. When you get to the final romance cutscene with Ulrika, it feels earned. It feels like you've been through a lot together. It's weird because all of this writing was completely absent for the entirety of the main story. A side note I'd love to add is that after completing Home is Where the Hearth is, you should get the option to purchase a house in Harve Village. Given how long this questline is and the likelihood of you having extremely high affinity with Ulrika and Lennart, more about affinity after this, being able to live in Harve Village just makes sense. Especially so because it's one of the 2 preset port crystals. It just seems like the perfect reward for completing Home is Where the Hearth is. While Ulrika's questline is far longer than Wilhelmina's, I honestly don't have much to say about it. The combat sequence in Melv where you take on the guards is something I wasn't expecting and was a lot of fun to switch up the gameplay, especially because most of the fights I'd been were against monsters at that point in the game. Every Rose Has Its Thorns is the romance quest for the beautiful Wilhelmina, and is significantly shorter than Home is Where the Hearth is, which is Ulrika's romance quest. To begin this quest, you must have completed the quest The Stolen Throne and the Unsettling Encounter, since both of these quests have cutscenes involving Wilhelmina. She can then be found at the Rose Chateau. After speaking with her a couple of times, you just need to sleep once and return to her room, where you'll be able to use the spy hole yet again, this time to spy on her and Allard, a man she's just about to kill, before she notices you spying through the peephole. You then have a conversation about how Allard killed her parents and how she's been planning his murder for a long time, and she wants you to help her. This is possibly one of the first time quests you'll receive, because she's only willing to wait a couple of days before carrying out the murder and accepting that she may be caught in the act of doing so. So you assist in gathering evidence that would prove Allard's guilty of murder, justifying Wilhelmina to kill him and play it off as an assassin had been hired to kill him instead, when in fact it was the 2 of you. Nothing too out of the ordinary, and for the most part it's actually an exciting quest, especially the part where you have to lure Allard out of his house and then rush in and steal the report. The reason I wanted to talk about this romance quest, apart from the fact of Wilhelmina being my favourite waifu in the game, is mainly down to the time aspect along with the various outcomes. There are 2 main pieces of evidence: the murder report and the bribery investigation findings. You're given 3 days to figure out how to gather evidence. Failure to do so fails the quest. Depending on whether you give none, 1, or all of the evidence required, directly affects the final outcome. If you don't manage to find any of the evidence, Wilhelmina will attempt to kill Allard without you, and I believe she just gets caught. The second option is that you provide the murder report and Wilhelmina will kill Allard, but get caught and locked in prison. And the third is providing both the murder report and the bribery investigation findings, completing the quest correctly by helping Wilhelmina kill Allard with enough evidence to brush over Allard's death and release Wilhelmina from prison.
Fair assumption. But for better or worse, I didn't take after my mother. Save for in one respect. This is for my mother. And this is for my father.
It's another case of the game not limiting you to one solution. Sure, the third option is the ideal outcome, but the limited time frame, it's on you to uncover the evidence and figure it all out. And let's just say I was panicking the entire time while trying to do so. Literally talking to anyone that was near the Rose Chateau or in Vernworth or Vernworth Castle, the timed quest aspect just made it so much more chaotic. Because if it wasn't there, you'd have no penalty. You could take as long as you'd like to provide as much evidence as you'd like. And there would be no reason to only provide one piece of evidence when you have unlimited time frame to provide both. It creates a sense of urgency and weight simply by adding the timer, making the quest all the more memorable, at least to me. But one issue I have is that completing this quest essentially removes Wilhelmina from the map. Some people have said they've managed to find her back at the Rose Chateau or outside the hot springs on Volcanic Island, but I had no such luck in my playthrough. I really wanted her to be my primary romance, but because I did this before the Home is Where the Hearth is quest, there is no way that Wilhelmina will ever have more affinity than Ulrika by the time you're in the game. But what does that mean? I guess it's time to talk about the romance and affinity system. Although extremely ambiguous for the player, essentially it's a number that goes up based on a few things: completing quests, talking or hailing to an NPC, and giving them gifts. It also seems to naturally deteriorate over time. Once you've raised your affinity high enough with an NPC, they'll start blushing. It's not a subtle blush either, but I love it. There's a little bit of charm to the over-the-top levels of blushing, something that's unique here. Completing a quest for an NPC gives you a lot of affinity, whereas hailing and talking to an NPC doesn't seem to enhance it by that much, and can only be done once a day. Similarly, giving the NPC a gift, such as a bunch of flowers, can only be done once a day as well, but does give a substantial amount of affinity. You can talk, hail, and give as many gifts to NPCs in a single day as you'd like, but just not the same one. These actions only seem to actually boost the affinity with the NPC once per day. Your best bet if you're trying to ensure someone becomes your beloved in the final cutscene of the game is to look up what items that they're interested in. Spam giving them gifts right before the beginning of the final sequence of the game, making it practically impossible for Wilhelmina to be the beloved in the end of the game, because like I said earlier, completing every rose has its thorns seems to just remove her from the map. She can't be talked to or given gifts. Normally I wouldn't harp on about this, but she's literally one of 2 only romance quest givers in the game. It's a little disappointing, so in spite of the system I decided to ruin my second playthrough by romancing Disa. Yep, you can romance the woman that's been trying to screw you over ever since day one. Now of course, if you've gotten to the true ending, saving everyone, you know that Disa was only trying to protect Sven, but that still doesn't excuse her actions. So all I did before the beginning of the final quest was simply just gifted her a bunch of flowers for about 10 days straight to raise her affinity, until she blushed. What's the point of the affinity and romance system? Realistically, the only tangible benefit that I can think of is that NPCs with high affinities will give you items, which is great because a lot of them will give you valuable items. Or if they happen to be a merchant/vendor, raising the affinity with them will provide a shop discount. Apart from that, and of course your highest affinity pawn becoming your beloved and appearing in the endgame cutscene, there really is nothing else. In my first playthrough, I literally did none of the romance quests, nor tried to raise my affinity with any character. So what do you think I got as my beloved in the final cutscene? Captain Brandt. Yeah, I couldn't have cared less, but this is where the flaw in the system is. By simply talking to NPCs, you raise their affinity. By completing quests for them, you raise their affinity. So if you're not aware of the gifting system and how it works and how well the romance affinity system works, you're probably going to get a generic NPC in the final cutscene, ruining this moment even more. I actually don't think the romance system is that bad. I think it's ambiguous, but I think the way you increase your affinity with someone is fine, especially because it can be with literally any NPC. However, my issue is that it means nothing. Apart from the blushing and giving you items, there is no benefit. Why not have them visit your home, if not stay at it? Something to make it actually feel like they're your beloved. The affinity system is another system that feels about 80% complete and really is missing a fine tune, and it'll be good to go. But I've digressed a lot, so let's get back to the side quests. Place to Call Home is the final quest that I'm going to talk about in DD2. It's triggered by running into Mildred behind the inn, and she simply asks if you're willing to look after her house while she travels. The quest itself is nothing to rave about, and it's simple and requires you to do pretty much nothing except pass time by either resting or playing the game normally until at least a week of in-game time has passed. Then Mildred will greet you outside the home and offer you a chance to buy the house for 20k gold, as she has decided to move and needs the money for the trip. You can either choose to buy the home or not, but for 20k, it's definitely a worthwhile purchase. And that leads me into the actual topic that I want to talk about. Something that truly makes or breaks most of the best RPGs out there. A housing system. Every great RPG has a great housing system. It sounds so silly, but, not to harp on about Skyrim's plethora of pre-built houses and, the ones that you can build in the DLC, Assassin's Creed Black Flag's Pirate Island, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Fallout 4, Fable 1, 2 and 3, Medieval Dynasty, and the list goes on. Solid housing systems don't make or break most of these games, but they pretty much always enhance them. So I think it's important to talk about the housing in DD2. The houses in the game serve as a way to pass time without having to pay for a night's sleep at the inn or rest 4 times at a bench, as well as a place to store and withdraw goods without having to go to the inn. It also creates a location where the NPCs you have lots of affinity with will visit, leave presents, or give escort quests to complete, which can actually be extremely annoying because they'll literally be standing right outside your house waiting for you to arrive, and more often than not, the reason I'm returning to my house is because I've just come back from a massive adventure and I'd like to rest, but Ulrika has other ideas. I either accept the escort quest or decline it and feel extremely guilty. Like, what the fuck are these lines when you decline an escort quest? It's like they just found out a family member had died. Now I know, even if you accept these escort quests, you technically can still rest in your house, but when I get back from a massive journey, all I want to do is put my shit in storage, sell my junk, and rest at my house. I don't want to be immediately whisked away for another adventure. A simple workaround would be to just have the NPCs stand in front of the house like they already do. Don't force the dialogue, let us go inside our house and do what we want and then speak to them. Or if you're going to force the dialogue, give us an option to press like, in a moment, or yes, but we're going to go do something first. I digress. There are 4 purchasable houses in the game. 1 in Vernworth, 1 in Vernworth Castle, and 2 in Backbatal. The 200k house in Vernworth Castle isn't worth buying. Sure, there is a guy out the front of it begging for you to buy it off him, but who cares? If no one's willing to buy a house and you're desperate for the money, why not sell the house at a cheaper rate? Okay, maybe I'm getting a little too real, but seriously, in order to get your actual money's worth, you have to rest 100 times in this noble house. What I mean by this is, comparatively in Vernworth, the inn, Shakir's Inn, costs 2,000 gold a night. So, simple maths, by dividing the price of the noble house by the cost of a night at the inn, we reach the magic number of 100 nights needed to sleep at the Vernworth Noble Mansion in order to get your money's worth. I think you'd probably get close to 100 rests in an entire playthrough, but there is just no world where you're resting 100 times in Vernworth Capital specifically. However, that being said, the mansion is in a prime location right next to the castle, so it makes waiting for the nighttime quests to do in the castle far more convenient, as you can just sleep once rather than having to rest at a bench 4 different times. The house does also look very nice, but the bed is in another room from your storage chest, making it even less convenient. Sure, we're talking mere seconds to walk between bedrooms, but in a game that doesn't like you fast traveling, every extra step adds up, especially if it's one you've done a few times already. In the 100 sleeps you have to do to get your money's worth. Comparatively, the 20k house that you can buy from Mildred after completing the quest A Place to Call Home is a great steal. This time you only need to rest 10 times at the house to make it a worthwhile purchase. Not to mention the house is in a great location, right next to the market and tavern where you're constantly revisiting. The bed is right next to the storage chest, making it convenient to dump your loot after an adventure and then rest. Once you travel to Backbatal, there are also 2 houses available for purchase, one of which is a 300k house that's not really worth it in any way or form. The house in Backbatal are slightly more justifiable given the steep inn costs being 9,999 gold at the night at the Pilgrim's flagship inn, or walk another 200 meters in Batal and pay 2,000 gold at the Pilgrim's Inn, not to be confused with the Pilgrim's flagship inn. So it depends how much of a convenience you're looking to dodge, because we as humans look to justify our stupid decisions as best as possible. I'm only going to use the Pilgrim's flagship inn price as it's both more conveniently located and also more expensive, meaning it justifies my actions for purchasing the 300k house in Backbatal, as I'll get more money's worth in 30 sleeps, while the 30k house I'll get my money's worth in 3. Are you looking to sleep 30 times in Backbatal? Probably not, but it's a lot more justifiable than sleeping 100 times in Vernworth. Not to mention the house is actually a lot nicer, but it's a bit more out of the way, which you might not like. The worst thing about these houses is they don't even transfer into New Game Plus. Yep, If you've wasted the grand total of 550k on all houses, you don't even get a discount in New Game Plus, making these purchases even less desirable. But the truth is, I think buying the 20k house in Vernworth from Mildred and then the 30k house in Backbatal are justifiable. You're getting your money's worth and then some. But apart from having the prestige of owning a 200k house and a 300k house in the major capitals, there is really no reason to ever buy these homes. It would be nice if you just own the houses in New Game Plus, or if you got a massive discount because you'd purchased them in a previous run. Sure, it doesn't make sense from an immersive / storytelling point of view, but neither does New Game Plus in general. You literally start a new game with everything you owned in the playthrough of the game, all the weapons, armors, money, skills, and levels, so why not carry the house across as well? But houses aren't necessary. Campsites, on the other hand, offer somewhere to rest, cook meals to provide a buff to you and your party for the next day. These are scattered across the map at various locations and frequent enough that you don't really have to stress about how far you have to travel to find another one. Sure, campsites can be attacked while you rest and your camp bed can be destroyed, hence why I always consume so much of my weight carrying one on me and my main pawn, but this doesn't happen often enough to even be worried about. In the entirety of all my playthroughs, this only happened twice. Twice in all of my playthroughs. Whereas your house obviously, won't get attacked, but the trade-off for safety versus being able to cook meals and provide a buff to your party is just too bad of a trade-off. So most of the time I won't sleep in my house if I plan to leave the city, because resting at a campsite is more beneficial to me than anything else. The buff received from cooking at a campsite far outweighs the campsite getting attacked and you losing your camping kit, because in reality that happens so very little. This is where I think the opportunity was missed to make houses more valuable and incentivize the need to own one or even own the more expensive houses. Allow us to cook food in our homes, and maybe it improves the buff we get, or provides a unique buff of cooking and resting at your own home. Maybe the 200k house and the 300k house have unique buffs. For example, the 300k house in Backbatal could provide an extra 20% damage buff while fighting in the Backbatal region, or a buff that improves stamina recovery dramatically when traversing the region. Maybe we get cute little wholesome moments where our pawns will just be vibing out in the house, cooking, reading a book, gardening, just vibing out. Maybe we can hang trophies up on the wall or display weapons and armor in racking and armor dolls. The potential for simple systems that aren't game breaking to develop just go a long way to increase the value of the purpose of having these houses. I've talked for far too long about housing in DD2, but as it stands, there is just no incentive to buy these houses for the prices they are. Something you might have noticed is that a lot of these side quests start and are located in Vernworth. Well, that's because there are 26 side quests in Vernworth Castle alone, whereas there are only 7 in Backbatal. Sorry, let me repeat that. There are 26 side quests in Vernworth Castle and only 7 in Backbatal. 7 quests in the capital of Batal versus 26 quests in the capital of Vernworth. I don't even need to mention the 7 quests in Checkpoint Rest Town, 4 in Melve, 2 in the Sacred Arbor, and 2 in Harv Village, and 2 in the Border Watch Outpost Town. But this is counting where a quest is handed out, not necessarily where it takes you. For example, a Case of Sculptors block is a quest that is handed to you in Vernworth, but it takes you to Backbatal for most of the quest. So it's no wonder that once you reach the region of Batal, you feel like the game comes to an abrupt end. That's because prior to this point, you've completed up to 43 possible quests, and the truth is that you can access the final region of the game, the Volcanic Island, in which there are 4 side quests, at any point, if you go through the Drabnir's Grotto, or if you're in the New Game Plus and you just use the Godsway sword to open the spell-sealed door, without reaching the point in the main story. It's clear that when you get to Backbatal, they intended for there to be more. It's this massive, sprawling, exciting city, full of beastren, from the markets to the housing district, to the spice farms and the Flamebearer Palace. It's a shame that we may never get to see it in its full glory. Of course, I'm being extremely presumptuous, but you can't tell me that this was a complete game. It's crystal clear that to me they ran out of time, whether it was a development choice to divert resources or it came from a higher ups at Capcom, we'll never know. They didn't have enough time to populate Back-Batal with even half the number of quests available to you in the first half of the game. That's why I fail to see how this was Hideaki Itsuno's true vision for the game. That being said, the enjoyment I got from these side quests and just thinking of the many different ways and solutions and, just running into the quests in general was really enjoyable. The fact that you and I can complete the same quests in entirely different approaches makes it so much more exciting and memorable. Not to mention it creates a lot of replayability, to find out what other ways we can solve these quests or what other outcomes can occur. It makes the adventure feel like yours, and well, truth be told, that was Itsunno's vision. A game about adventure, exploration, and a story unique to you. That's why I think despite the weak narrative of the main story, the side quests really tie DD2 together. This is a post-editing slick here, and annoyingly this video took so long to make that some of the things I've complained about have since been fixed or tweaked in a major patch that came out in the 17th of September. They literally added a casual mode which has a range of different features aimed at making the game easier. Like less carry load, cheaper prices, less stamina consumption, and the stupidest of them all, pawn recovery from Dragon's Plague. I won't beat around the bush. I think having an easier mode of a game is always a good thing. It makes the game more accessible and people who might not have the time to get good can enjoy the game. However, my issue is with calling this casual. The word casual can mean so much. For me, a casual game just means a game that's not competitive. It's casual. Casual seems like normal to me. So if I'd seen the difficulty and one was casual and one was normal, I wouldn't know the difference. Same goes for if it was casual and it was hard. How do you know which one was the intended difficulty that you're meant to play on? If I saw those two difficulties, I'd likely think it was casual, not hard. And because I like to play my games on the intended difficulty first, before on repeat playthroughs playing at higher difficulties, I probably would have picked casual. What I'm getting at is that the name of the difficulty should be different. Maybe they want to avoid the easy mode label because it can be a bit degrading. Then why not go with story mode? That's what a lot of other games do and offer a lower level of difficulty below standard. They also added a port crystal to Back-Batal. Like seriously, this is great but also annoying because I probably won't be playing this game again for a little while. They also made a range of balancing changes to each vocation. I feel the need to talk about this because DD2 is obviously still getting patches that dramatically affect the game. So it's encouraging that some of the other issues I've complained about may potentially be fixed. That's all I really wanted to add, but that's a good thing. We like that. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. You've heard everything I've had to say about DD2. Its small details are what make it memorable. That despite falling short in just about every system it offers, I couldn't help but fall in love with its charm. It's a game I will love for a very long time. It's unlikely I'll do videos this long very often, at least at the moment. This was a massive, massive, massive passion project that took so much time for me to create. So I'd greatly appreciate your support in the comments. If you did enjoy the video, I plan to continue to critique games going forward, and depending on the depth involved in those games as well as my passion towards them, will probably determine whether or not they get the same treatment I've given DD2. Thanks for watching. If you're a real G and made it to the end, type something cringe like Grigori is the real homie or something equally as cringe in the comments section so I know.